ṣe jáná ìyàwó. Abu bàbá ọkọ, abu màmá ọkọ. Bó bá ń bá kan sọ̀rọ̀, awú bí búrẹ́dì omi. Amọ́kọ lójú táyì, bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nkọ́kọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
Oh jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá ń sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí yóò lókun ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o, àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yọlá ni, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí orí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí orí yìí yóò sábà mọ́ àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever you are. Kò sẹ́ni tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ jòrò mi jò mi jò. If you know that, then that ages you somehow. Then if you know that song, then you are an ancient of days. But there it is. That was when music was music. That was, of course, the majestic Victor Uwaifo. So that was the majestic Victor Uwaifo asking you that. It was not even in Yoruba language. Kò sẹ́ni tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ jòrò mi jò gbìgbì gbàgbà jòrò mi jò mi. Don't give up the day job. So there it is. Pardon me. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we go again. Of course, we go again. When don't we go? So we go again as we always do. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Good day to you. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. You know, I always visit the day in terms of where I am. So where I am now is 11:24 p.m. So I'm talking to you from that standpoint. I know that various time slots, wherever it is, you know, once upon a time, and I hope that's still the case, we used to have a guy following us from Afghanistan. So I hope he's still following. And if he's still following, maybe I'll try and DM him. He used to DM me on Instagram back in the day. You know, that's how far flung we have, you know, a guy following us from Instagram. I'm even asking him that what is a Nigerian doing in Instagram? He's was telling me at that time that it's one of the most glorious places to live, Afghanistan. Can you imagine that? You know, of course, we have Australia, Thomas and Company, Japan, UAE, all over Europe and America. Nigeria, of course, Nigeria, of course. So whenever Zita comes on and says, oh, look, this is a global platform, be mindful of what you say. It is actually factually a global platform. You know, maybe the reach is not as expansive as it will be going forward, but certainly the spread is global. A global, can you imagine that? As I'm speaking to you now, there's some rascal in Afghanistan listening to us. there's some chancer in Australia eavesdropping, and there's some 419ers all over America just trying to wonder, what accent is that even? Who is that guy with that odd voice? So all over, and you have Istanbul as well, that Derek Hodge, so global. So global. So we only now need the we have the spread, now we need the depth. There is absolutely, sometimes actually I happen on this church type streamings. I happen on all these church type streamings, all these Nigerian pastors and all that. When they're streaming, you see 20, 30, sometimes even 40,000 people watching concurrently. So watching concurrently, 20, 30, 40,000 people watching concurrently. And I wonder then that, so there is, the space is there, but how do you access it? That's the thing. Because we are presenting a particular sort of diet, which is politics. So is that too limiting is the question. Maybe I should take to the Bible and start to quote you Holy Ghost. Maybe we do a Holy Ghost fire session one of these days to see if we can drive the traffic that we need. Holy Ghost fire. When they start to speak in tongues, they're just talking gibberish. It has no meaning. It's not even vested in the religion. It's just some Sakama J that the guy is using to purloin money out of the wallet of the gullible. So there it is. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we do it again. Let's address then what's on the screen there. So that's Ejele Speaks, of course, who still remains in incarceration. I've tried to phone him severally. His line is either dead or they've seized the phone for so long that his provider have cancelled it. So I don't actually have the access to reach him anymore. But I keep monitoring his pace, waiting for him to be released. #Free Ejele Speaks. That's the campaign that we're mounting. And we'll continue to mount that campaign until this guy has been released from the evil clutches of the Tinubu empire. So #Free Ejele Speaks. So spread that as near and wide as you possibly can do. #Free Ejele Speaks. And let me set myself. And by the way, we have a guest coming on Sunday. No, not on Sunday. On Saturday, we may well have a guest on Sunday, but we certainly have a guest on Saturday. We have this chap joining us on Saturday. Do I have the poster? Yes, we have this chap joining us on Saturday. Ignore the date. It says ignore the date and time. It was actually meant to come on January the 11th, but we couldn't really synergize. So we moved it then to this Saturday. So we have Captain Prince Ado Sanusi, and it's quite fortuitous actually. His uncle now speaking today is a blood relative of the Emir of Kano and a notable figure within the Nigerian governance space. So he'll be joining us on Saturday. So a conversation with Prince Captain Ado Sanusi. So ignore that 9:45. It will be 10 p.m. Ignore the 11th of January. It will be the whatever date. It will be the 18th of January. So ignore those two spaces. I'll be doing the new poster for it, by the way. So don't worry about the poster. But I'm just using this to flash. Well, it'll still be the same poster anyway. We just amend the date and time. So that's to come on Saturday. We have a big name guest joining us. Yes, I should organize a poster, shouldn't I, for Ejele? So we have a big name guest. Of course, I'm the one on the poster. Do you not know what I look like? I have been streaming for the last 3 years. Anyway, so we have him joining us on Saturday, as I said. So we have that to look forward to. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. I've said all that. So now to invite you then to click on the like button, if you would. And if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. We need the likes and the subscriptions. If you are watching us on our X, please follow. We need the followership. If you're watching us on our Facebook, ditto. So ditto all the way through. So when I'm saying like, share, subscribe, it dittos all the way through all of the platforms that we're streaming to. So yeah. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? Click on the like button if you would. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket. So take that ticket then by clicking on that hyperlink, come into the studio, say hello. Like, share, subscribe. So that's the standard request from that's the start. Pardon me. I've got a. They say I've got a frog in my throat. Well, you know, when you are deep-throated. So we're in that season where I live anyway. So we are in that heavy-voiced season when everybody's coughing and spluttering and sniveling all over the place. It's just you cannot avoid it. So we might as well just get the flu and get over it together. So yes, so what was I saying now? Yeah, I was doing the plea for the subscriptions and the follows. So we do need subscriber numbers, though. I have to say that, and I think you all know that anyway. We need subscriber numbers, so it's somewhat plateaued, but it needs to propel. So propel it then by lending. Don't lend it, or gifting your subscription. So gift us your subscription. If you're not already subscribed, please do. I think I've been mentioning that a lot throughout the course of the session. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. We need numbers going up. Like if you haven't done that already. Don't like, you know, it's a bit early actually. I'm asking you to like at the start of the session, and I've not even delivered anything yet for you to make the decision if you like it or not. But going from the antecedents of our previous streams, you can be confident then that it will maintain the standard that it's always done. So off the back of history, click on the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, of course, super chats to the stream. As super chat, of course, that's the bloodline of the stream, as you know. Yes, I know the date is incorrect, AB. It was actually meant to appear last Saturday, but we couldn't synergize. But it now, but don't worry, I'll be doing a new poster for it. So I just thought to flash it up to start to sensitize people towards that. So he's to appear. You know, this year is going to be guest laden. So if you as many as you'll be surprised at the sort of people that will be appearing on these platforms. But keep your excitement dialed in, and I'll try to deliver. So like, share, subscribe. Yes, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Super chat towards the. You know, there's been a plateau in. It's rather vexatious actually that people are not super chatting towards the stream. You know, our numbers keep growing up. They are not growing they are not going at a Lewis Hamilton Ferrari pace, but they are going steadily nevertheless. So we're getting increasing numbers of people interacting with the stream. But we're not getting the super chats. We need the super chats to be coming in. This is what Kaiser told me. He said I must insist that people must always super chat. So make sure you super chat towards the stream. Enough of my nonsensities. Shall we just launch into it? There's not an abundance of news, by the way. I have to warn you. So we are picking off the residues. We are picking off the crumbs of what is out there. So we'll be feasting on crumbs today. We will not be feasting like kings, but we'll certainly not be feasting. We never feast like paupers. So we're neither feasting like kings, but certainly not feasting like paupers, but we'll make a decent meal of it. So a decent meal of a session. So a decent meal of a session. Yes, that picture actually, that picture was taken, I think Derek Hodges, that picture was actually taken in Prague. So that was when I went on holiday in Czech Republic right there. That picture, that's what Derek is referencing there. You know, how widely have you traveled actually? You know, I've been to every continent I've been to India. I've been to, of course, I've been to the United States, of course. I've been to quite a few European countries. I've been to the Middle East. You know, so virtually every continent there is, I have visited in some form. So how widely traveled are you? You are in the company of a sophisticated, well-traveled man from Oyo Alaafin. So if that is not what a subscription, then I don't know what is. But I know. So tell me the most in the comment section. Tell me the most far-flung place, the most exotic place that you've ever been to. The most exotic, I'll say, I wouldn't even, I won't count Dubai. I would say India. I went to a place called Chennai. That was when I was still, when I was working in banking back in those days. They sent us out there. I went to a place called Chennai. I could actually, if I go on my Facebook page, you'll probably see pictures. I went to a place called Chennai, and then we went to a beach called Pondicherry or something like that. And we were told then that beach stretches unbroken all the way to China, and it's the longest coastline in the world. So we went to the Bay of Bengal and all of that. So all funky stuff. I've done some funky stuff in the past, but no more funky than being in your company, of course. But enough of the necessities. Let's launch straight into it. Pardon me. Let's launch straight into it, and we kick it off by picking it off from something that we've been tracking for the last couple of days. Is this Gbosgbas, which seems to be the new lexicon now? Is this Gbosgbas between essentially First Bank of Nigeria and a company called something hydrocarbon, or if you really want to attach names to it, it's a Gbosgbas between Nduka Obiagbena and Femi Otedola. So there it is right there. $225 million debt. Court issues warrant of arrest on Nduka Obiagbena's oil vessel in Rivers State. You know, when I first saw this headline, I misread it. I read it to understand court issues warrant of arrest on Nduka Obiagbena, and I wondered that has it reached that level? But no, it is his assets now that they are attaching. $225 billion debt. Court issues warrant of arrest on Nduka Obiagbena's oil vessel in Rivers State. So it begins, the drum beat of woe begins to drum in the left ears of Nduka Obiagbena. The Federal High Court in Rivers State has ordered the Nigerian Navy to arrest and detain an oil vessel belonging to General Hydrocarbons Limited, a company promoted by Nduka Obiagbena, chairman of this day editorial board. Correspondents gathered that the court order on the detention of the cargo floating product. Let me take that from the top again. Sorry, I beg your pardon. All right. The Federal High Court in Rivers State has ordered the Nigerian Navy to arrest and detain an oil vessel belonging to General Hydrocarbons Limited, a company promoted by Nduka Obiagbena, chairman of this day editorial board. Correspondents gathered that the court order on the detention of the cargo, floating production, storage, and offloading vessel Tamara Tokoni followed an application by the First Bank of Nigeria over $225 million debt. The court document titled Warrant of Arrest and Detention of a Cargo of Crude Oil on Board the Floating Production, Storage, and Offloading Vessel Tamara Tokoni, presently located at Rivers State or any port off within the Nigerian territorial waters. Correspondence cited on Wednesday was issued and sealed by Justice Obili, the presiding judge. So apologies for how that is written, but that's how it's been written. The suit is between First Bank of Nigeria Limited as the plaintiff and General Hydrocarbons Limited, the cargo, crude, and onboard whatever the owners of the vessel, essentially. The order reads, to the Admiral General of the Federal High Court and to all and singular in his substitute. Anyway, I'm not going to read through this. It looks like a labored read, but essentially, what Nduka Obiagbena, what Femi Otedola has now done, Femi Otedola, of course, representing First Bank, is now starting to attach the asset of Nduka Obiagbena. So there it is right there. They will still settle it politically, but Femi wants his money back. Just give him his money back. But there is nothing more than public embarrassment to force somebody's wallet open. So now this is now the headline piece. Why I don't want to help Tinubu's government. Sanusi opens up video trends. I've got the video, but let me just give you a little soup song. Actually, let me just leave it at the headline. I'll play you the video shortly, so then you hear it directly from the man himself. There will be problem if there will be problem in Nigeria if anything happens to Peter Obi. Labour Party chairman wants. So what is it this time that it's just what wolf are they crying this time? It's just it's getting rather tiresome. All these people with the, there'll be problem in Nigeria if anything happens to Peter Obi, Labour Party chairman wants. So I think the politics is starting to move away from Obi somewhat. I think they're stuck in a funk. They're stuck in the funk of their own creation, and they're looping round in that circular whatever it is that they've stuck themselves in. The chairman of the Labour Party in Enugu State, Kasmia Agbo, has urged critics to desist from attacking the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. He argued that Obi's statement on the poor state of the nation does not warrant the criticism he's facing. So Obi is a politician. It's not. How can he be above criticism? He wants that there will be consequences in Nigeria if anything should happen to the former Anambra State governor. There's very little chance of anything actually happening to Peter Obi because there's no reason for anything to happen to Peter Obi. But if anything does happen to Peter Obi, nothing will happen as a consequence of that. Not a single thing. There will be a few sacrificial lambs that will take to the street and make vacuous noise. They will send out the NSAS, whatever it is, to go and give them the NSAS treatment. There'll be a week or two, maybe even a month or two of fire and brimstone, and then the country will move on. We've had countless people pass on in that country, and it's the country. Abiola was they gave him the funky tea, and nothing happened as a consequence of that. How many Kensaro Wiwa? Nothing happened as a consequence of that. Who has not gone that so forget Peter Obi now. Hopefully and almost certainly nothing will happen to him, but if anything does happen to him, nothing will happen as a consequence of that. There will be a problem in Nigeria if anything happens to Obi, Labour Party chairman wants. The chairman of the Labour Party in Enugu State, Kasmia Agbo, has urged critics to desist from attacking the 2023 presidential candidate of the party, Obi. He argued that Obi's statement on the poor state of the nation does not warrant the criticism that he is facing. He warned that there will be consequences in Nigeria if anything should happen to the former Anambra State governor. So I think this guy, I think is actually is squeezing the last residues, the last vestiges, the last drops of an old story, because of course that story came and went. Felix Moka and his commentaries, Peter Obi and his alarmist reaction, and then of course Peter Obi a bit embarrassed that and then that was 2 weeks ago. But I think he's trying to is regurgitating it for his own political need in the moment. Whoever is making this statement, addressing newsmen in Enugu, Agbo said that the anti-Obi reaction meant that true democracy was not in practice in the country. So how can so the opposition criticizes the government, and then the government or supporters of the government criticize the opposition back. So that's the healthy back and forth that is a democracy. So should Peter Obi get a free hit and not be hit back at? Is that what it is? Because what the guy said was that Peter Obi has been going too far now and he will get measure for measure. So any and everybody that listened to that thing could not really see how they've been able to embed some sort of threat in it. So there is no threat in what's being said, but what the guy was inviting is that they're not going to kid Glove Obi anymore. So if he makes all these vacuous and false fake news storylines that he's been pursuing, then they will hit him back in equal measure. And that is the healthy back and forth that is democracy. So I'm not quite sure. So should should everybody hold their chin out and let Obi take his best shot at it? But what's all this nonsense? Addressing newsmen in Enugu, Agbo said that the anti-Obi reaction meant that true democracy was not in practice in the country. He said, if anything happens to Peter Obi, there will be problems in Nigeria. We don't have democracy in Nigeria. From 1999 to 2023, our electoral process has been by selection. So Peter Obi, of course, a beneficiary within that time period as well, two-term governor. So was he selected too? What we practice is gangsterism democracy. Obi's complaints are not the first of its kind. At a time, former President Muhammadu Buhari wept that his mandate was stolen. We are mocking ourselves and democracy. This is a country that professors rig elections. Obi's State of the Nation address, Obi's State of the Nation press conference was in line with the tenets of democracy. He said the reactions from the APC to Obi's points were in contrast to President Tinubu's activism during the military. It's just this is getting rather empty and puerile and jejune. Puerile and jejune. Do you know what jejune means? I think that's a double negation, isn't it? Puerile and jejune. Puerile and jejune. So puerile and jejune. Jejune. Puerile and jejune. Puerile and jejune. Let's move on from the vacuousness of our friend from the East to more important matters. Let me take you to this space. And by the way, there's no one in the room, so let me send the link. Anybody that wants to hop on. It is a participatory sport. It's not a radio to listen to. You have to roll up your sleeves on this platform and put in a shift. And that putting in a shift is coming on the stream to come and talk your nonsense, just as I'm talking nonsense. It's a nonsense welcoming space. So if you are particularly adept at talking nonsense, then you are most welcome here. So come here, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join me to talk a bit of nonsense. So come join me to talk a bit of. Let me send the link. So come join me to talk a bit of nonsense. So come join me to talk a bit of nonsense. But the nonsense that actually makes sense, you know. Let's go on from there to this. Giant of Africa, Nigeria loses first place as another African country becomes largest in GDP. So I thought Nigeria had actually lost that spot a while ago when the currency was rebased and all that. So I'm not quite sure why this is suddenly news again. But let's find out what underpins this. Giant of Africa, Nigeria loses first place as another African country becomes largest in GDP. I think it will be no stretch to guess at whichever country that is. The depreciation, you know, actually that there's quite a lot of confusion about the actual worth of the Nigerian economy. Some people are saying 310 million because of the debasing, but the international space is actually valuing it at $1.5 to $2 trillion already. So that's the weight of the economy according to the assessments of the international space. But according to the opposition-led sort of voodoonomics that we have in Nigeria, Nigeria continues to hemorrhage. Giant of Africa, Nigeria loses first place as another African country becomes largest in GDP terms. The depreciation of the naira, low productivity, and stagflation, a confluence of high inflation, slow economic development, and high unemployment have all contributed to Nigeria's $310 billion GDP loss over the past 10 years. So, the country is ultimately going to be rebased. If the Nigerian economy is not anything like, even if you look at the economic activities just as a pedestrian observation, lacking in expertise, you cannot say that the Nigerian economy is run about even the economy of Lagos alone must be a good $10 billion. So forget all this, whatever it is that they are rolling out. When they start to rebase that economic space, then we'll find that the Nigerian economy is well in excess of $1 trillion, almost certainly reaching towards the $2 trillion mark. So let's take it from top again. Giant of Africa, Nigeria loses first place as another African country becomes largest in GDP terms. The depreciation of the naira, low productivity, and stagflation, a confluence of high inflation, slow economic development, and high unemployment have all contributed to Nigeria's $310 billion GDP loss over the past 10 years. Right, the economy, which was previously the biggest in Africa when Nigeria's GDP was rebased in 2014, is now in 4th place behind South Africa, Egypt, and Algeria. So I didn't quite know that Algeria, which other country did I think was in that mix? South Africa, Egypt, and Algeria. According to the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the economy of Africa's most populous country shrank from $510 billion in 2014 to $199.7 billion in 2024. So that's an additional shrinkage, actually, because the popularly quoted figure was at $310 billion. So it's even hemorrhaged what? Another $50 billion there. I wonder if Tinubu can sign a check. That's pocket money for him. CFG Advisory, a Lagos-based research and advisory firm, stated in its report titled "From Reform Fatigue, Quagmire to Sustainable Growth," Nigeria's GDP at $195 billion has declined over the last decade, losing over $300 billion in value due to devaluation, low productivity, and stagflation. The country is no longer the largest economy in Africa, ranking 4th behind South Africa, Egypt, and Algeria. This is owing to the prolonged policy inconsistency since the economy came out of the post-COVID recession. Yes, post-COVID recession, yes. According to Adeola Adenekinju, president of the Nigerian Economic Society, in a Business Day report, Africa's most populous country must diversify its economy and boost productivity in order to regain its status as an African superpower. Rebasing will lead to a significant increase in the value of the GDP because new sectors will be added, hence GDP will be higher than what it presently depicts. So what is actually telling us there is that the 195 billion or whatever it is, there is a false reading because there's expansions in industry spaces. There are new industry spaces being created. There are new avenues of revenues being upstreamed and formalized. All of this not captured in those figures. Even the tax reform alone is sufficient to make the Nigeria the largest economy in Africa. Rebasing will lead to a significant increase in the value of the GDP because new sectors will be added. Hence, GDP will be higher than what it presently depicts. However, in the long term, Nigeria will have to find a way to improve the economy and diversify productivity, he said. So there it is. Okay, let's take a few more. According to him, Nigeria's GDP has increased in naira terms but decreased in dollar terms as a result of the depreciation of the exchange rate. Exchange rate has reduced significantly in the last 2 years, contributing to the decline in GDP measured in dollar terms. In real terms, naira GDP has grown, albeit at a very slow rate, he said. All right. So there it is right there. So we continue to hemorrhage in terms of the African hierarchy. This from another portal, Nigerian inflation rate. Oh no, this is a different. So additional bad news, by the way, the inflation continues to spiral out of control. I hope these people actually know what they are doing. You know, everywhere you look is bad news. But anytime they come out and speak, they tell us about these fantastical figures or all these happenings within that our foreign reserve is now $40 billion, etc., etc. So never mind those. So if you can take maybe $2-3 billion out of those $40 billion and use it to buy food for the people, so no point in having money in the bank when the people are starving. So if it is, they keep giving us all these fantastical financial figures and people are starving literally on the street. So forget all that. Inflation. And the inflation, by the way, is food inflation that actually drives the inflation figures in Nigeria. So if they are able to crash it, which I think they will do within the first quarter of this year, because we hear that there are vessels on the seas bringing in emergency food into Nigeria as we speak. Nigerian inflation rate rises to 34.8% in December 2024. Nigeria's inflation rate rose to 34.8% in December 2024, up from 34.6% in November, driven by increased demand for goods and services during the festive season. This was revealed in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, for December 2024, published by the National Bureau of Statistics. The NBS stated, in December 2024, the headline inflation rate was 34.88%, relative to November 2024 headline rate of 34.6%. Looking at the movement, the December 2024 headline inflation rate shows a marginal increase of 0.20% compared to November 2024 headline inflation rate. Explaining the surge, the Bureau attributed the increase to heightened demand during the holiday period, saying this was due to December festive period. Increases in demand for goods and services. On a year-on-year comparison, the headline inflation rate was significantly higher by 5.87% compared to December 2023. So, these are quite alarming figures, by the way, because if you embed that as actual figures at the market, so things have gone up by broadly across the board near on 6%, because 5.87% is essentially 6%. So things have gone up 6% year on year from 2023 to 2024. but the income of the average household has not gone up commensurately. So this is actually a decrease. This is a depreciation in income. This is a decrease in income for the average household because inflation spirals, their income is stagnant, and then their purchasing power, of course, significantly reduced. So this is what we're seeing now. So this is essentially the underbelly of Ebbing power. This is the underbelly of Ebbing power right here. On a year-on-year comparison, the headline inflation rate was significantly higher by 5.87% compared to December 2023, when it stood at 28.92%, according to the report. This shows that the headline inflation rate year-on-year basis increased in December 2024 compared to the same month in the preceding year, i.e. December 2023. So they have to get a handle on it. If they tackle food inflation, the Nigerian inflation thing, it will come to a single digit or just the very low double digits. What propels that space is entirely food inflation. However, a month-on-month analysis revealed a slight deceleration in the rate of price increases. On the contrary, on a month-on-month basis, the headline inflation rate in December 2024 was 2.44%, which was 0.20% lower than the rate recorded in November 2024, which was 2.64%, the MBS said. So I'm not quite sure how that can make sense because there's increased demand in December, which will propel inflation. Of course, the prices will spike. So I'm not quite sure. This sounds like voodoo figures to me. They sound like voodoo figures to me. They sound like doctored figures to me. This means that in December 2024, the rate of increase in the average price level, I think this may well be, you may well want to factor the price of petrol into this as well, which seems to be reversing somewhat, This means that in 2024, the rate of increase in the average price level is slightly lower than the rate of increase in the average price level in November 2024. So those are inflation figures right there. So that's the underbelly of Ebbing power. That's what actually propels the Ebbing power narrative right there. So that's Ebbing power figures. So there it is. Let me send the link again. By the way, there's no one in the studio. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. If you don't want the conversation, then we just end it. And by the way, so it's no great shakes. If you voluntarily want the conversation, it's not a compulsory thing. We'll have other conversations if we don't have this one. So don't feel put upon to be put upon. All right. Let's go on from that to this one. So as you can see, there's nothing in the news, but like I said, we won't feed fat, but we won't eat like paupers. Political commentator Mahdi Shehu allegedly arrested by security operatives again. So I didn't even know that he'd been released for him to be rearrested. So by the time they ground him through the mill a couple of times, he was straightened up, Security personnel suspected to be from the Department of State Services (DSS) have allegedly arrested Kaduna-based activist and political commentator Mahdi Shehu. According to correspondents, Shehu was apprehended at his clinic in Nguwa, Dosa, around 11 a.m. by plainclothes operatives. There has been no official statements from the security agencies regarding the arrest. The publication, however, reported that Shehu's son, Buhari Mahdi, confirmed the incident, stating that the family had yet to establish contact with his father. He added, "We don't know if it was an arrest or an invitation, but the DSS picked him up from his clinic in Dosa, Kaduna around 11 a.m. He declined to provide further details. This development follows Shehu's previous arrest in December 2024, when he was charged in court, that should be to court, for sharing a misleading video on social media. The Kaduna State High Court later granted him bail on January the 9th, setting it at 3 million naira with the requirement of 2 prominent clerics as sureties. The latest arrest occurred days after Shehu publicly addressed his supporters regarding his legal troubles. Over the weekend, he expressed gratitude for the support he received during his previous arrest and detention, which lasted 12 days. In a series of tweets, he acknowledged those who were... so I'm trying to see if he said anything that should have led to his rearrest. During my arrest and detention and incarceration spanning 12 days, I have a duty and obligation to thank the following classes of people: those who were genuinely worried, concerned, supportive, and prayerful. I felt your prayers and they served the purposes they were meant for, Shehu tweeted. He also extended his thanks to critics, describing them as people who emboldened him, and to those who remain indifferent, stating that they might eventually take a stand as victims of villain. So there is a right there. The Aboki speaks English. The Abokis are getting better in English, by the way. So that's just it. We can't call them Aboki for too much longer, I don't think. This one just as a headline then. Alaafin stole Oyo kingmakers Oyomesi threatened legal action against Governor Makinde over bribery allegations. So we saw him make those allegations in a clip on was it like yesterday's session? No, so I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you this clip for no other reason than I don't know what's going on here. So if you know what's going on here, please tell me. I thought it was probably a convention. I thought it was probably a convention for cancer victims, survivors of cancer or something. But if you know what is going on here, just in the comment section, type to speculate what you think is going on here. So there it is right there. So yes, I saw that and I couldn't quite make out what exactly is going on there. Women having a good time is women having a good time. Nothing wrong with that. Let them have a blowout. They work hard enough. But they are all bald-headed women having a, what's going on? I mean, I don't know, man. We live in funky times. Let me share this one with you. This is a bridge somewhere in Lagos State, but tell me where the traffic should pass through. This is the Badagry Expressway, Badagry Ojo, Lagos. So look at that. That's a bridge. So that's a bridge right there, and this is, and I think this is the authorities now trying to move them on. I think Lagos is going through some. I think Lagos is actually going through some sort of sanitization phase. I think we are starting to see that they are trying to clean it up to internationalize it. So that's what I have in terms of readouts. Let me play you what I do have in terms of clips. So this is the Sanusi clip then, telling us that he's abandoning Tinubu and is not going to help him out. But why is he saying this? That's the question.
To be honest, I can stand here today and I can give a few points that are contrary, a few points that explain perhaps what we're going through and how it was totally predictable, most of it, and maybe avoidable. But I'm not going to do that. I've chosen not to speak about the economy and the reforms or to even explain anything because if I explain, it would help this government, and I don't want to help the government. I don't want to help this government. You know, they're my friends. If they don't behave like friends, I don't behave like a friend. So I watch them being stewed, and they don't even have people with credibility who can come and explain what they're doing. But I'm not going to help. I started out helping, but I'm not going to help. I'm not going to discuss it. Let them come and explain to Nigerians why the policies that are being pursued are being pursued. And meanwhile, I'm watching a very nice movie with popcorn in my hands. I'm watching them stew. But I will say one thing. What we are going through today is at least in part, not totally, at least in part, a necessary consequence of decades of irresponsible economic management.
So the last thing that Sanusi said there, where have you heard it before? You've heard it here before, is where you have heard it here before, is the blank checks. How many times have I said exactly what he said there? What is happening to the country is an inevitability. Is the blank checks that we have been signing since independence till date now being cashed? You know, that life of excess, that heavily subsidized. Nigeria is one of the most subsidized countries on the planet, by the way. What you are playing, do you know that what it takes to train a medical doctor in Nigeria, it won't pay for one semester in most other countries. Just one semester, not a year, just one semester. What it takes to train a medical doctor, who then takes that degree to go and earn hundreds of thousands of dollars or pounds, what it takes to train a medical doctor in Nigeria, the cost of it will not pay for a semester in most other countries. So why is that? So the difference then between the actual cost and the cost that the Nigerian person is paying is the subsidy that even food is so, everything is so. So all those life of excesses that we've been living, the chicken have now come home to roost. The chicken come home to roost. So now this next clip, I think, let me play you this one actually. Is this a Go1 apologizing to the Igbos? I wonder, what do you make of this? What I'm listening, and then tell me if it's somewhat embedding some sort of apology in there to the Igbos.
All that you went through, honestly, as I've said, the Civil War, it was not my wish or intention to have, to fight a civil war. It is not a hatred against any peoples, but the political situation at the time was such that it got to the point. It's either Nigeria remains one country or not. And as I always said during that time, I said, if question of breaking Nigeria is not part of our discussion, etc., we will review everything in order to make sure that Nigeria survive and be a great country. I'm a great believer in Nigeria.
So that's Go1 right there, proving yet again that sorry seems to be the hardest word to say. So sorry seems to be the hardest word to say. So now this next clip here, there's a new contender for the dancing governor, and is coming from the strangest of quarters. If I give you 50 guesses, you would never guess who it is. But there's a new contender for the dancing governor throne, which we thought would be Adeleke's to own in perpetuity. But the new contender now, so we have to then we have to become Simon Cowell, and then form the judgment then as to who has the best dancing style. So the new contender then for the dancing governor is this. And there it is right there. Nobody would have. But we are seeing increasingly all these dancing clips coming out of, I first saw him do this dancing thing with the Ngwogwo. Remember that dance with the leg? Ngwogwo. I saw Soludo do it. And then I've been seeing increasing clips of him dancing. So quite how he's contending with Ade Dancer in Osun State. You would never, the professor and the clown. Maybe that's their double act, the professor and the clown. But it's a narrative of Nero fiddled whilst Rome burned. So that's Anambra State. Bad news everywhere you look. The state caving in under the weight of unknown gunmen and banditry and brutality and kidnapping and whatnot. And their governor, he just dances away. So he dances away, still staying with the alarm of that. Let me play you this. This speaks to that dichotomous relationship between the African continent and the Western world. Listen to this. It's the double standard is what jars.
These artifacts, who do they belong to?
They belong to the museums where they are now.
Where do Africa's treasures belong? Now imagine this headline differently. Imagine if it said, where do Germany's treasures belong?
But if they were stolen...
No, they were not stolen. It was looting, yes, but there were the looting of war was legal.
I don't get this distinction between looting and stealing.
No, it was stolen if you want, but in the 19th century, in the 18th century, in the 17th century, during all the wars, art was stolen. So we must give back everything or nothing.
The courage to say we were wrong. The courage to say about art acquired illicitly, this is not ours.
And more of this, these works of art, when they were taken, if they were not taken, they would have disappeared, because many of artifacts, African artifacts, are made of wood, and wood it was not made to be kept, so it would have disappeared. They became works of art in museums because Europeans said it's art.
This position is paternalistic arrogance of the most stunning sort. It is also lacking in basic logic. Since when has the basis of ownership been taking good care of what is owned? Much of what we call African art are also documents that tell stories. That these are objects that are religious, spiritual, sacred.
And if you want to come back on this, why don't you come back 19th century, 17th century, 16th century? You cannot stop. You don't know where to stop.
Obviously, I don't think everything should be sent back to the countries from which they came. Not everything was stolen. But those things that are sacred, those things for whom people were killed, those things that have in them the stains of innocent blood should be returned.
How do we get African kids to see their own artifacts?
Yes, you can do this, in French museums and Africa, to organize exhibitions. yes, it's okay to send them to Africa, but they must return to the French museums where they belong.
Europe has defined itself as a place of certain values: progress, liberty, fraternity, tolerance, individual rights, and most of all, the rule of law. A nation that believes in the rule of law cannot possibly be debating whether to return stolen goods. It just returns them. Europe should be what it claims to be. Live up to the ideals with which you define yourself.
So there it is right there. There's a phrase that goes, to the victor the spoils, to the victor the spoils. That is a more elegant way of saying winner takes all. You look at just the arrogance of it. The logic doesn't even cohere. So what is saying, that French guy, what is saying in a rather elegant way is that he's inviting you to F off. Give you back what we stole from you. F off. If you want it, come and take it then. Come to the Champs-Élysées and come and take it. So that's just it. To the victor the spoils, winner takes all, and all of that. Eternal servitude, that seems to be the portion of the black race. But still speaking of the portion of the black race, there's an eternal struggle going on within the Yoruba pantheon. Who has preeminence in that space? That's a question that has long been contended and debated. So that contention and debate has an inflection coming from this guy. It's the tussle between the Alaafin of Oyo and the Oni of Ife. Who has preeminence? This guy talks us through it. Watch and listen.
It nonetheless, because I'm aware that there are many people who just genuinely want to know. I called it a wrong question to ask because it is like comparing a child with its grandfather when it comes to matters of superiority. Onirisha of Ile-Ife is the grandfather of Alaafin of Oyo. It was Oromiyan who founded Oyo, becoming the first Alaafin of Oyo, and Oromiyan is the grandson of Oduduwa. Therefore, without Oduduwa, there would never have been an Alaafin of Oyo. But the Alaafin grew massively in political power and influence. The Alaafin became so imperial that he began to rule like an emperor. First, he conquered neighboring Yoruba towns and cities and became lord over them. His conquest and dominance went as far as Benin Republic, Togo, Ghana, and some other parts of West Africa. Oyo became very prosperous as a result of the tributes, the many tributes that comes from these vassal states, which is what led to the saying, Elede Adoyo. In a bid to dodge paying tribute, some of these kingdoms that have been conquered by Oyo would give an excuse of having no horses, no cows, no camels, only pigs. And pigs are not animals that one can transport by putting ropes around their necks. But Oyo would reply that, bring the pigs like that. Elede Adoyo, ariwo ni o kopo. That is, make sure you send the pigs to us no matter how difficult. This one-of-a-kind unique prosperity of Oyo is why it is commonly said that Aji shebi Oyo laari, Oyo o shebi baba enikonkan. Because for real, Oyo was unique, sui generis, not trying to be anybody except those who want to be like Oyo. Oyo's politics was so advanced, so well organized that many Yoruba kingdoms just had to copy. The Alaafin and his executives, office of the Aremo, Yaoba, the Bashoru and the Oyomesi, Balogun, Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, the Olókun Ẹṣin, also called Abobaku, the Ogboni, office of the Iyalode, Iyaloja, the Ilaris, name it. All of these and more were copied from Oyo, and not just Oyo's politics and style of governance, the culture was also copied. The religion, festivals, fashion, art, food, and even language. The common Yoruba, the Yoruba Jumolo that we all speak today, is originally an Oyo dialect, because at that time there was no such thing as a Yoruba people. We lived together as neighbors, our dialects were very similar but different, but we never really considered ourselves the same people. And the term Yoruba didn't even exist at the time, and when it was introduced, it was used specifically for those in Oyo. What we have today as Yoruba land is largely a creation of the colonialists, especially the missionaries. But all that is an entire history on its own that must wait for another day. So, while Ooni of Ife is revered as our progenitor, source, and spiritual head, the Alaafin of Oyo grew to become a more politically relevant monarch. Therefore, Ile-Ife remains the spiritual home of the Yoruba. That is our Orisun, the source. I hope I have answered the question. Please drop your own additions or opinions, whether in agreement or disagreement. But Ejo, Emma Bumi, Toba Bumi, ma block wa shiri.
There it is right there. I wonder why people are so sensitive to abuse. If anybody had the portion of abuse that I get on social media, they probably came in. It's just that I'm built differently. I don't give a, anyway, let them not go there. I think it may well be the narcissist in me. I see these people as just a bunch of, but let me play you this guy. Let me play you this guy who's coming from, let me just play you it and then we'll run commentaries after. This is a guy making an argument about underinvestment of federal presence in the Southeast.
Oji, it's interesting you ask this question. And the reason I don't know what the Southeast Governors Forum are doing. I don't know what they discuss when they meet. But there are critical areas that we must address and we must bring to the table as soon as possible. The Southeast, yes, is the only region that does not have a high-pressure gas transmission pipe to take natural gas through it. You have the AKK, the Ajaokuta, Abuja, Kaduna, Kano. There is a second phase of that AKK that goes to Gausu in Zamfara. Now, in that AKK, you have pressure metering and reduction stations in Gwagwalada for Abuja. You have in Kaduna, you have in Kano. And then you're also going to have in Gausu when the second phase starts. That AKK is what the government hopes to extend for transnational gas pipeline through Niger Republic to Algeria, even if I don't think that will be feasible because of the lack of diplomatic relationship between Niger Republic and the Nigerian government in Abuja. Okay? The Southeast does not have a pipe that runs through it, despite the fact that Abia State produces a lot of natural gas. In 2007, Ibe Kachuku designed Nigerian Gas Master Plan, and in that master plan, he put a 121-kilometer pipe that is supposed to extend from Aba to Owerri, to Enugu, to Onitsha, and then to Nnewi. The government says that no, they want to do a TNGP pipe extension from Abia State to Ajaokuta, and the second phase is going to go from Abia State to Enugu to Ajaokuta. That is going to take gas away from the Southeast, not through the Southeast. You need a pipe that extends around, because you need gas for glass fabrication, you need gas for urea, you need gas for power. 40% of the gas that is typically produced every day, either through associated gas that you get when you drill crude oil, yeah, or through non-associated gas fields. It's used for electricity. So how do you want to increase generation and increase feedstock to the GENCOs in the Southeast if you don't build a high-pressure transmission pipe? Whose responsibility is it to make sure that this happens? It's the Nigerian Gas Infrastructure Company, which is a subsidiary of the NNPC group. So my question to the management of NNPC is, why have they refused to commission FID for gas pipes to the Southeast? Why have the Southeast Governors Forum not gotten into a meeting with the president to ask him why the region does not have a gas pipe that runs through it? What exactly is wrong that it seems that there is like a calculated power share between the Northwest and the Southwest, and until every other region in Nigeria gets permission from the Northwest and the Southwest, nothing happens in their region? It doesn't make any sense. How can Mr. President be talking about renewed hope and economic transformation and increase in the per capita income of Nigerians and prosperity for Nigerians about building a $1 trillion economy when everything is centered around Lagos?
All right, let me...
So there it is right there. The underinvestment in the Southeast continuing. I'm not quite sure. I've never really believed that the country is underinvested in the Southeast. And I don't believe it only because the Southeast cries wolf too often. They make up so many stories, cry wolf so often, that you cannot even sieve through to determine what is actually factual or not. But there it is. Let me show you something, actually. Let me show you something. You know, like I always say, we broadcast to a multitude of our platforms, but our main space, of course, is YouTube. But we broadcast to a multitude of platforms anyway. But I've been noticing increasing viewership on our Twitter space. So that's our Twitter. That's also on Twitter right there, X. And you can see we have about 35 people watching, which you say, what's the big deal? But usually it's about 3 people. And that's been it's been increasing and increasing just day after day. So that's also on Twitter right there. You can see that's me right there with the blue tick. So that's us right there with the blue tick. So if anybody from that Twitter space, I've put the link in the comment section of that Twitter space. If you want to come and join us from Twitter, come in and introduce yourself. You see, it continues to increase. Now it's 36 people and on it goes. That's been happening over the last couple of days or so. I think some people they may be retweeting us in their spaces, and then we're getting the traffic that way. But all that. So let me send the link into the YouTube space as well. There's nobody in the studio at the moment. If you want the conversation, as I always say, you have to hop on. It is a participatory sport. It is an active participatory sport. We play the Kegite music, and then we see what happens after that. That's not the Kegite. Remember when we used to play that? I have to delete some of this music actually and freshen them up with new ones.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wela ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshemi, death have nothing to do with us. We're still after our subscribers, by the way. If you're not already subscribed, then please do. We need numbers going up. We especially need numbers going up today. So if you're not subscribed, please do. So joining us, we have Baba and we have Thomas. So we have Baba and Thomas with us at the moment. So the room needs populating. So come populate it. So we default to Baba, of course, and we always go first to Baba anyway. So Baba to the rescue again. Baba, good to see you.
Hi, woman. How are you today?
I did. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. All my pleasure.
Your voice sounds dull today. I was watching your team earlier on. They were 2-1 up, so hopefully they won, and that gave you good.
Oh, we did, but very dreary kind of match. And anyway, it's good we've narrowed the gap a little bit, and I'm still very hopeful. It's still 18 matches to go, so it's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
You know
Yes, you
who
are missing.
you know who I'm
Yeah,
tipping
go
for
ahead,
the
please.
just before we get into do you know who I'm tipping for the league? Newcastle.
Okay, you are a Geordie, so I'm not
Yes,
surprised. It's
it's
good to wish.
it's
It's good
unbelievable,
to
isn't
wish.
it?
Your wish. I
We were on the cusp of asking for the sack of Eddie Howe, and then suddenly
But you have the best striker right now in Isak,
yes,
the Swede.
yes.
Actually, that guy is on fire. And 150 million pounds. To me, is a steal. He's very good. He is
He's more of an
very good.
Arsenal striker than a Newcastle because ours is more of
Exactly.
because it's in the mode of Thierry Henry, and
You
our
got it
strikers
right.
they are usually in the mode of Alan Shearer. That's more our style of play, but
You got that right. Spot on. I mean, it's a dream if we can buy him, but I think it's out of our reach in terms of money. We can afford him, but it is very good. I wish we can, and I mean, we will just run away with the title this season, but it's not going to happen. So I will not dream about that. So we will just rely on our grits and also the element of luck. So one man, you miss some. Okay, salutations. So Thomas, if you're there, and comment section, folks.
and
I
Tony have
salute you.
joined us as well. What about Tony?
Tony, how are you? I salute
I
you
salute you.
in the
I
comment
salute you, sir.
section.
Yeah, thank you.
And
Ẹ káàbọ̀.
báwo ẹ kú àtàárọ̀.
Adani.
Great. And our esteemed viewers, we cherish you. I hope you click the like button. No, that is very important. And there is a moral side of it. How could you be listening and pretend to forget that you have to click the like button? Please do. At times we have 80 viewership and we just have 30 clickers. Don't do that. Come on, be very fair. It's a platform where ideas contend, and of course, we double down on our belief individually, and that makes it very interesting. Nobody is pandering to anybody or things like that. So it's a place where idea flourishes, it flowers. So you're welcome, but click the like button to make it a good session. And don't forget, while at it, don't forget to share and also subscribe. Yeah, one man, you missed something which is very historical. Today is 59th year our country went into that dark hole when the five majors they struck. January 15, 1966. How come you missed that? Okay, you're not happy.
I saw it. I saw a lot of things on it on Twitter actually. Even Reno Mokri. Did you send me something about it from Reno?
Yeah, I sent you one. What actually has brought about the brew aha today in that session, and I come to this platform to lend my voice to history. And I was informed to do that by what I am seeing on YouTube every time. Take, for instance, the Maitama Sule clip when he was just barely about 12 years old. I mean, I was thrilled to hear him speak as a 12-year-old. And that's, of course, one of the things that drove my interest, and several others like that. So I don't know. My people in the East, the elders in the East, they need to talk to the young ones to tone it down. you have to tone it down.
At
times you have to, yeah.
I beg your pardon. Apologies, you're in your stride then. Yeah. But I don't see how the young ones can tone it down, because the young ones were not. A lot of these people reading and writing all over the place. They average from late 20s to late 30s, probably early 40s. So they don't at all. They have no concept of that war outside of what was told them. So if what we're seeing now is the impact of what was told them, then their elders are equally as complicit as these wild kids reading and writing all over social media.
See, these are educated people. You get my point. So we are not being taught history at the moment in schools, but in their journey through academic works on the cyberspace, they must have stumbled on one history or the other. Whether authentic or not, it doesn't matter. But it's like they are feeding more on what they hear on Radio Biafra, which is more of propaganda than a news portal. Why am I saying this? They've become very easy to bait. Because what I saw today makes me very unhappy. Because you can see that they are throwing them red herring. They are baiting them and they are falling for it. Someone went, for instance, posted Timothy Nwatogu, was it a lieutenant colonel or major then? Nwatogu, the guy who really brought down Tafawa Balewa. And I could see that they are baiting them, because these same people are already on the Hausa radio spaces, are talking about it in sad tone. And the people respond, their response is to start hailing Nwatogu. You understand? And that makes I reel back, because this is exactly what happened a day or two after the coup that brought about the shellacking. Let me just put it that way, and led to the pogrom. I could see clearly that, look, we are being baited. Rather than calm down and just disregard the bait, rather you swallow it, hook, line, and sinker. And that escalated. And they threw more and more of such video of the Sadauno talking, describing how they will grow in their region by not minding what is happening in other regions and not even employing them and things like that. They would rather take in expatriates, and if they don't have expatriates available, they will rather hire the other region people with whom they are brothers and sisters, but they will do it on contract basis and stuff like that. And the whole thing escalated. And meanwhile, most of your responses, these people are transmitting it in Hausa language to their people. I start to really question that, are we truly one? If 59 years after, it's still like fresh, and there are still blood-calling scream, blood-chilling scream, howling about it, even to generations that their own father did not even witness it, or were too young, they've not been weaned from their mother's breast sucking. I don't know. I think it's my people in the East I have to talk to. They really need to tone down. It's not everything you have to react to, no matter the provocation or debate. Just ignore it. It will pass. It will pass. Even I see examples in the comment section at times. Even today, as we are speaking, somebody has wished you, one man, your good self, death. For what did he do?
Already, they started early. They usually
I cancelled him out, of course.
Oh God!
I cancelled him out immediately. I even regret I would have made it a whole day. I did it just for 1.8K or so seconds. It's not nice. Why is it your instincts will just go to the extreme every other time? It's so sad. I think they need elders to start talking to them and resensitize them. It's not going to be an easy thing because most of them are given also to thumbing their noses at the elders. But they should just go at it. Honestly, that's my honest opinion.
Daddy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your. Yeah. Sorry for your cutting you off. Yeah. Thank you for your observation. And as you are old, like our father, you still see what's going on the internet. But they often say they don't respect their elders. I've heard that many times. I'm still hearing it. They don't respect their elders. So if you are employing the elders to speak to them, I think that will not work. Maybe give them another advice. Thank you.
Well, Thomas, I've seen good kids. They come to my house often with my children, my last sets of children. They all go to school together. They are very respectful. I joke with them every time, male, female alike. They're nice kids. They are nice kids. I try most of the time to even chat them up because I like young people. I just love young people. The friends of my children, they are my children. They are my friends also. Right from the time I started having children up till now, I see them and I try to, but those ones on the cyberspace, maybe it's because of the anonymous this thing of the way you think you can do anything, but they forget that, look, there are cyber footprints everywhere. The moment you click the button and type something, you are no more a faceless person. A lot of them don't know this. You are no more faceless. They can track you anytime. Your identity is not hidden, and as far as you log in. So if they are, because of that, they come up with names, funny names, and think that because of that they can't do anything. No. Besides that, even if that is the case, you are anonymous. Is it proper? Is it proper? Because if that is where that day is recorded in infamy, and Nigeria has never been the same again. It's like we entered into a vortex, a dark hole, and we are still dropping. Maybe never to resurface again. Only God knows. Because I still remember, as if it were yesterday, I was still young too. I was just about 11 years old. I was just about 11, but it's still fresh in my, because I go to my Catholic church in Apapa, St. Michael, for catechism class and things like that, which is very close to the army barrack, the signal barracks in Apapa. And those officers, we do see them, but hardly see them in uniform. Most of my mates in my Catholic school I attended are like children of officers. But that was the first day we saw soldiers hit the street. In numbers, very high numbers. They don't stay with us. They don't stay amongst us. They stay in barracks. And since then, Nigeria has never known peace again. Like I will say to people, then we are not belly full, but now we are not hungry either.
But Papa, would you say that space remains an unhealed wound? And would you also say that the removal of history from our curriculum a lot of the blame goes to that space as well, because there's still so many unanswered questions still from that Biafran war. And there's still and because the history is not documented, we don't have an agreed narrative of what transpired there. The stories vary so wildly, and so widely as well, and the figures vary so sharply as well, so we don't have a coherent, narrative that we all agree on broadly as to what happened. So it's similar to the Truth and Reconciliation thing that they had in South Africa. I think very much we may have to have one of those.
We missed the boat. That thing's supposed to have happened soon after the war, not the type we had during Obasanjo's time after 30 years. You get my point? The wound is not healing. It's still very, very fresh. It's still very, very fresh. And we should have really, really talked about it then. Let everybody lay their minds bare and let's talk about our hearts. But we had military officers ruling us that are not very, very savvy, that lacks people's skill to handle the situation. They just papered over it. I mean, I started studying history in Standard 2, which is in the Southwest, Primary 4. They taught us history. All this, if we had gone in that trajectory, this Benin Empire or your empire thing wouldn't even have been an issue. Because we were clearly taught proper history from that Standard 2 to Standard 6. You understand? And in the history, they just didn't paper over everything. There'll be topic on Jesus, Muhammad. There'll be topics. There'll be topic on Benin Empire. They tear it. They lay it bare. We studied the Orishas one by one. That's how we were so grounded. But when they came
but Daddy, sorry. Yeah. I'm being, I don't know what to say. You really you are really on point. But if you are saying the wound has not been healed, but the people shouting now, they were not alive then. So where did they get the wounds from? Who injured them? Is it the history that fathers have been telling them about the war? So why are they still, you know what I'm trying to say, sir? Thank you.
I understand. Look, let me give you an example. There was this newspaper publication of Daily Times. It's only published on Fridays. It's called Lagos Weekend. Most of the articles there are just trash, written just like what you have in what's this gossip thing we pick up in the supermarkets. We read it as school children, but we hide it. Even to our friends, we don't want our friends to know we are reading that kind of trash. I've forgotten the Johnny Walker or something, or a lot of funny stuff there. Some of them lewd, of course. So I'm putting it that most of them may be listening. Of course, they will not accept. They've been listening to Radio Biafra. But that pirate radio has been there for a very, very long time. I think that's where they are getting their miseducation. I will not call it that's where they are getting education, but yeah, that's where they are getting their miseducation. And maybe they should even try and shut it down. They should try and shut it down. Because what we are going through right now, in terms of this, I mean, I don't know the kind of, because when people bottle things like this for so long, It's a kind of Rwanda waiting to happen. I don't get it. Because somebody was like playing and playing, and you come and say, no, you started hailing Nwatogu, hailing Kinzeobi.
Do you think a Peter Obi presidency would have ended it?
I think so. I think so. Though other regions or other states will have suffered. Why did I say this? Because I don't say things just off cuff. It's about what happened during Jonathan's administration. That is why I don't think it will have favored others. They will like it, but it will have served the Southeast more. Like Buhari is served the Fulanis more. Tinubu is serving the Yorubas more. That's what will have happened. So the problem wouldn't have still gone away. It will have only gone to other regions, like just the North is complaining right now. The Yorubas were complaining during Jonathan. And that drives me into a corner at times. That is all this trouble really worth it? If we are to advance as a nation? I ask myself deeper question, because all these are hiccups mitigating against our progress as a nation. If you look at it, at times in my frustration, I ask myself, I say, if I'm discussing with people close to me, because there are things we say in the corners of our room, of our own space, privately, that you can say outside. I will tell them, look, God naturally, look at the confluence of the Benue and River Niger and how it came down. You can see three sides. You look at the Y side, the side that is speaking everything like a sports touch. You will see that the people there all speak the same language. They have a lingua franca. If you take a curve to the left of your side, the people there speak almost the same language. And if you take another curve on your right side, the people almost are 80% the same. So I'll just tell people that God has divided it. So why are we together? In my frustration, mind you, I put it in my frustration. So these are the things, because now 59, and then I start to dread what will happen if the big number of 60 years happen. Because all these people that all come out to pretend, if you go to the Hausa BBC, and they themselves, they have a lot of pirate radio, they talk to themselves. The way they are talking about it, I don't know. It's a dangerous situation, and now that history has come back, they should not teach it half measuredly. They should really teach proper history, just like the type we started with. So who wants to write it, write an examination about it? If you want, go and distort it. They will mark you 0. Because the truth is there. Whether propaganda, half-truth, or outright false, the truth is always the truth. These things are documented. If you buy foreign newspaper of that period, that era, you'll see it there. If you check our own newspaper, they are always there. And the internet, of course, is always there too. All you do, because I'm not on any platform. I'm not I don't know where Instagram is. I don't know where all those gram thing and Facebook, all those things. I don't know. I've never been. The only place I just come is YouTube to get myself educated. Because the day you stop educating yourself as a human being, that day you die. So I'm still teachable, even at my age, to get true perspective of really what happened. If I'm in doubt, I just type on YouTube. So. It will give me some perspective, one way or the other. So that's the situation, one man. So I don't know. I think we are few. Let's make this a discussion, please, my co-panelists. Let's quickly talk about the FPSO they seized from Prince Sunduka or Baigbena. Apparently, when we were discussing the other time, we were discussing as if it just had the OML license and rip off First Bank. No, it didn't happen. They've already started drilling.
But then that was what the money was for then, wasn't it? So
no, that was not what the money is. It's tripartite thing. The bank to finance, also the company incorporated to do the drilling, and hydrocarbon, General Hydrocarbon as an entity itself who owns a license is just supposed to sit back, which is what most of them do anyway. But with the FSOP, the PFPSO, what is floating production and storage and offload. You see, when they are drilling, when they hit the oil, they take it out just because when this thing started coming out, it doesn't come, it's not a rush. It's not like a gutter where you have a kind of erosion. It at times it drips, drip, little by little. So you need an FPSO to be by the side of the rig. So everything that comes out goes into the FPSO, because at times it depends on the waters in which we are collecting the products. Some products, they are not as light as Bonnie Light, which is the best. It tastes sweet crude oil. Some are so thick that then the FPSO is equipped with heaters to warm the products to keep it fluid. So for them to have an FPSO in place, so they are getting some products. So which is what First Bank has now learned. They've learned that, and whatever is inside, eventually they can sell it and maybe recoup part of their money, some size of their sizable part, depending on what is the quantity of crude that is inside the FPSO. So I think for a man, if you are not a spendthrift, you can bide your time. Look at, for instance, Fafa Oil, Mrs. Folorunsho Alakija. It took 12 years at Agbami Fields. 12 years. It took 12 years because I think in her 7th year, they hit pay debts. By the time of which Baba OBJ has become president, he went after that field and dragged it with the woman up to Supreme Court. Fortunately, the woman won. That's how she hit it big. So it took 12 years totally before it fell into the hands of the woman. And within 1 year, she became the richest woman in the world. So I don't know, if you are not a spendthrift, as an entrepreneur yourself, why not bide your time and wait? But as you are collecting the money on your side to do 1 or 2 things, to pay bills and things like that, only you want to be subcontractor to your own firm. And in the process, you collected money from them and just spending it, enjoying yourself. Yes, a light-headed person, it can make your head light anyway, if you are not very careful, because it's like you calculate the thing that's not in your pocket already. Owombo, the money is coming. You dream of the numbers. So what you have at hand is nothing, and you start just spending in anticipation, not minding that there is what we call in business force majeure. That is unforeseen circumstance. God's hand in the affairs of man's business and life. You have to hedge. You have to be careful because all calculation cannot be 101 correct. Something can happen on which you don't have control. So he just started living large. I can visualize him even rubbing shoulders with established field owners already, chartering jets to maybe aiming to buy one himself, getting all over the world, and now he's in trouble and at the risk of losing everything he has built all his life. It's not going to be easy, but I wish him Godspeed. I yield one man so that other people can come in and we'll continue our discussion.
All right, brilliant. Tony, are you happy for Ekene to go before you? Just because it's in Nigeria, Tony.
No. I'm not that anxious. So let him go. Nigeria is a very wicked place. Let him go first.
No, all right.
Before
Ekene,
yeah.
If you've not fallen asleep yet, Ekene, let's hear from you.
Oh man.
Look at that. Did I wake you up?
No, I've been waiting. No, I did not see your headline, and I was just trying to grab from Baba. Even though yesterday I wanted to interject Baba, but you didn't give me opportunity, so I slept off. So Baba forced me in yesterday.
They call you now. You're not here now. You don't answer.
Maybe
Baba forced you in. What did Baba do yesterday?
No, there was a time he was speaking. So I was trying to, just as I'm listening to him now. So I was listening to him, all the things he was saying about the president and what was that. So before I wanted to interject him, so that's why I came in that yesterday, and I asked for some minutes to interject Baba, but I didn't know.
I didn't notice that. I don't think if one man remembers too. But we're searching for you, calling. Sorry about that.
No.
But meanwhile, don't say sorry to him. You can always interject. Don't be a gentleman who come in sometimes, unless when one man says take it down, like take it easy, like he used to do to me. So if you have anything important, get in. Try your luck. Don't say that you are waiting for, the freedom is not given free of charge. You need a la carte, Abi. Okay.
That's how I like it. Hey, no, one man, I was listening to what you are talking about our inflation. So what are you saying? The headline and I saw this foreign reserve drop up to about $40 billion or so. But all the news that I saw today about the naira is expected to fall, this and that. Man, I don't really want that to happen, but I just pray that this government knows what they are doing. Anything above what is happening now, Nigeria will buy, honestly speaking. So, and I don't really know what
you're not seeing things easing up a bit. I thought they said things were starting to ease up. What's the price of petrol saying? The price of petrol, what's that saying?
Petrol is 1,005 naira. All these independent marketers. So, but 1,005 naira. Even in the east, it's about 1,001. Petrol is almost 1,080 naira in the east. So it's only that's why I say things are very cheap in Lagos than village. So I
you
don't
know why
know
that is? It's because Lagos is closer to the refinery, isn't it?
Yeah. I think so. But those people living in the east, both food items and all that, they're very costly in the east than Lagos. So and the inflation is expected to surge again to 34.8 December, and our foreign reserve, just like the government is saying that they have foreign reserve of about for something, just dropped. So I don't know what made it dropped. Don't know. And I don't really know what is happening. So, but Baba yesterday was talking about the removal of the how Tinubu was so. Is it the best politician and the most courageous president and all that? I was just thinking.
Okay. Yeah, I remember now. Carry on, please.
I was just thinking what would make Baba say so. Because this fuel, everything that is happening to Nigeria today is all about this petrol price and unification of the exchange rate. And everybody knows that the president didn't thought it well. So to say that is a brave decision or brave, Baba, no, it's not so. It's not so. It's just this ever since this government took in, it's just try and lock policy. That's what they have been doing up until today. So few people that supported him is just on this tax reform bill. Apart from that, every other thing he has done, just try and error. Just try this one, know whether it will work. They will leave it and try another one. So there is no clear and concrete definition of their economic policy. You understand? So I don't think saying that. After all, I would say that he is the enemy of the nation, because if he knows that fuel subsidy is a scam, he would have allowed Goodluck Jonathan to do it. When we would have gotten it more cheaper, at least about 97 naira then also. But he protested against it. So today he's doing the worst. 1,000 something of petrol. And you are saying that he's the most courageous and this. Forget it. See, there is a lot of hypocrisy in that, especially what I heard from you yesterday. There's a lot of it's just that it's our man. It's Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are giving him a chance, this and that. But all of us know that the man is not doing anything. Honestly speaking. Me, I don't burn petrol tire. Heat they do me here for almost 2 days. No light in Lagos. I don't even know why. So I don't think you can be in the situation that I am now, Baba. Where I'm lying down now. You cannot do it. The heat is too much. My money for petrol don't finish. You understand? So, but with the endurance, living in hell, living in abject poverty, trying to build a better society for ourselves. And our president is enjoying himself, gallivanting here and there. He's not even always in the country to see what is going on. One leg in the country, one leg outside the country, this and that. But with what I saw and the analysis was given is that many investors are losing confidence in this economy. The indices are there. Investors are losing confidence. So when investors are losing confidence, that is why your foreign reserve has dropped. That's the reason for that. I don't know how many investors this government has attracted. I don't know. Rather, many investors has left. So what have they done in terms of economy? See, I don't want to be criticizing this government again, but if you want to tell me this is the worst government we ever had, honestly speaking, the worst. Nigeria have never had it this bad. That Bini Ore road, you see traverse, you see hold up. Those roads are almost dilapidated. The last time that road was maintained was during the time of Goodluck Jonathan. Today, nothing is going on there. On a federal road that is major busy road. If you are traveling towards it, what you'll be hearing is poko, 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 poko. No stable, smooth road in that area, in that arena. The one that is being maintained is now being dilapidated. So, and there is no hope of maintaining it again in this government. So we just have to manage it for the next 8 years till another government that will come in and look into it. Because that's the major busiest road in Nigeria, that Bini Ore road. But it's neglected. And the government is not doing anything.
The busiest road in Nigeria is actually Lagos Ibadan. In fact, it's the busiest in Africa. It's Lagos Ibadan Expressway.
No, the Binyore Road.
It's the Binyore Road.
The Lagos Ibadan Expressway is the busiest, not just in Nigeria, but
No,
in
the
Africa.
Binyore Road, one man. It leads to the east. It leads to the north central, to the north. It leads everywhere.
But the Lagos Ibadan Express Road is the funnel from the international world into the country.
One man, that is very wrong now. Listen to the...
That's not true, one man.
Oh, okay. I'll get the facts for you. Carry on. What do you mean, my God? I'm telling you something I know for a fact. You're saying, my God. Do you know differently? What facts do you have?
Carry on, Ekene. I don't want to interject your flow. So when you finish, I will come in. Thank you. Carry on, please.
But that even that Bini bypass, that area is almost gone. So, but we have a working minister of road and all those things. If you understand, the second Niger bridge, even though that second Niger bridge is not, I don't think that bridge is even useful. Safe, it's an empty. People don't normally use it.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ekene, but here it is right there. Here it is. The Lagos Ibadan Expressway, LIE, and the Lagos Abeokuta Expressway are considered the busiest roads in Nigeria. Both roads are vital for commerce and connect Lagos, Nigeria's largest city to other parts of the country. So the Lagos is always.
You said busiest. That's the word you use, busiest. But we are saying that the most important road is the Binyore Road because
I didn't say important. I said the busiest. And if you want to say the most important as well, the road that leads from the port into the rest of the country has to be the most important.
No, it leads mostly to the heartland of Yoruba land. If you want to look at it objectively, it's until you branch out to the Binyore Road that actually you are entering to the heartland of Nigeria. Because when you get to the junction at this thing, you can take a direction straight to North Central, to Abuja, to other parts of the north. Then you can take the Patani side. It leads you to south, and then of course it leads you also to southeast.
Southeast and the many part of the country. So
Calabar.
That road, both Calabar, many places, very important road.
That's what I said by south.
It's not supposed to be neglected at all. That road supposed even. But anyway, I don't know what they are doing there. But for me, that road supposed to be one of the maintained road in Nigeria. So, but it's quite unfortunate that it's going the way it's going today. You look at it, people are now staying almost a day and day to get back to Lagos. You see the hold up, you see everything. So, but how do we do it? There is nothing we can do. But this road is supposed to have at least 6 or 4 lanes, but it's just 2 lanes. So most of the time, they are managing 1 lane. The other lane is destroyed. So that there are places you come, the other lane is not okay. They have to be using 1 way on a major road like that. So, but for me, Nigeria is getting poorer. Even this year, budget says so. We are getting poorer every day by day. And I'm not surprised by the inflation of this country. Even though most of you will be saying, he's courageous, he did this, he did this. I've not seen him do anything. The only thing we have, if he's able to do some reform in our this, at least by decentralizing a lot of things through that tax reform bill, at least that would be a major achievement for him.
What do you think is leading the inflation figures, Ikene?
We have a lot of the inflation figures mostly is because by lack of production. Nigeria is becoming
it's food inflation. It's not anything like it's food inflation. The biggest spike in that inflation figure is food inflation. If they're able to bring food inflation, the budget for this year was actually projecting around the 15% inflation mark. So that's where they're trying to drive it back to. And as soon as they crash the food space, that inflation figure will drop drastically.
There is no way they can get that food inflation without fixing the price. The price of petrol was a major skyrocketing of that food price. It's not lack of food. I always maintain that. Everything you need is still in Nigeria market. Tomato, yam, and rice, everything. We are producing rice more than we used to produce before. So, but you should consider the high interest rate in our banking system today. You should consider the price of petrol. You should consider the price of maintenance of machineries and all that. They are on a very high side, very high side. Those things are, when you put it into consideration, there is no way you can bring down the price of food. Unless if you want to just go to the farm after production, just sell below, just dash it to the people. Don't think of profit. You understand? That is the only way maybe it will come down. But if you add up all these things that I just mentioned, the food price will not come down. It will not.
Well, if you give me, can I interject now, or you still just flow?
Let me just use this. If I know what it costs today to transport just a 20-feet container from Lagos to East, and what it used to be before, and it's not going to come down because the price of diesel is very high. They even to buy a motor tire today, you know what it's costing to change your 4 tires in your car, change engine oil, you know what it's costing. So all those things are in consideration. So it's almost tripled. So how are you going to bring down the price of food? Cost of transportation is there. So the only thing that can do it is maybe they find a way to reduce the price of petrol again. Maybe things will get better. So Baba, you can now interject.
No, you're getting it wrong, Ekene. May I interject now? Look, we are not paying attention to our country, how it's being run presently. Because whether we have to pay attention, only one side of the country had been our food basket since the army rule started in Nigeria. Because all over, when it was 12, 18 states, then up to 36, the military bequeathed to us. We have had military governors and administrators who were not actually governing, but just supervising. And they take instruction from the Supreme Military Council. So so they were not actually ruling. So there is no way a state governor can say, okay, let's turn this state to food basket. Because in the first place, even the man the military head of state, the state governor is not from that state most of the time. So he has no attachment to the state to undertake any laudable projects. So that is where we missed it and did not happen then to be our food basket. But now it's changing now because all the south states, particularly the southwest, they are gearing up the little space they have because previously they do farm. And this thing has been neglected. Can you imagine, even a foreigner, you travel from Lagos through Benin Road, going to south up to Calabar, will be causing in his head that this must be a country of lazy people, because all you see is lush green grounds. How can we have that kind of space and be hungry? Most countries, particularly in Europe, as soon as your aircraft descend up to like 28,000 feet, 25,000 feet, the first things that will assault your eyes are farms. You see tractors walking. Even ordinary flower farm, you see miles of it. We don't have that kind of space. And the space now, particularly, look, even in the East we are talking, Onwa in Imo State is reviving the palm estates that used to thrive for PK oil in the East. At least if I don't know anyone, I know of that. Because East had massive PK oil farms, the palms. I think about 2 estates. Because with them, we call them estates. We had in Ibadan, we have in other places. I think Tony used to talk about the ones in Ibadan. So all those things have to, we are reliving life. We are relearning life again as it should be. If we don't have regions, every state has to bear responsibility. They're expecting 2,000 trucks. I mean, the Caterpillar, this thing, the farm Caterpillar, they're expecting 2,000 this year. Yes, 250 arrived this week, and they are distributing full this thing, combined harvester, everything from I think Eastern Europe, fully paid for. And I even start to wonder myself that if we are buying 2,000 from one factory in a country, why that country cannot bring the factory to us? And I got my answer, because it's part of the contract. Yes, you will prepare 2,000, we'll buy, which costs so much billion. But for us to continue to buy from you and get the spare parts also fashioned out, you have to come and build. And I think they will do that in Niger State. So these things are not going to happen overnight. More so when we have security problem, whether contrived or through external aggression, one way or the other, the security thing is troubling one region of our country. We have to factor a lot of things in that are not actually the fault of this government. They met this problem. And if they have to apply the old solution that has been applied since independence to this same problem in this year of our Lord, in the year of our Lord 2023, 2024, 2025, that's a definition of madness. It's risky at times for people to leave the couch of the known, the pleasure of turning right and left for that unknown. Somebody is building one for you, and it started with the plank and the spring. Say, okay, sleep on it, we'll start building it and things like that. Not everybody can be comfortable with that kind of situation. So we have to be very patient, because it's like turning down a whole house, a whole building, and start rebuilding again. Like one man used the word, is blank check we've been issuing. And those blank check, they are now being cashed. and we are gasping for bread.
But Baba, can I say something? Baba, you're wrong.
Yes, Charles, go ahead, please.
I went to Nigeria, and the food hunger is real. You can't lie to yourself, and people are blaming.
You are not very loud.
No, I'm Baba, you hear me? People are blaming Tinubu for food hunger. I'm supposed to say it's the truth. I went to Nigeria at first hand. I said the truth. People are dying of hunger. It's the truth. You can't deny it. And I blame Tinubu for it. I went to Nigeria. I saw the truth first hand.
Before that food stamp that happened in various part of the nation, I told you guys that rice is good in Nigeria. I think a few days after, before we started to witness those food stamp and all that, I told you guys that rice in Nigeria today is good. Anybody that see it freely, the way he or she will grab it will surprise you. And a few days after or a few weeks after, you saw the food stamp that happened across the nation. But I don't know. It's not because the rice is not there. It's because it's not affordable to the common man. It's not affordable. And they have had even this minimum wage. Many states and others have not implemented it. So how is these government workers going to survive? You see Nigeria today, as I'm telling you, Baba, no light in Lagos for getting to almost 2 to 3 days now, but nobody on generator around my neighborhood. Nobody has the money. Normal before, if NEPA no day, nobody cares. Just go and buy 5 liter, 1,000 naira. It can take you for the whole night.
But you are still recovering from the Christmas expense now. Not you personally, but
even before the Christmas expenses and all that. I'm telling you,
5 liter cost gone, Ekene. That's what led us to this point we are, because it's subsidized.
I don't know, but even if you cannot say no country, you cannot leave everything for the people.
Apologies, Ekene. Can I ask people who are not yet subscribed to please do that? If the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, can you click on it, please, to turn it gray? Change the word subscribe to subscribed. We need to put a push-up number, so if you can help us out with that, that would be great. Asan, if you can hop on to come and give us the feed from what is going on in the north, as Ekene tells us what is going on in Lagos, so we see if it's the whole country or just the Lagos Spain. Sorry, carry on, Ekene.
So the issue Nigerians are facing today is just like when you are talking about petrol. Yes, petrol is everywhere in Nigeria today. There is no shortage of petrol in anywhere. But go to the fuel station. Once you carry gallon, and the way they will rush you, like say they never sell since morning. Because that 1 liter you want to buy from them is very important for them. They want to grab that. All the stations, they are empty. Who is buying? It's just the road transporters and maybe few commercial vehicles and the other private vehicles owners. So there is nothing like scarcity. What the problem of Nigerian today is affordability.
Stay where you are, Ekene. Because what you're saying is also what Kassan is commenting in the comment section. It says there's no actual shortage of food and grain itself. It is the affordability that Ekene is saying. Ekene is right. So now let's just stay there for a moment. So the market has an abundance of food, but the people cannot afford to buy it. So how does because that's what they said they are doing with the economy. They are modeling a willing buyer, willing seller template. So a willing buyer and a willing seller, that will equilibrium a price. So if there's plenty of food and the people cannot afford it, then what happens to the food?
Woman, it is the job of the state governors. Let me give you 2 examples in recent time. Zulum, Bauchi State, recently started subsidizing fuel for farmers at 600 naira per liter. So he's doing his own job. So all the oil, the PMS that comes to his state or the AGO, he now subsidize. That's the job of the governor. In
sorry,
was this
Baba.
Sokoto? Let me finish. Wait. Let me give me 5 seconds. Let me come. I said 2. No, stop. The other state, I can't remember whether it's Sokoto or Zamfara.
Yeah.
In December or so, or November, they started selling rice at 40,000 per bag. And people line up and they were buying. So it behoves of state governors to help alleviate the suffering of their people. You can't leave everything to the federal government. Thank you. You can come in now.
Yeah, but still that question that I'm asking though, where is, and I think Patoski, you can come in as well. You're an economist. So you have maybe not an abundance, but we have food sufficiency. That is what Ekene is saying. That is what Hassan is commenting in the comment section. So we have food sufficiency, but the populace cannot afford the food. So what happens to it? Because there has to be a convergence between what the buyer, what the seller wants to sell at, and what the buyer can afford. So I don't get it. The people can afford it at whichever price point it is. That's the main point.
Yeah. You see, the question I will ask is this: if there's supply, if there's actually supply, and there's no demand, as in effective demand, that's the situation we have now. There's supply, but there's no effective demand because the price at which the people wants to buy, but they don't have the money. So that's not an effective demand. Now, the question is, where do those suppliers sell to, or do they just leave the food and allow it to waste? That's the question we must answer.
Yes, but that is the question, isn't it? That's the question that debunks this extremist narrative that we're hearing from the obedience space, from Hassan, from Kenneth, and from the article voice from Hassan.
No.
So the point is
no, that question is irrelevant if you're in a business sector, because what happens is
I'm asking how do
I'm
just trying to
hold on, Kenneth. Let Patrick repeat what he just said again, and then you then counter him, because I think what he's saying is use this technical knowledge to nail down the point that I'm trying to make there. But so just give us that again. What you just said, Patrick. Pato? I think am I still audible? Can people still?
Yeah, we can hear you, woman. We can hear you. Patrick dropped.
No, it didn't drop. I think it may well be contended with something.
There's something is happening here. Something's happening here. Like when you say you oversupply the market, then somebody had to buy those goods, otherwise they will get spoiled. So why the first element that is it due to unemployment of the people? Why should we say that there is oversupply of items and no one is buying it, and people and the prices are not coming down? And the prices are not coming down.
If you are a retailer, and you are selling when things were okay, you are selling like the man that is selling. I know that I used to buy rice here. The man don't used to stock rice anymore. He supply by demand. You understand? He no longer stock rice. He supply by demand.
But so orders, people have to order it.
Yes, when those people like clubs and meeting or buy, they will come together and say, supply us 5 bars or 10 bars.
So they don't take them to the open market. They don't take it to the open market.
Yes, he will not use their money to go and buy those ones they need. Maybe add like 4 or 5 bags that he will keep in his shop.
That is hoarding. Yeah, that is hoarding.
No, it's No, he's not even holding anything. I'm telling you, he's supplied by demand. Unlike when you will come before, you will see like 10 bags of rice, 20 bags of rice in his own shop. Now you don't want to buy plenty anymore because so what he does now is that he collects money from people. People will now demand. He will now collect money and go and supply them. Unlike when you will come to his shop before, you don't need to demand. You go to the warehouse, took any quantity you want, and pay him.
Don't you? I'm surprised you don't know the reason, Ekene. That is because he's fearful that the price could crash. So if he bought and stock at 40 and the whole thing crashed to 20, who is he going to hold responsible?
No,
so he's being
that
clever.
is not his
You should know that for a businessman.
His explanation is that that money is too much to keep only in rice. So he split it for that things. And he might not even have enough money again to stock only rice. Do you understand? Unlike when you have like 200,000, 200. No, it's not being here fearful. I think if he has like 5 million naira or 10 million naira to stock only on rice, I think he can do that. There is nothing being fearful there. The only thing is that he don't have all the capital again to stock that quantity of rice again. So he only supply when they demand. People that trust him will not give him money to supply.
But it can
not stock only on rice. He cannot do that kind of business again. Besides, no profit. No much profit. So that's his explanation. And I understand him very much.
But it can, the problem I don't get, why is Lagos, why people complain food price in Lagos? Lagos is a major city. Why people complain food price in Lagos? It's sad for major city people compare food prices.
No, food, even Lagos is even better. I was thinking that things are costing in Lagos until I went down to East. So, I don't know. I don't really know, but it's out of hand. But to continue to talk about all this thing every day is what I cannot do. That's why most of the time I have to keep away from it. But the reason why I brought it up is how Baba want to eulogize the president and this. He's courageous. He did this. He did this. I just want to debunk it so that to let it not be because Nigerians are quiet or Nigerians are not saying anything.
No. But the decisions that he has made, they are courageous decisions. Whether you are saying the implementation of them were badly handled, that's a different thing. But the decisions themselves, they are courageous decisions. Now, Goodluck Jonathan could not make the decision, could he?
And besides that, the monies are accruing to state through FAC. All the governors are acknowledging it. Their revenue has doubled. The receipts from the federal government has doubled.
It's not. There is nothing by doing double. The governors are playing to the gallery of the kind of politics that.
Come on, don't say that.
Yes,
I mean figures don't lie.
There is this economist I used to listen to. I couldn't remember his name again. I listened to his. It's almost everything that I told.
Ekene,
the guy is saying.
Sorry, Ekene.
So you cannot tell me there is not.
Sorry to the panel.
Yeah.
I was calling. I've been waiting to get my daughter's call. So our call just came and cut my discussion. What I'm asking, I'm not making an assertion. I'm trying to probe now. We are going on a joint inquiry. If those people have supply, they have food, and the prices are high, people are not ready to buy. They cannot afford. That means there's no effective demand. So how do those people treat those food? Do they allow it to get spoiled, or do they move it to other places, or do they have a way of preserving them until they get?
Nigeria is not the only country buying all this stuff.
That was the question that I asked on your behalf when you dropped Patrick.
Nigeria is not only buying those stuff.
Nigeria,
they can shift to other. Yeah, they can shift to other places that it is needed. But the most important thing is that, and another thing you have to factor in is that there is low demand, and when there is low demand, there is low supply.
No, wait. you see
Supply
where
have to come in first to push down the
no,
prices.
hold
That's a
on.
new
Well,
economic formula. He just introduced there.
even if
Low
you
supply,
supply,
low demand.
even if you
No, you
supply
see,
30,
let's ask that question. You see what now? You say there is food, but you now say there is low supply. That means there's no food. You see, that's why I'm asking that question. When you say there is food, there might be food production. Nigerian farmers are producing. That's what they claim. There's no way we can verify that. But if there is food production, but the prices are not coming down, that means there's no supply in Nigeria. If there's a supply in Nigerian market, the price will, if you have a demand, if you have a supply that is higher than demand in Nigerian market, the price will go down. So what is happening? What you see is a production in quote, which I can't verify. I don't see how they are producing actually because of the insecurity and other stuff. I don't see how they are producing that much. So I want to believe that we still have the same level of production. And
yeah, that's a
there's
level. That's a level. Let's say that's a
and there's
level of
an
production.
outside. Can you make I land? Make I tell you from what you have given me now information because I'm not there. You are there. Luckily for me, my wife came to Nigeria last week, so she's been still in Nigeria now. So she's also confirming what you are telling me. The point is that means when those people produce, they are actually not producing for Nigerian market, which make economic sense. If I produce in a free market and I have a way of moving my goods out, I will move my goods to a place where I can attract higher prices. Whether it's my country or not, that's what those people are doing. I'm not saying that's what I'm
Olams
going
is
to do.
buying most of the grains, Patoski.
Is
Olams
that
buying most of the grain and doing their exports.
But, there
who
are
is
things
buying
you
most
guys
of
don't
the
understand.
grains?
Patoski, there are things you guys don't understand in business. If you are selling a particular item, maybe yearly, you are selling it 1,000 pieces, that particular item. No matter how even if you supply it 20,000 pieces, you will still sell that 1,000 pieces that you are selling before. You know your. Let me finish. You know your capacity in supply, and you will not go above that unless if you want to stock.
No, Ekene, you see, when you are selling 1,000
I want to finish. I want to so that you don't give me that. You cannot be telling me supply when you have
No,
not finished
Ekene, this is what I'm saying. If, for example,
selling the one you have produced.
no, wait, Ekene, this is what I'm saying. You
Because
have
I don't understand all this
wait,
use.
now, you never even let me explain to you. If you they sell 1,000 pieces to me now, and that's your capacity, you now hear that there's one man in London. This same 1,000 pieces I are selling to Patrick at 1,000, you can go and sell it to him. And when you change the money, it will become 5,000 or 10,000. And you look and say, how much will it cost me to send to him? Oh, just extra 1,000. So you are making 8,000 on what you used to make maybe about 800. What will you do?
Even this
What will you do? Answer
analysis.
that question. Or
Let
what will
me
you do?
finish. This analysis you are giving now is not even happening in Nigeria because even safer when you change it to naira, you cannot purchase anything in Nigeria. When you
Ekene, wait now. This is what
no,
I'm
now let me
asking
give you
you.
analysis now
There's a
because
place I'm
let
leading
me
you.
tell you
What will
what is
you do?
happening.
If you have
I
opportunity
will
to
not.
sell it outside, what will you do?
If I have opportunity to sell outside, I will sell. But I'm telling you that nobody's even buying house from outside.
Let me tell you, people are buying. Do you know how much
People
the
are
amount
buying
of
what they
yam?
cannot. Let me tell you.
Wait
Let me tell you
now, let
also.
me tell you what is
No,
happening.
I
I'm in
want to also tell you
diaspora.
first, Patoski, I
I'm in
want to also tell
diaspora.
you. You are in diaspora. People are buying. People are in diaspora are buying what they cannot afford where they are, or what
No,
they
wait now, Ekene, this is
what
what
they don't
I'm
have in their
saying.
country.
Ekene, listen now. Do you know the amount of yam that is coming to Canada from Nigeria through Ghana? Do you know the amount of yam? I told you guys during Christmas I went to buy yam. See the waste. A whole box of yam. They don't mind cutting half as waste. That's remaining half. The price they are going to sell will still be way more than what they are selling in Nigeria, including the cost of freight, including everything.
No matter,
That's in Canada. Hold
see,
on, Ekene.
let,
I'm trying to
let,
tell you something. Hold on. You know, I'm not used to supporting Tinubu like this. I'm not making a case for him. I'm trying to get us to understand what is happening in Nigeria. And who caused it? He's still the one, and I'll tell you how he caused it. The yam. I live here in the North Pole. I'm not with my family now. I'm in the North Pole. I eat Nigerian food. Ogbono ede, not from any other place.
am I saying that you're not eating those things? Let me finish. You are eating those things because I just want to give you my own analysis because I don't want you to confuse me.
Let him establish a position.
I'm trying to establish a point.
I'm trying to understand him, and I want to.
Yeah,
it's
we are
not
not
letting
letting
that
him.
you understand. Every other audience should understand.
Hold on, Patrick. Let Patrick establish a position so that then you know if you are either countering it or agreeing with it. But if you don't let him, if you keep breaking him up, he won't. Yeah, so Patrick.
You see, when those food, if you look at the food coming to North America, the amount of food going to Europe, the amount of food going to some other African countries, because they attract for currency that has a higher rate than Nigeria, and we have not increased our capacity. Even if those exports reduce our capacity by just 25%, there will be so much impact on supply and price, and there will be some crisis. That's what I was trying to establish. And who made this happen? It was Tinubu through devaluation. It was the devaluation. Because now, assuming our currency is still valuable, those people will not be able to afford it. So nobody will want to go and carry food and go to maybe Ghana, Cotonou, even here now. The food, the amount of food the farmers are putting across to us might not be that much. They will look at the cost of shipping, all those kind of things. But now it's so from 250 or 300 to 2,000 pounds or 1,800 naira to a pound. The incentive is just too wide. It's like doing it's like this fuel subsidy that people will buy for and go and sell. So what they are doing, people are taking Nigerian food and go and sell because Nigerian food is subsidized. That's what it means. You carry grains, you buy grains for farmer, you buy fuel for farmers to work on tractor, you buy seedlings, you buy fertilizer. So Nigerian food is subsidized. So people are taking it out to go and sell to get more money. Before it was fuel that was subsidized. They are taking the fuel out to go and get more money. That's what is happening. You won't understand because you are an importer. You are not an exporter. You don't understand what we are saying. You say you take 10 pieces. No, that's not how to analyze it. This is an export this is the implication based on the export. What we are supposed to do is increase our capacity. So when we have sufficient capacity, we can devalue our currency like China has done. Then when China they export to the world, Chinese are not starving now. They have all those things are still cheap there. You go to China and buy those things, they are still cheap because they are not starving. They have
So you mean to produce enough to accommodate even that export?
Yes, to accommodate that market, it becomes an opportunity. But if we don't have so much, for example, you know, you live in UK. I don't know whether you people still farm in the UK. Do you know that Saskatchewan alone, the amount of wheat that it comes out of Saskatchewan can almost feed Africa. Saskatchewan is the second largest producer of wheat in the world after Ukraine. Saskatchewan is a province here in Canada. Some family, their family farm alone will be able to feed Cotonou. So if we have such farms in Nigeria, maybe 2 families will feed
Then,
Ghana.
if all these things, you are saying are real, diasporas are buying and all that, then why is it not affecting our exchange rate?
You know, go affect them because the way we send money and the way we do this thing. Let me give you how they change money here. They use some apps. There's an app they use to send money here. That app does this exchange in Bitcoin. That's the truth. You send dollar to them, they buy Bitcoin. they go to Bitcoin exchange and change the money to naira. That's how they give. That's how they give. That's how they pay naira to the person that is receiving. The person is not getting the dollar, and the transaction is not going through Nigerian naira to dollar. It's going from maybe US dollar to Bitcoin to naira. You understand what I'm saying? Unlike before.
So
So a lot of things have changed. Nigerians still need to put their heads together. They need to put their head down and see what they can do. I think the people, when I saw Wale Edun, let me just close with this. I saw Wale Edun yesterday shaking Tinubu. I looked at him. The man is almost as old as Tinubu. I think his team of economists, Wale Edun, Cardoso, I think they are too old. They are too old for that position. They don't have fresh ideas anymore.
No, but they're just the arrowheads, though.
No.
I'm sure they have Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge as
so why
their...
do you need an old arrowhead when your head is weak? Have you seen an arrow that the head is so weak that the head is blur? Is it not the head that is supposed to be sharp if you want to use arrow?
Pato, can you just give me a second? I'll just want to chime in real quick.
But let me land with this. I think Wale Edun is too old.
Now, old
Look
man.
at when that lady from UK was there. What's the difference between them? It's just the age, the brightness, the smartness of idea. For the period when Wale Edun was Commissioner of Lagos State, he was younger, he was smart, he was able to do a lot of things there. And there's no problem. There's nothing wrong in being old. You understand? All of us will age. You understand? Tinubu himself is old. So he should not, he's finance minister, the coordinator of economy, should not be an old man. The CBN governor should not be an old man. In the normal sense, people like Wale Edun and Yemi Cardoso, they would have been retired from the bank. He has been an executive director in Stanbic as far back as 92, 93, 94. Somebody who has been an ED that time, long ago, 90, over 9 in the 90s. That's over close to 30 years. By now, he should be retired. They won't make him, he can't be an executive director in a bank again. He can't be an MD of a bank. He's old. They should change them. We're okay. We voted for Tinubu. He's old. He's okay. But he should not surround himself with someone that is that old. Look at the people that are doing well in his government. They are the young ones. The Ojo guy, the Keyamu, the Wike, those are still young.
Don't worry, Pato. I'll be in the cabinet soon, so you'll see young folks. Like
people like you. Look at you now. The way you speak, the energy. Even if it's the energy, they will be so restless. They want this to change. I don't see that in what they're doing and the rest.
Wale Edun, I think he's 66, 66, 67 now, I guess.
He's old. Yeah. Look at when IFRS they put vacancy out for experienced hired. They say the age range is just 50. If you're above 50, you can't get a job in IFRS. They are the one that put it out. Whereas the minister coordinating everything is 60 something. You saw it now. This is that vacancy that
Patuski, wait there, stop there. Let me defend my title. So a man above 60 doesn't have brain.
That's the problem.
I even think Pato is in the 60s though.
Alan Greenspan was how old when he was handling this thing?
Hold on.
Pato, I think you're in your 60s now, right?
I'm defending my title now. What do you mean?
No, Baba, hold on. Baba, hold on. It was Zacchaeus that put that vacancy out. I'm sure.
Zacchaeus,
Enigmatic, you saw it now. They were hiring experienced at IFRS. I had a friend, very experienced, qualified, everything. He just called me and said, Oga, won't let me. And we asked from network, won't let me say because of that age. He said, if you go on to apply, once you click that place, if you click it, it will not, you won't see your age there. It will not allow you to proceed and submit your profile. That's how bad it is. So they themselves know that for that age, no. Somebody said, Pato was Remy, why can't you go? You can be. I said, I cannot. It's not. If you can't do something, I can't do that. It does not mean that I cannot do something else. I can't do other things, but I cannot do all things. For that level, my age, I'm almost not too. I'm not prepared for that kind of position. You understand?
Don't
People
worry,
like
go find you
Imagine
something.
should be minister. People like you should be governors by now. Bukola and one 20 what on the governor or 20
And what go on? They were in age. They are in their age now, 32, 33.
look
Then
at this.
all those young guys. Then
Look at the young guys as they are doing. Look
uh-huh.
at Sanwo-Olu. Look at how smart and how he's moving around. Won't you be proud of him if you see him? Look at Davido's uncle. Because he's young, he's agile, he's able, he has the charisma to rally his people. All they need is one smart person beside him. They would produce results. But what they do is old. Morio Wagbada pẹ̀lú baba. Baba no Wagbada. But wọ́n dàbí ìbejì. Wọ́n àti Tinubu. They be like twins. Baba should change them.
The real fact about this food inflation, right, is I think they are just trying to circumvent the processes of the sabotage now from the farmers. Because if you are very close to what happens, what's going on with those farmers, they've given them more or less like many lifelines to actually redeem their reputation. But it's like they've cut them off now. They've taken the gloves off for them. So they've given them a lot of support, subsidies, and a lot of stuff like that. But what they do is that when they take all their produce out of the country to sell off, and they've held several meetings with them to find a possibility of them trying to stop that nonsense, but they wouldn't listen. So what they are trying to do now is to cause a panic for them now. So they are going to load the market. They are going to flood the market with a lot of farm produce. That's why you see the 500,000 tons of this thing coming in now, and it's going to be in like 6 different batches like that. So as I'm speaking right now, you guys can fact check me. Rice is crashing drastically. In Akure now, I think it's 55,000 per bag, 50 kg. Okay. So, and when you have interest in when you have investment in that farming sector, particularly like cocoa, oil palm, farm, those poultry and stuff like that, you would know the menace that these farmers are actually doing. So the food inflation is an artificial inflation caused by Nigerian farmers that have been supported and given everything to actually produce food for the country, but they ship it through the border. But now they are going to stop it. Very soon, you're going to see the ripple effect of the flooding of the system with those food. Like I told you, now people can check. So whoever is hungry, that hunger go buy them. So maybe they support the farmers. Let me speak pidgin now. Maybe they support the farmers where they sabotage the system. They blame the federal government while they are shouting, so look at it.
Enigmatic. Let me just interject you for 10 seconds. One of the factors, again, I think is responsible. Some states are buying massively. If I don't even know of other states, I know Sanwo-Olu is buying most of this thing massively, and they are distributing it in their markets. They're preparing in Idioro, Surulere, Ikeja, and Ekpe. They're opening them up all over the place. But at the same time, this same government has bought land in Niger State for farming.
Even Baba, beyond Niger State.
Taraba.
In Ekiti State and Ondo State, Lagos State has 1 hectare of land in Ekiti State. And
why not holding their governors? So that's why the federal government can open up the environment.
Because what Lagos is doing now is that Lagos is trying.
One voice.
Yeah, sorry, Baba. So Lagos is trying to use Ekiti, right, and Ondo as their feeder state now to produce food for them. While they sell them, they have this arrangement going on. But when we try to speak to the inefficiencies and incompetence of the subnational leaders, the governors, Some people don't want to hear it because their major focus is Tinubu, Tinubu, Tinubu. Tinubu will not come to your state to bury your head. There's a reason why this ripple down effect of subsidy, right? If they are not working with the subsidy financial ripple effect, that is not coming to your state, go to your governor and blame your governor, right? It is the same 2 years ago that the governor in Enugu State, Umba, became governor, that some governors were sworn in. Some governors are still there now not doing anything. And that is what the nonsense they will do for the next 4 years, for the next 8 years. So now you see governors partnering across board, but your governor is there doing nothing. Then you want to blame federal government. When federal government, they play their own part. They play like 40% of their own part. 60% belongs to the state. And now by January ending or thereabout, there will be a full effect of that local government autonomy. So it gives you further privilege to talk to your local government chairman. Ogbeni, what are you doing at this level? So if you want to keep crying and whining about federal government every time when your governor is receiving ×2 or ×3 of what he used to receive and is not actually doing anything with that, then Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior.
Look at even Zulum. Zulum is subsidizing fuel. Some states are subsidizing the price of rice. So that's what states have to do, not federal government. I don't know why this fixation on the center. This thing has been, I think Felix also is making a mistake in the comment section talking about electricity. The center is subsidizing electricity till today. They are subsidizing electricity, and states are supposed to have their own power sources. In fact, the Dangote, Boa, and about 4 other heavy industries, they have over 4,000 surplus power megahertz to sell. So the states should tap into it. It is their right now. They can build railway. They can have their own power grid. The country is being reformed. They are not saying it. Don't fixate yourself on this thing. That's why some states are moving. Some are not moving. Look at what Enugu man has done in 2 years.
I hope the decentralization of the port that is being discussed today in every platform, I hope the government will also allow that.
Wait, good you mentioned this port thing. One, where Dangote is today, where Olams is, that port, Lagos State built it by Gbese. The same Lagos State is building one in Badagry again, Gbese. You get my point. This is the problem with the East. The Niger River is shallow. You get my point. It is shallow. There is no way, no amount of dredging can bring an ocean liner into the Niger. Forget it. But this is shipping for you. They can prepare a port that will take barges, pontoons. Then you use either Port Harcourt Port Harcourt port, or you use Onne, or you use Calabar port, which is closer. All they need to do is another industry entirely.
What of worry?
Worry. All you have to do is another business for lighterage. We call lighterage. That's the business of barges and pontoons. All they have to, and tugboats, they take it to the port in Onitsha. Onitsha becomes a port of its own, where it is even ridiculous that you are a trader, a manufacturer, you are in Anambra or Car, for instance, and you have to take your container by road to truck it to Oka. Which country does that?
I want to ask you a question. Because from the way I understand the dynamics of trade between the East and the West is this. I see most of the time people come from the West. When I was in Abeokuta, Ibadan, they will go to Onitsha, to Aba, to go and buy things.
Yeah.
To come and sell in Lagos, Ibadan.
Correct.
Some Igbo guys too that sell in Lagos, they used to go to the East then, before China became
that's where we get our Aba made now.
Before China became popular, they used to go to the East to go and sell. Which means most of the businesses, even in the Southeast, their market is in the West. So if you put a port in the East, what difference does it make? They will still buy things, put them in their shop, and still the people from West will still come and buy. People from
You
North
can't be
will still
going
come and
against
buy.
us all the time, Patrick. You
No,
know,
I'm trying
because you
to do
want to.
analysis, Tony.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
because we will
I'm not
declare
against
you persona non grata.
Patoski, 60%
I'm
of
just trying
container,
to understand, though.
the 60% of container that comes to Lagos go down to East.
And they
If
sell
you
their
go,
stuff there.
yes,
Or they
go to
go down to
Nnewi.
this, they break it, and the people
Go
buy them
go.
are from the
If
east
you
or
come to, if you stay in Alaba, you see container offloading. Once they are offloading, no one is standing behind, translating the goods that is going down to Onitsha.
no. But what I want
Do
to
you
ask you
understand?
is this: the market in the east, where do they get 60% of their buyers from?
From the north now, Cameroon, other African countries. Go to
They
Nnewi now.
come.
You know,
Okay, you have
let me
no, you have
let me
almost
give
answered my
explanation.
question. So you said they are from the north, right? We are saying the
Both
same thing.
other African countries,
Yes, is that not
both
what I
north,
just
both
said?
yeah.
Now, so why we
I
go
just want to
now?
give you. I just want to give you an explanation. It's just like Nnewi. Nnewi is a full. It's a very busy market that doesn't have anything to do with Lagos. Lagos. It's a complete market. All their offload are done in Nnewi, and the other countries come to buy there. Even most of the people that sell spare parts in Lagos go to Nnewi to buy up until today. You understand? So they have dominated that market. And the annoying part of it is the container arrives in Lagos and they still drive it down to Nnewi.
No, you see
You
the
understand?
truth, Ekene, there is propaganda in this. It is convenient for the Southeast importer of spare parts, for instance, because they distribute to, is it west or east? East up to Cameroon, Gabon, all the rest. So those ones they put. But equally also, they go to the West African market, Benin, Togo, Ghana, Ivory Coast,
Which is better
everything.
in Lagos?
Because if you go to Aboso Kain, for instance, in Accra today, 90% of the spare parts seller in Aboso Kain, they are Igbos. So what are you talking here? They should stop propaganda. They need Lagos port for their market, for West Africa. That's the reason. It's not because they don't have brain to know that the river port in Onitsha will be sufficient for them. This is what annoys me.
That's what I'm trying to
Baba,
get
it's not
guys to hear now. That Tony
Baba,
say you are against us.
it's not propaganda. It's not propaganda. You see, there are market dominated. It's just like you might not have seaport in the east, but I think Port Harcourt seaport will serve the east very well. You understand? So the only thing that the state governors have to do is to come together and they work with the governor of River State and know how
Now
to
you
put
are
that into
talking.
work.
Yes,
So that is
let Fubara also borrow money
yeah.
like Lagos has done. If you think that federal government port is not doing well, it should borrow money just like Lagos have done and build a solid port like Lagos is doing in Badagry, and then and tell his brothers from the southeast to come and south to come and patronize. That's all now.
Yeah, that will solve it. I think the
He's
debate
free
is
to do
going
that
on.
now. They will give him the go ahead. They'll give him
The
license. They'll give him approval.
debate is going on, and it's an ongoing one, and
So it's
people
not
are
a
eager to
Tinubu's.
see.
It's not a Tinubu's fault now. We have settled that. Abi
I don't
Ekene.
know whether I don't know. I think I don't know where the federal government will. I think is there no license that will
They
come
will
from the
give him
federal government?
freely. They will freely give him. If they give Lagos State in Badagry, there's no state that will want to do that now. That they will say no. Let him try to do that, and then if they don't give, let him make noise. See, they are marginalizing us. We want to even build port. They say no. That would be a very good political argument now.
That will be a good argument.
Let's
But to
see.
say
If
Let's
that
see
so they are
what's happening.
marginalizing us. We wanted to build
Alex
port.
Oti
They denied us. Period.
is working very hard to get that because even the Aba med has to be exported
Look at what happened to
freely.
Abba. Look at what happened to Aba. Look at textile market in Aba. Osiaba. I used to go there to buy clothes to come and sell as a copper. Buy shirt the same way you used to go
Aba
to
is
go
still
and sew.
bubbling, no. It's just that you have, if you see the latest market in Aba now, I don't think no market in Africa beats it.
So it's
It's
growing
one of
now,
the, yes, it's growing. So
which is good.
once they finish that area market now, no market in
Yes.
Africa will beat that market. They
Ariana
are
market.
remolding it
Okay. So it's
in
being
the China
remodeled.
standard. China
Okay,
standard.
which is good.
24 with 24 hours electricity, and the business is already going on there. The other side of it is almost being completed. So they are
I know
moving to
there's
the
24
other.
hours electricity in that market because Buhari did something there on the electricity thing for them. I know some people don't like
Yeah,
to
so,
hear that, but it was
and
Buhari
they have
that put that one.
generated the way that, in fact, Aba is bubbling now. Aba, talk of Aba, it's just that other states are not following up. If other states can join hand with Aba, and just like my state that is very dull, I don't know what is happening to my state. I don't know. And
You are. Hold on, Ekene. You are Anambra State, aren't you?
He is from Anambra.
I know what is happening in your state now. Let me tell you. In fact, let me show you what's happening in your state.
He wants you down.
Your governor is trying to compete with Adeleke for the dancing governor. That's what's happening in
that
your state.
man, he has the catch fire. He's busy chasing rats. The kind of problem we have in Anambra State, this man is not supposed to be sleeping or even have time for all these things, honestly speaking. But good luck to him. Let's see where all these things will lead him to. He's becoming the world's governor every day and night.
JB is going to run
You
for
see,
second term now.
he will run now. Maybe I don't know how he's going to win. The general hospital in my town Oba is closed up. No doctor, nothing. General hospital. I just look at it. Everything dilapidated.
You see,
No more
you know
government
why?
presence.
Kene, let me tell you something. That's one thing I appreciate about the Southwest. As we they shout here, some Southwestern guys are shouting at their governor. The people that criticize Adeleke most are Southwestern people. Kulata and the rest. That's their state. People that criticize.
Stone Deputy Governor of Ogun State today now or yesterday.
That's what I wanted
Students.
to say. People that criticize that Babiodu most are people from Ogun State. People like Babati, myself, Remy, all of us. Now but if you people criticize your governor the way we do, those people will sit up. But you use that energy to criticize Lagos State governor and criticize. I'm sorry to say, but that's not.
It's a lie, Patosi. I've always criticized this man. It's a one man.
Now only you for here.
One man they support him. Now one man be if I talk anything, one man will be the best person to counter me. Say he's one of his best.
But
This.
If you go to maybe some platform, I don't want to mention where some platform that is mainly people from Southeast, you won't see them criticizing their governor there. They will just be saying Sanwo-Olu is doing this one, all this mala, all this one.
No, but
even
this he's having currently he's having problem with this great father in Anambra State, Ebube Monso. Ebube Monso was criticizing him 2 days ago because there was a father that was killed or was spied in our state by all these bandits and kidnappers. Another one is a reverend sister. So the man became angry. He was criticizing him. Instead of him to look into the problem or just to know how he's going to solve the problem, he now sent his attack dogs to go to ABS, Anambra Broadcasting Service, to go and be criticizing Ebube Monso. Ebube Monso now have to come out boldly to tell him that I anointed you with this my hand, and I'm going to destroy you with this hand I used to anoint you. They are having very big issue now. which I know that currently the Catholic that supported him in his first term will not do that in his second term unless he has another means to win. He has lost their hope because if you count the number of a Catholic bishop and the sisters who have died in our state under his regime, I don't think any other person, no Catholic or any church will like to support him in his second term. It has never happened before. And he's not even taking it serious. That is the worst. He's not taking any measure. It's not that somebody...
All the English that he was speaking during his campaign now. Oh, God. And because I watched his debate. The man was
the road that most of the time, most of you, one man will go and bring out video where he's commissioning road. The road he commissioned in this December, very long road, how many kilometers, was built by an individual, Zenko, the one that buried his mother few weeks ago, was built by an individual money. And when I used to say it here, you guys will say, it is him that is building the road. He was not ashamed.
All right, I'm going to leave in anger because nobody is super chatting. So let me bail out, hand over to Chioma. Chioma, everybody has still not spoken. Don't let Baba speak, leave until he speaks to the Sanusi matters, but he wants it moved around a little bit. Let me I don't even have to remove myself because the room is not full. So let me bring Chioma up, bring myself out. Thank you.
Tony has not spoken. No.
Tony has not spoken. Patoski has still not spoken. He's just interjecting. So there's still a lot to move around. So thank you very much. See you tomorrow. I have something doing early, so I have to bail to have a bit of.
See you one man tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, one man.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, sister.
Who is that?
This is Patrick. How are you?
Okay, I'm fine. Well, because you're nice to me, I'll let you continue.
No, it's not my turn. Actually, it was a Kenneth's turn.
Okay. Well, which part are you at?
Well, I'm almost done.
Ekene, you've been at it for 1 hour. Let them switch to Tony while you stay awake.
Okay, I want to ask Ekene, while you're going, can you add your opinion on today's anniversary of the Biafra War?
Is there any anniversary today?
Yeah, because Baba gave us his own input, so I want to hear your own input. If
there is any,
Baba was speaking in third person. He kept saying they. So I want to understand who is they. But
no, he is Baba will not always want to associate with Biafra. Other Nigerians don't want to tell themselves the truth concerning Biafra. Biafra is an existing it's a history. You understand? That lives within the Southeasterners, and nobody can take it away. Even if you want to hide all the history, I still have my Chinua Achebe here. I always go through his own history and read what I want to read.
How did you hear about the coup?
Well, if I say it here, people like Baba will not like it. Concerning the one I read.
I am the moderator. Okay? I'm not. You're good with me. I'm gonna keep you on. No one's gonna kick you out. I'm not gonna scold you. Just tell me, how did you hear about the coup? Because I know you weren't born around that time.
Me?
Yeah, were you born around the 19th?
No, I'm a kid, Now my papa tell me, and according to what I read.
So what did your dad tell you? Just me.
Well, according to my one of my uncle, we used to discuss about Biafra in the market. He will always tell me that Biafra what happened in his own house. Go. Because there was this woman called Grace Nweze in Oba. That Biafra war killed his um 5 children, 5 children, 5 boys. The woman remained childless till she died. And she's a relative to the mother of that my uncle. And she was a very rich woman then. So, and I know the woman very well. I know the woman very well. So those days, both of them they visited Ojukwu live and direct during the war. So he said the way he's mentioned the man that Biafra thing cannot leave his memory because they are staying in a bunker or something like that, and the shell landed
It's the
and they killed
trauma.
almost all.
Trauma.
Yes. So landed on that bunker and killed all the 5 children of that woman. So the woman was
Hey.
somehow a bit stable. Till the woman died, she never had any child again. She was living in that house alone, and she was a very rich woman. So most of them, there was one man in Onitsha that I could remember his name, that used to go out and give information to the Nigerian people how to get Biafran people. He's an Igbo man from Onitsha.
Mhm.
Ojukwu wipe out the family of that family. I forgot the name.
He
Ojukwu
wiped
wipe
out
out
the entire family.
the entire family. There was no lineage. Nothing remained in that family again.
No, you see, that's
He
madness.
wiped out.
Now the family made that one happen. I mean, the one. How can you wipe out the family because of one man's sin?
That is
No,
so
he has
Because the
to do
man
that.
was endangering the egos.
Yes,
Eh,
the
So
man
that's
it's
was
not.
is that
engaged.
why you should
It's a
wipe
war
out his family?
situation. Such things happen. You can't, because of your selfish interest, they want to endanger the whole
And you now
Oh,
destroy the
yes.
ethnic
entire
group.
family.
That's what they do. That all happens in the war.
No, that's an
Well,
overkill.
No,
history is replete
Because
with
when they
that kind
grow
of
up,
story.
when they grow up, they will be like their father. They will be traitors.
Tony,
Yes.
that does
Exactly.
not make sense. That argument does not make sense. That argument does
So
not make
It made sense. It made sense.
Tony, it does not make sense. It does
It
not
made
make sense.
sense. You have to catch
It
them,
don't make
catch the
sense.
father, catch the mother, catch everybody, and wipe them out.
Tony,
Because
somebody
when they grow up,
Papa,
look
do
at
you
what is
know,
happening,
Patoski, do you know
in
how
the Arab
many
land. They don't
do
forgive.
you know Patoski, do you know how many family or how many Biafra soldiers that was killed because of that guy, the information the man was giving to
I know.
the Nigerian
right,
soldiers?
But you
they
don't
call
kill his
them
family
war
because of that.
criminals, right?
Yeah.
Is it war
So
criminals? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
What
Ojukwu
criminal?
have to
You now kill his family and
So,
everything.
Ekene, do you
yes.
think it was a necessary coup? Like in hindsight, do you think it was a necessary coup? Because a lot of people thought it was necessary. Not me in particular, but Nnamdi Kanu,
That one.
Well, reading from what happened to from what I read from Chinua Achebe, um, it's as if it's necessary because I think other part of the country push Igbo in going into war.
No,
You
we're looking at
understand?
the coup
So wait,
the first
Patoski,
coup.
I'm asking questions. I'm not looking for interjections. Please, I'm trying to learn.
He's not answering your question. He's saying something else.
Don't worry, Patoski. I'll let
No,
you
it's talking
speak.
about
5 minutes. So,
so
so you said other people in Nigeria want to join the Igbos in the war, right?
no push Biafran in going into war.
Who pushed
Based on
which of the tribes? Patoski, I'm asking
like
questions.
he talked about the Nigerians that were being murdered in the North Central those days unnecessarily. So many Nigerians are being murdered in the North, and Nigerian we are being provoked, and
So they
so
have no program.
yeah. So that is according to what I read from Chinua Achebe. So maybe it's not a palatable this thing, but most of the time, if somebody like me reads from the direction of where I'm reading from, I will not want to say it because if I say it, they will say that I'm biased.
No,
Even when an agreement was made between both parties during their boycott, who disobeyed it is go on. Ojukwu was ready to accept everything.
So it's
So, but
Gowon.
Gowon
Continue.
is the one that came back and said, "No, I don't agree anymore." Ojukwu gave room for peace, for everything to be resolved, so that his people will not witness the kind of killing that they witnessed. Millions of them were murdered in the North Central. Millions of
So
Igbos, thousands of Igbos.
is Gowon a northerner or a southerner?
It's from the North Central.
So which role did the Yoruba
He's from the North
people?
Central.
Which role did Yoruba
Still alive
people
today.
play?
So, but
I'm sorry, it's a northerner. It's a northerner. Northerners are one because today, if you listen to his voice, yeah, it's the same voice. Hold on. All this separation, try to separate this North Central from North is very wrong. You just said that that was where they murdered most, most Southerners now. It was that particular region that they murdered the most Igbo people. And then at the end of the day, you guys start to be claiming these people that are not related with you guys. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Let them go.
I want to hear everything from.
the most important thing is that the most important thing you have to the most important you have to take away is that there was a claim of Igbos that provoked the leader of the East, which is Ojukwu. There was first a claim of the Igbos that provoked the leader of the Igbo people, which is Ojukwu. I don't know what caused the war.
I thought we were all supposed to. It was the South. The coup was supposed to be South versus North, right?
Well, you are speaking to
that one.
Things. Yeah, that's what I was trying to interject. There's a coup, there's a war.
Yeah.
Those are two different things. Yeah, there's a coup, and then later down the line there was a war. When we had a coup, politicians were killed, and it was not just northerner, southwesterner were killed too.
Why? Why were they killed?
Because they were politicians, and so the military guys.
Did they kill the Igbo politicians too?
They would have killed them, but I think
they asked you yes or no. They didn't kill them, Chioma. They didn't kill them, Princess. They didn't kill them.
They didn't kill them. So there was a coup, and that coup was led by somebody from Midwest.
Oh.
It was led not by an Igbo person. It was led by somebody from the Midwest, but there's an Igbo extraction. You know, in the Delta State, you have Igbo, Bende Igbo people, like Anyocha.
Well, Mike is always calling it a Igbo coup. Why does Mike?
Patuski, Chioma, sorry, let me interject, Patuski.
It was an Igbo coup.
Ifya Juna is not Eka Igbo. Even if you want to classify Nzogu as Eka Igbo.
Baba, I'm not finished.
You know, the way you started is wrong. So speak straight.
At the center of that coup was one point man, and that's his name is Kaduna Nziogu. He's from Delta, Midwest. He's from Anyoma. You have other Igbo people there, Ifya Juna and some other people. But when the coup took place, politicians were killed. Mostly northern politicians. And Southwest, the premier, a former premier of Western region was killed, Akitola, in his house. You understand? Obafe Awolowo would have been killed, but luckily he was in prison in Calabar. Baba, if I'm wrong, please just remind me.
You are not wrong, but Midwest people were also killed.
He was in prison in Calabar. Midwestern people like Okotiebo.
No, Midwest people were also killed.
Midwest people were also killed. Okotiebo was killed. And somebody from Delta too, a politician, was killed. You understand?
Patos, are you talking about the January 15 coup?
The Nziogu coup.
That's January 15 now. 1966.
Yeah, Okotiebo was killed. Now, after that coup, the coup plotters did not take over power. So the person who took over power was the general officer commanding Nigerian army. That time we didn't have a chief army staff. We had a GOC. Nigerian army was just one division. So, and the person that was the GOC of Nigerian army was Agu Irosi, who happened to be an Igbo man. When he took over government, what he didn't do was to arrest the coup plotters and prosecute them. He did not even retire them. He still just left them in the army. So it was difficult.
No, Patoski.
No,
They were locked up
in the army now.
No, listen. They were locked up. They were rounded up and
But
locked
they were
up.
released now.
But nothing was done to them, and they started even paying. They were earning their salaries.
While they were supposed to be under arrest. So
Exactly.
the Northerners felt that okay, it's difficult for you to say you were not even part of the original plan. If the guys who planned the coup, you were the beneficiary of the coup, and the people that planned the coup, you didn't even arrest, you didn't kill, you didn't court-martial them or
You are
them
skipping a lot
or
of things. Let's make it conversational. The gory details of the
No, you don't want to say
extermination,
that
you have to
online.
say it.
No,
There
you
were
don't want to.
no, wait, because if you don't explain it,
Okay,
the reprisal attack will not be understood. You understand?
Say it.
But Patoski, I want you to explain very well to understanding of everybody. We are talking about the coup that took.
Let me explain to you what actually
Let
happened.
me ask you now. You are talking about the coup that took the life of Samadu Belabi.
Wait, now you see if you say took the life.
We're talking about the coup that led to Biafra war.
Yeah, let me give you the detail. You see, that coup was planned mostly by a military officer of Igbo extraction. Let me be objective. Now, the guy who planned that coup, who led the coup, his name was Kaduna Aziogu. He grew up in the north. His first name is Kaduna. He is even close to northern leaders. Some of them raised him as a son. You understand?
He speaks Hausa, Fulfulde, Gwari, Igbo.
His first name is Kaduna. That's to even tell you. You understand how they took him. Now, he was in the army. At that time, we were talking about a lot of senior officers in the army were Igbos. They now
66%.
They were dominantly Igbos that were senior in the army then.
Oh wow!
Now,
I didn't know that.
Amadu Bello is to the north, what Awolowo is to the south. I'm saying that because I think you are maybe close to the south. You understand what Awolowo is like.
Or to blaspheme. It was like Jesus Christ to Christians.
It was like Nelson Mandela. You understand what I'm saying? So,
yes.
Much more than Nelson Mandela. He was a prophet.
Amadu Bello was like Nelson Mandela to them. And they had another prominent one. If you listen to him, very intelligent. And that was Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. He was a prominent one. You did not only go to kill them, you killed them in a very brutal way.
And their wives.
These people were even trying
to
escape.
Serious? Yeah, one was pregnant.
When Kaduna went to Amadu Bello's house, he went there with an armor tank and blew the roof. You can imagine you are going to kill someone who was like the governor of a northern region. It's like a semi-president. The whole of North, as it is today, was led by one man as premier. You went to his house.
His word was law.
You went to his house with armor tank and blew the roof of his house. These are civilians in those days. They don't used to have soldiers guarding their houses, say where our politicians do now. They don't used to have soldiers and personnel like all those. They just go simple. You blew their house, the roof of their house. The man was even trying to escape. He went to hide among his wives. You went there, took him and shot him. You did not only do that, you now even
He didn't just shoot him, Pato. Sorry I will be interjecting you. The wife, the senior wife, stood in front, believing that he will not kill her.
He will not kill her
because he comes to the house to eat.
He comes to their house. You killed the man. You did not
kill the woman kill the man through the woman.
You did not only kill the man, you now went to BBC to grant interview and describing all this
I
information.
shot the tyrant.
All this information that we are giving you. We were not there. He was the one that gave that interview. Who does that?
Wow, that's heartless. So
yeah, he was the one that gave that interview. Because we're not there. You wonder, how did we know? He gave that interview. And he was not remorse. He was smiling. If I send you the video is online now. You feel like, what? He was smiling. He was as if he had done something. He said because they were corrupt. After killing those people, they no still shishi 5 kobo. Amadou Tafawa Balewa does not even have correct furniture in his house. And he was the Prime Minister of Nigeria. Not correct, not the kind of furniture I'm using when I was in secondary school. Or that a college boy will have in his house. The man did not have. His children, have you heard of any Amadou Bello's child or Tafawa Balewa child? Their children, they are not from rich family. They were not rich. If they were rich and powerful, you will be hearing their children's name. The same way you hear Awolowo's children, Abi, and you hear this one. Those were selfless people. And you say they were corrupt just because of speculation. You did not only kill them, you killed them in a brutal way. And then you came on before international press and you granted interview. And then the Igbo man that now took over as head of state and rounded you guys up, put you in a place where you are cooling off, was paying your salary. So what do you expect the Northerners to do?
So who's the Igbo man that took over?
Aguiyi Ironsi took over.
Oh, so he was one of the plotters of the coup, correct?
He was not, that was what he said. But he was the one that took over. And he refused to prosecute the coup plotters or refused to punish them. So how do you now convince the rest that you didn't plan the coup?
I see
You
where
were the one who became the president. So how will somebody take the risk, plan a coup for you, and make you become president? So people, you must have been part of it, or even if you are not part of it, you took over. You did not prosecute the people that committed it. Just like Obasanjo taking over after Murtala Muhammad was assassinated, and then Obasanjo just put Dinka in prison and paying his salary. How would he convince the Northerner that he was not the one that told them to kill Murtala? You understand what I'm saying? So that was the issue. Now, remember I told you that this time the Northerners were not the prominent senior officers in the army. There were not many senior Northern officers. The army was dominantly in the senior cadre. The army was dominantly by Igbos and Yorubas. Then, Yorubas and then the Northerners.
Mr. Patoski, let me help you add. And in all of this, weeks, months, Celestine Uku, a prominent Igbo musician, made a song eulogizing the coup plotters.
Are you serious?
It's just like the video now, singing and hailing them.
Oh no!
They did this one, they did that. So because I want to tell you why the Northerners, I'm not justifying their action. Now, these Northerners, they didn't have many senior officers. They were just other ranks. Their own political leaders that could speak to them in their power, maybe that could make political statements on their behalf, have been eliminated. So they were just headless mob that were remaining. So what do you think the headless mob would do? So they went to the Rwanda.
Please, Patrick, let me interject a bit. On the contrary, please, before you continue.
Don't please me.
No, I understand. There were officers in the north, from the north also, not only Igbo.
Don't please me.
Not only Yoruba.
Don't please me. I didn't say there were no officers. I said dominantly. So if you understand English, you'll know what I'm saying.
I understand what you are saying, but what I'm saying is that it was equal. They were on equal basis, but people that participated. Where did the Gawon Murtala Muhammad or Babangida sprung out from coming to counter the coup?
Now, when we say senior officers, what was Murtala's Babangida's rank there? Babangida was probably a major that time or captain self.
Lieutenant.
An officer is an officer. A commission officer is a commission officer.
But Patoski,
let me finish now.
Is it from the south or the southeast?
He's from Okpanam, very close to Asaba.
That's it's from the south out, right? But you know, when after
I
the
mentioned that now. That was how I started. Now I said from Midwest.
yes,
You know they hear.
but
Yeah.
people refer him
I said
now.
from
It just like
Adioja.
it's just like what it's just like what. Let me just put in this. It's just like what Reno Mokari tweeted today. In fact, that guy is one of the people causing problem in this nation. Trying to refer him as an Igbo man. Why Chukwemeka Nzogu is directly from his place. So why will he be referring him now as an Igbo man?
No, okay. Now, okay,
Is
let me
it because
just
his
use.
name is Chukwemeka? Chukwemeka
His
is
name
an
is
Igbo
Yes.
name.
Chukwemeka. Is
But no, most of them answer Igbo name. Most of them are Igbos
No,
then.
but they are Igbos. But
But
they are
if you-
Igbos.
Look at the roots.
Hold
It's all
on, hold
about the
on.
roots.
Kene, they are Igbos in Delta State. They are Igbos, but they are in Delta State. That's the truth. Elumelu is an Igbo guy, but he's from Delta. Jim Ovia is an Igbo guy, but he's from Delta.
Even I think Jonathan is an Igbo.
But most of them, the problem now is that most of them, if you call them, if you say they are Igbo now, they don't want to accept it.
It's because of politics.
Emmanuel Elumelu, Tony Elumelu's younger brother, said it on the floor of National Assembly. I'm proud to be an Igbo man. He's an Igbo man, but he's from Delta. Just like
Ovia is a Delta, but Benin.
Just
Ovia.
like we have some Yoruba people, like
Yeah,
part of
Obagbena.
us in Edo.
So continue with the
So
coup.
what I'm saying is that you see, when they don't have their leaders, so the masses will take things into their hands. That's just the truth. So the masses in the north and Midwest, Mid-Belt, they used to call it the North Central. They now started attacking Igbos in the north. So they now took the law into their hands. Now it was
so it's a retaliation.
So the killing, they started that way. So as it was, the country was unstable. So another coup took place.
How many coup is there?
In that period there were two major coups. Another coup took place. That coup
6 months apart.
6 months apart. That coup was led mostly not by very senior officers now. Junior officers, I know some officers that were involved in that coup that some people would not know, that were involved in the incidents that happened in Ibadan. Agu Irosin was in the west on a state visit to the governor of Western Region in Ibadan, and the coup took place. They stopped them. I think in their convoy, some of the plotters were in their convoy. It was in Mokola. Actually, I can see the place now because I used to live around there. That they stopped them. They used to call that road Fajui Road in Mokola now. That road where they killed them. They stopped them. When they stopped them, the coup plotters came out and told Fajui to go, that they didn't come for him. But the Fajui, the Yoruba man said, well, this head of state has come to visit me. I'm his host. So if you are going to take him, you must take me. So that was why that governor was killed along with Irosi. It was in his defense that Yoruba governor died.
Hey, yeah.
So
No. You didn't tell them now the composition. Hold on. The composition of those coup plotters. They were all Northerners. 100%. Northerners.
Wait.
Yes. Let the chairman know that.
So it was a coup by the northern junior officers because in retaliation. So because they were junior officers that planned that coup and they overthrew Irosin, and in this case the president had died, the head of state had died. They were looking for the person that could lead the country that would be neutral. The person that was the most senior person there was actually a Yoruba man. A lot of people didn't remember. His name was General Ademulegun. Okay, Ogundipe. Sorry. In that coup, they also killed Ademulegun.
With the wife now.
They killed Ademulegun
and 2 children watching, 2 underage children watching.
Their father and mother being killed.
Yeah, one of the children is alive today.
The person that was supposed to be the president was Ogundipe. He was a senior officer.
He ran away.
So Gowon was a young junior officer, was a lieutenant colonel. He was not part of the coup. eventually emerged as the head of state. You understand? That protest and fight was still going on. As at this time, Ojukwu was the governor of Western region. The same way that other governor was the governor, Ojukwu was governor of Eastern region. The same way that other governor was governor of Western region. Military now. The governor that
For our viewers, tell them what contains Eastern region then.
The Eastern region then was Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Enugu, Abia, Anambra, Imo, and Ebonyi. So those
no, I don't think we have Anambra there, no.
Anambra was part of Eastern region. Anambra was part of Eastern region.
Okay.
Okay, but there was nothing like Anambra then.
It was called Eastern region. That's why I'm telling you the modern Anambra, the current Enugu, Ebonyi, Abia, Imo, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, and Ebonyi. In short, when Ojukwu eventually took Biafra to war, in the Biafran army, the next second in command to Ojukwu was General Effiong. He was from Cross River. So the Cross River people joined the Biafra to fight in that war. General Effiong was next to Ojukwu in that war. The Western region then was the current Edo. Initially, it was the Western region was initially the current Edo, Delta, Oyo, Ondo, Ogun, Osun. But later they split Western region and separated Edo and Delta into a region called Midwestern region. But the northern region was
Lagos? How about Lagos?
Lagos was partly Western region and partly federal territory, because then the capital of Nigeria was Lagos State. Yeah.
Okay.
The capital of Nigeria was Lagos State. All the federal secretariat, the seat of government was Lagos, not Abuja. So then the northern region is all the states apart from these ones I've mentioned. The now Kogi, Niger, Benue, Plateau, Kaduna, all those other places apart from these ones that I've mentioned. So the Gowon took over, but that was still causing problem. People were still fighting. The animosity was there, and then because of that, Ojukwu tried to stop those things. They tried to see what they can do to stop the killing, but it wasn't stopping. So at that point, Ojukwu now called the Igbos in the other region to come back home. You had to call them to come back home. So when they came back home, they now declared Biafra. That was the war. That was how the war started.
Wow, this is chilling. So they declared it in the east and not in the capital.
They declared it in Enugu. Enugu was the capital of the Eastern region then.
Oh, okay.
That was the seat of government. Ibadan was the capital of Western region. Kaduna was the capital of Northern region.
Okay.
So they declared that war, and so the war started. Now the challenge with the war is this: when they declared that war, there are two strategies they could have used to fight that war. All you need to do was break the bridge in Onitsha.
Pato, you left one important aspect. Between the January and the July coup, counter coup, they were seriously finishing the Easterners in the north.
Because that's what I said. The animosity was still there. They were attacking
so
them.
Let's be balanced.
They didn't. They were attacking them. That was why Ojukwu had to call them to come back.
Good.
Because he could not guarantee their safety in the north. So the Easterners had to come back, leave their business, investment, and everything. Had to come back to the east. Now, what am I trying to say? In that war,
Patrick, please let me respond to Kulata. Please. Kulata, Saudana of Sokoto, not Sultan of Sokoto. It was Ahmadu Bello was Saudana. It was just a tattoo. It was not the Sultan at Kulata. Okay, my brother, Kulata, I think you don't hear.
Okay, continue, Mr. Potosky, please. I'm learning a lot. I appreciate you, but continue, please.
Na class you come, Shoma, or na moderation you come to?
I'm learning. No, it's just because I want to know where you know.
Go and buy. Go and buy this book. There was a
No,
country by
she's so
Chiva.
objective. She's so objective woman. You know, God bless her. You know, let her listen. Let her listen and learn. At the school, she's the best.
Let him finish
Yeah,
the story.
she's the best. She's an Africa queen. Thank you.
Thank you. Potosky, continue, please. Potosky, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, Chioma is not biased. You know, she's very cool. She's not biased. You know, yeah.
I think he will come back in. So, Baba, so when they were finishing the Igbos,
Chi.
thank you, sir. So when they were finishing the Igbos in the north, that's when Ojukwu asked all the Igbos to come back, right?
Yeah, to come back, and they all started going back home. And then when Gowon took over, the British, actually the Western powers, because there was a vacuum in that July coup, they advised the young Turks in the army from the north not to take over power. Yeah, because there is balance now. You side, you satisfy yourself, this side satisfy yourself, and you cannot take power. If not, there will be counter and counter and counter. That, okay, let's look for a middle way. That was how they brought Gowon at 32, a lieutenant colonel, to head the new government. And when he came, before then, every region, like Patosky said, keep everything they do, they get in their region.
Before you continue, go on, government. You think it was?
You say?
That go on government, I think it was supported by the British themselves.
That's what I said. I said they advised that
never go there, never go to British. Let the Baba continue to tell everybody our Africa story.
But
so
Baba,
this is what happened. Wait, Pato.
Okay,
when Ironsi took over, previously, every region keep their money. Anything you find there is your own for your people. Then the center, you contribute something to the federal government for them to use. Fine. But when Ironsi came, he canceled that system and introduced what we use till today, we call unitary system. No more region. Everybody bring everything you have in your backyard, in your toilet, belongs to the federal government. Bring it to the center. Then the center will distribute it back to you. They brought Ironsi did that.
We are blaming the Northerner for it today. But we are blaming the Northerner for it today as if they were the one that did it.
So it was Ironsi.
So you need to let them know that one, Baba.
That's why I emphasize it, that Ironsi was the one who introduced it.
Yeah, they are blaming the North for it. All the things, all our resources, they are packing it. The Northerner did not introduce that. It was introduced
and
by
I want to say fairly, people may think I'm biased. The Igbos, that period, they run the federal government because of Azikwe's presence.
So the policy
in the federal government. So they are in their numbers. And in fairness, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, the Igbos, I will put it in a way maybe everybody will be comfortable with, are desirous of ruling Nigeria because they think they can do better. Other people will call it dominance or some other thing, but I want to tread the middle of the road. They are desirous of leading the country. That is why Ironsi now said, no, everybody gather your money into my pocket, then I'll be distributing it. Because its economic council contains Dr. Pius Okigbo, one other professor or something, and one senior retired army officer. Those are his advisors, and Ojukwu in the background, not documented. So when that happens, when Gowon now took over, he retained that system because we have opened. Let me finish this. No, don't let me suspend what I'm saying. Let me flow. Oh, let me flow.
I'm trying to learn. I don't know anything about Biafra, so please, just little interjection, please.
So when Gowon took over, they did not change it. We did not revert to the regional system. They love it. And he now divided the country into 12 states. It was Gowon that started statism. He divided the country into 12. We now have the north was going northeast, southeast. I mean northeast, northwest, middle Benue Plateau, Benue Plateau State, Lagos State, Western Rivers. He now depleted the Igbo Eastern region as we know it. That was the first vexatious issue. River State was carved out of the East. And I think Cross River, Esuene, Cross River was carved out too, because it was Esuene, an Air Force officer, that headed that. And the Spiff now headed the River State. So East was reduced. It was given out to Ojukwu to rule. That's one of the annoyances. And let me just digress a little bit. In that first school, there were these students from Niger Delta, led by Adaka Boro. They wanted to secede. They want to take the Niger Delta out of Nigeria. They had small arms, like Shakabula. Ironsi.
Why did they want to take Niger Delta out of Nigeria, sir?
Because they had oil. They felt they are not being treated well. They are students. Most of them are even from Nsukka University, Adaka Boro, and the rest. I've forgotten their names. Do I know Adaka Boro personally? So now, Ironsi, while he was that head of state, sent Ojukwu to deal with those boys. Ojukwu now dealt with those boys, arrested them, and put them in prison. This is the karma now. The same thing Ojukwu dealt with the boys for, he now came back and now pursuing it. He wants East to secede. Just within 1 year. Why those guys were in prison? Meanwhile, when they divided the whole thing, Ojukwu was vexed and he said, okay, we will not agree. And coupled with what they are doing to the Easterners in the North, he said, okay, everybody, in fact, come home, not only in the North, in the other parts, let's come home. They came home and they declared Biafra. I can't remember the dates. The whole country thought they were joking. You understand? Because there is a caveat in our constitution we're running right from independence, crafted by Nwabueze, an Igbo man, and with the complicitness of the complicity of Azikiwe, caveat that nobody out of this membership will secede. There in the constitution.
Wow.
Awolowo said no. Let us leave that place in case anybody wants to leave. Zik said no. Imbrati must be there. Nobody must leave. So another karma. Are you following my point?
Yes,
another
sir.
karma. Another karma. Because now them say nobody go come out. Now them won't come out now.
Now imagine.
So therein lies the dilemma.
So that's the part of the story they are not going to
but
tell
that,
people.
that's Zeke.
Now, but
That's
Baba, I don't know if you mentioned this. You see, Choma, my sister, the reason
Yes, sir.
why the only thing I have against the war is the expansionist mindset that Ojukwu had. If what you want to do is free your people from the east, keep your territory. The Igbo speaking part, even the Cross River, they are ready to follow you, no problem. Keep them. Don't go and now start expanding. If you remember the war, the Biafran they were initially expanding. They've taken over Edo. They looted the central bank in Benin. They've taken over
No,
that.
you are going too far now. We have to
they
talk.
went as
The
far
next stop is Abri. Abri, we
Eh.
have to talk about.
Okay, April, sorry.
So there's a third coup.
Eh?
Say?
There's a third coup in April.
No. Abri. What you call Aburi. Everybody calls it Aburi. But it's actually Abri. Abri. We call it Abri in Ghana.
Okay.
General Ankra.
Aburi code.
You people call it Aburi, but by pronunciation, the Ghanaian is a Ghana town. So it's called Abri. So General Ankra was ruling Ghana then. We are the next English country next to them, both on the right, on the left. Sierra Leone is the nearest. So we are like brothers. When this thing started, they declared Biafra. General Ankra invited Gowon and Ojukwu to a breed. It was a presidential retreat lodge on your way to Koforidua from Accra. Beautiful place. So the Ojukwu went armed. They sabi book, make I not lie. They sabi book. They all Igbo. He carried good team. He went to that meeting with a very good team because they don't plan this thing tete. So they know exactly what they want to do. Gowon went. Gowon's team was weak. Already, Awolowo was sprung from prison in Calabar. Ojukwu now sprung him from prison. That history, I don't want to go there. Is argument there about how Awolowo came out of prison. But he met with Ojukwu. And the first meeting with Ojukwu, when they took him from prison in Calabar to Enugu, was recorded. So, but if I say I want to go into that, this thing, my narration will be too long. But
my ears are open. I want to learn, honestly.
You're not okay for the sake of our viewers too.
Then war will come a war.
The viewers, they'll be fine. They can go to bed if they like. Just
you go pray for lecture. No be
Basbo section they come. Basbush.
I owe you one, Baba. Don't worry, just me.
So when Awo came, Ojukwu had an interview with him, and it was recorded. This is what, according to, I'll talk these two stories. According to the rest of Nigeria, it was like Ojukwu now told Awo exactly what they are doing, that they are declaring their own Biafra. So, according to the Easterners, Awo agreed that, okay, if you people are going, we too, my people, we will leave Nigeria. So, after that meeting, Awolowo came back to Lagos. But Gowon made Awo Federal Finance Minister, and by extension, the Executive Vice President of Nigeria, next to Gowon, number 2 to Gowon. So that's where it is claimed that Awolowo's hand come for. That's how I go allow my people go. Me, when I won't rule Nigeria before, this is an opportunity to even rule Nigeria the way I want it, because he has ambition for the whole of Nigeria the way he has done with Southwest. But the other side story was that no, Awolowo never promised Ojukwu anything like that. And it was not Ojukwu's or under Ojukwu's authority that he left prison. That the prison actually in Calabar was federal prison. like today, all prisons are under federal, that a cable was sent to the prison to release Awolowo. And Ojukwu was this, Calabar was still under Ojukwu. So it becomes Ojukwu responsibility when the prison opened the gates to keep Awolowo in safety and make sure he returned back to his side of the country. So you can see the two stories now. So I've cleared that. So when they went to Ebri, Gowon's team was very weak, military officer, waiting they know now, to shoot gun. You understand? So Ojukwu actually, the agreement actually
Ojukwu
was,
now well-educated man now before he joined the army now.
not only him, now keep all of the way and go na Jim people book. There's a big book and they don't
most of other nations, they fear them. They think they are too wise, this and that.
So, Badejo, I have to put things in their perspective. It's not bugba. I will knock it down. I narrated the two sides of the story. So understand that, and pardon me. I don't want to take sides. So when they went to Ebri for that meeting, Ojuku's team was formidable. So the agreement actually was, look, let's return back to regional system. We will stay and control everything in our region as it were before. That is how we want it. And I want my eastern region back. No rivers, no southeast. I mean, Calabar, what was Calabar then? I've forgotten Calabar State then, what they name it then, which is saying is when Gowon agreed. In truth, in Ebri, Gowon agreed. But when he came back, his team came back, his weak team, and the Federal Executive Council saw what he signed on to and said, are you crazy? How can you agree to this kind of thing? Meanwhile, in that meeting, it was agreed also that Gowon has to announce when he gets back what the agreements, and that the country has returned to the region, and those regions carved out of states carved out of eastern region has to be returned back to them. So the Federal Executive Council rejected that agreement. Ojukwu and his people said, on Ebri, we stand. That's where that word came from. Say, no, this agreement, no. You don't sign and you don't sign up. Come rain, come high water, come sun, come fire. Now lie. This agreement. And federal side said, no, we don't want this agreement. So the Igbo said, on Ebri, we stand. That's how the war started.
Wow.
So the first thing was police action. Gowon sent police to go arrest Ojukwu.
Are you serious?
The policemen didn't come back, as many as they were. One of them not come. Their fingernails have not come back. That's how the war started. But the cry in war, people die. As I speak to you, I lost two uncles. One in River Niger, while crossing with Muritala. The other one in Abagana with Shua, Colonel Shua, a Borono officer. I lost two uncles. Several people lost in other land. But what really got the Yoruba goat? Yes, the Yoruba was fighting. Soyinka was supporting Ojukwu. Victor Banjo was supporting Ojukwu. They were Yorubas.
Is this Soyinka the professor?
The professor went to jail.
He was still
He don't take they make trouble. He went to jail in Nigeria side.
Of Biafra.
Was on the side of Biafra. Victor Banjo.
Baba Inahuru, this lieutenant of
Anthony Inahuru. Even Victor Banjo, who is Ojukwu's equal, fought on his side, and Ojukwu forced him to lead the troops that will attack Yoruba land through Benin.
So Soyinka is this Professor Soyinka is this old?
Oh, it's
He
90
was
something.
young.
He was young then,
Wow.
He
radical.
was young then.
So these are my beef that anytime I cry on this panel that these my people must know how important we are to them. Because Victor Banjo attacked Benin with his
And
troop.
Ijebu man, oh.
They overran Benin within 2-3 days and installed one Mr. Chief Okonkwo as administrator of Benin as a captured territory and moved further to Ore, coming to Ijebu through Ore.
Own town,
It
his
was
own
in
town.
Ore
He was going to
that the
conquer his own
Yoruba
town.
woke up. That is why if you hear Yoruba wants to say an old person, say Oleku Ija Ore. It was in Ore. Yoruba people died. Not small. Because it was like, you are coming to capture us. We will die here. They didn't go beyond Ore. Though Ojukwu sent 2 jets to come and bomb Lagos. To
So
come
that's why I
and
was
bomb
saying,
Lagos.
that was why I was
But
saying
I
the
thought that
expansionist.
the Yoruba was fighting with the Igbos together. That we
Yeah,
were on the same team.
Sorry,
No.
Baba. Let me mention something that I was trying to say before. You see, if Ojukwu had stayed at keeping the southeast as a territory, there might not have been so much trouble. But he has the expansionist territory mindset. He was going to take over Edo. He had taken over Edo. He's taking over part of Ondo. He wants to take over the whole of western region and eastern region and convert it to Biafra land.
Oh, that's
What
the
kind of
problem.
mindset? Yeah, that's the problem. If you want to keep your territory, keep your territory. It's just like what Kanu is doing now. When they say Kanu, when he draw map of Biafra, even my own village, they among them. Igodomi Godo Onwa. Igodomi Godo Afema state. That's my own local government. Has he consulted me? You understand? That was the mindset of Ojukwu. When they concern Biafra with Lagos, break the Niger Delta bridge, secure that territory. All you need to do is secure the northern side through Enugu and the rest. And that's
No,
all. You
but the
have your
tactics is
Biafra.
Patoski. Attack is better than defend.
Oh,
So
look
you
at what
rather
happened to
attack.
him now. Look at what happened.
But
He
it
has,
didn't work. But
you know
it's
why?
a tactic of the war
He
of a
has,
warfare to
no, he has a
attack.
natural defense. The Niger Delta water was there as a natural defense for him. Any vessel that is coming through that place, any boat, you just bomb them. So you have a natural defense on this western side, on the eastern side of your territory. The northeastern side of Biafra has a natural defense. All you need to do is go to the northwestern side of Biafra has a natural defense. All you need to do is go to the northeastern side of Biafra and secure it. Then your territory is secured. If you had held on to that fight, though they tried 4 years, but if you had held on to that it could have lasted 10 years, and they would have been forced to say, okay, let's make peace and let them go. But you were taking those territories. And then one thing that I want you to know that people didn't mention, and some people don't know, that I grew up in the barracks. I met soldiers that fought in Biafra. Soldiers that fought in Biafra. Soldiers who were my neighbors, soldiers that were working with my brother, because eventually my brother joined the army and I was living with my brother. Because in our own time, when you born Peking, your firstborn you born am for, especially if you're from poor background. So I started staying with my brother then. If those soldiers tell you what happened, those soldiers were telling us that the Southeasterner were now oppressing the Cross River that were part of Biafra. They were oppressing people from Ogoja, you understand?
Yes.
So those people at a point were no longer feeling safe. I knew a guy who was a soldier. He was telling me how he eventually joined the army. He was a youth in Ogoja. He said that the Biafra soldiers were in Ogoja, that they took over all their farm, their food, and they were eating all their food. And that place was supposed to be part of Biafra. But the Biafra soldiers ate all their food. They were now raping their mothers and their sisters. So that boy, that man told us that him and his friend, they walked 4 days in the bush to go and meet Nigerian soldiers. They will sleep and hide during the day. In the night, they will move. He said that was he said when they got to where Nigerian soldiers camp were, they now told them what was happening and that those people were starving. Obasanjo flooded that place with food. And that was how it was the Ogoja boys that eventually gave them how to guided them through how they entered that side of Biafra.
Excuse me, I have
Because-
one question though.
Yeah.
Where did General Banjo came into play? Because from what I heard, General Banjo was team with Ojukwu, you know, and something led to another. They spied him when he went to the east to deliver a message to Ojukwu. I don't understand that part.
No, he was fighting on the side of Biafra. He was the one who spearheaded the battalion that was to come and attack, that captured Benin and went further to Ore. But
See,
when they were pushed back,
that told me that story. A dope person.
no, he was fighting. He was a Biafra officer, and Ojukwu killed him, tied him to the stake.
Why did Ojukwu kill him?
I'll tell you.
He said he sabotaged the attack. He blamed the failure of Biafra to come in to make an incursion into the West.
You see,
the failure of it was blamed on him, that he sabotaged it.
One of the things I also heard.
From what I heard, right? That's where I want. They said he was speaking Yoruba and giving message to Yoruba people in the southwest.
Yeah. No.
To sabotage the.
I don't know.
This is an adult person that told me this part. That's why I said I want you to tell me the real gist of the coup and everything with Biafra.
All I know was that Victor Banjo led the battalion that captured Benin and started coming towards Ore. Before they were pushed back, he went back to Ojukwu, and Ojukwu accused him of sabotage, tied him to the stake, and the families are still living till today.
Let me tell you some of the things I heard. One of the things I heard was this. You know, Ojukwu was a leader. He was not in the war front. The same way Gowon was not in the war front fighting. Ojukwu was not in the war front. But Banjo was in the war front. Banjo was becoming very popular. Banjo was the real combat guy, the strategy guy in terms of military warfare. And I used to tell people here, if you know guys in the army, go and ask. When you are talking of real combat officers in the army, the Northerners are many, but the real combat officers of Nigerian army from creation till now are dominantly Yoruba officers. I stand to be corrected, but if you have people in the army, go and ask. The real combat officers in the army are Yoruba.
No, I think what is still pinning them, even the comment section, I'm seeing Nwachukwu and all the rest spewing, disagreeing, but they know what is happened because they believe firmly, Patoski waits, they believe firmly that without the Yorubas, the Biafra will have stood. And that is the grudge till today. And in truth, yes, fair enough. We are 3, 2 against 1, matter settled. 2, if it's Yoruba and Igbo, there will have been Biafra. But since it's Igbo versus the other 2, you can win. So that is the grudge. So why grudge? The Yorubas calculated where their bread is buttered, and that's it. It's calculation.
Just so ask that one, why they not kill it? Why they not kill their Igbo leaders?
Yeah, someone was asking, my uncles died. They are soldiers. They were the one they were crossing the bridge. They were bogged down because of brutal incompetence. Inside water with his boot, his legs were amputated and he died. And the other one in Abagana, he was shot in the stomach. So people, if you say people died in Biafra, people died on the federal side.
And that's every tribe was impacted, really, because they made
exactly.
It like, now, wow, this is serious.
It is war. People go. People get exterminated in war.
Now, wow, no wahala. Now, wow, I like the way they say.
There shouldn't be any pretense. There shouldn't be any grudge. If somebody didn't fight on your side, it's calculation of survival.
To me,
that the Yorubas didn't
that
fight
war,
for you or declare their own state is calculation.
to
So
me,
you
that
can't
war,
begrudge them.
to me, that war
So,
was
Baba,
unnecessary.
after they buyed Banjo, how did the Yoruba people take it in the Southwest?
Oh, we're happy now. He was a rebel as far as we are concerned. How can you turn your gun against your place of birth? It's an abomination in Yoruba land. Turn your gun against your father's house. No, it's not done. So we applauded it.
What was Banjo's initial purpose? He was fighting
that
all
time
time
was
with
the Yoruba
Biafra.
territory.
So how did he end up betraying? I thought we were all fighting together with the Yorubas.
No, that's Ojuku's assumption. Because the circumstances why he came to fight, he was in prison. He was accused of coup plotting. So he was in prison in the East. So when Ojuku declared Biafra, Ojuku released him from prison. And of course, people said he was forced to join. I don't know how you can force a grown man to join. Because they were both officers, colonel actually. The Ojuku has promoted himself to general. So that's why he was a victim of circumstance.
Wow.
But what I'm even saying is that war was unnecessary. I mean,
although Ekene said that the coup was necessary, right, Ekene? Ekene said it was necessary.
You see, it's unfortunate. We were in a democracy.
Which of the
we were
coup
in
is
a
necessary?
democracy.
Oh, you are talking about the war.
He was talking about, Ekene said the first.
He said the coup was necessary, but you were in a democracy. You get my point. Can you imagine the way we were going before? If today everything in the East belonged to the Easterners, and you pay some certain part of it to the federal in the center, and same thing with the West. At times I imagine what will have happened to Nigeria as a country. We will have been measured shoulder with West and Europe. We were going somewhere.
Baba,
was our destination.
Baba, sorry. Good morning,
Yes,
sir.
Morning, sir.
Yeah. Ejo, Sherry, okay. If you have to look at what actually led to the first coup, because somebody is saying that they say it's very necessary. What led to the first coup? There were a lot of political riots. There were a lot of rigging during the election. Because this same Maolo that we are talking about has been in prison since 1963. Not shortly before the coup. Awolowo has been in prison for almost 3 years before the coup. So the problem with that was that you have too many stories from too many people. Some people are saying that, yes, when Awolowo was in prison, Ojuku and the people that actually started that first coup, they have it in mind that it was Awolowo that they want to install as the prime minister.
Pure lie.
So that is one version. And in fact, that was even one of the reasons that they gave that made Ojuku to release him from a Calabar prison. So
a
people
state
believe
governor
like that.
Cannot release a federal prisoner.
But that time he was the one in charge of that eastern region, and Calabar was. So that if he didn't consented, he will. In fact, he has all the chance to kill or not to release Awolowo from that prison because he was in charge of that region.
Would have done that,
You understand? In fact, what they were saying is that they wanted Awolowo to become the prime minister, and they wanted Okpara, who was the premier of the eastern region that time, to become his vice. And that was the reason why they did not even kill Okpara. You know, all the story that we have been saying now, I've not heard anybody mentioning Azikwe. in all this story.
I did in early narrative.
Because Azikiwe left Nigeria since October 1965 when he had a premonition of that coup.
It's stated, Fimba, Ife Ajuna, who is actually the original leader of that coup, was his nephew. Because they are all from
So he
Onitsha.
had a premonition. Because
They are
how
all from
can
Onitsha.
somebody who is the president of the country left the country from October 1965 and he did not return till the coup was in February 1966. So he ran away, and that was not the first time he will run away. In fact, the election, all the elections Azikiwe has been contesting, he has been contesting all the elections in this western region, Baba.
Yeah.
On his election, he has
And
been contesting it in the western. Even in 19, he won in 1951 when he wanted to become the premier of the western region. That was when the story of cross carpeting actually.
Do you know till today I still get angry at my fathers then allowing Azikiwe to win elections in Lagos, in West.
Baba, it was not the only Igbo.
That was crazy.
It was not the only Igbo in the Western Parliament that time. There were many, and all of them won their election in Lagos. There were many. I think they have like 3 or 4 Igbos that won the election. One won in Mushin. I think it's actually that one in Mushin or something like that.
Yeah, I've forgotten their names now. They won.
So,
they won election.
Even before that election, he actually left the country and came back after the election. That guy has been very, 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 very cunning. Very, very cunning. Because I think what happened was that I can liken Zeke to somebody like Obi. He was likened by the elite because of the way he talk, his command of English and all those things.
He speaks Yoruba fluently.
And he speaks exactly. So the elite among the Yoruba actually liked Zeke dead. And that's why somebody like all those Adeniran Ogunsoya, all these elites in Lagos, they were supporting Zeke.
The father-in-law, the grandfather-in-law of the Attorney General now of today, they are all my parents, not my father, my grandparents are all Zikists. And it's my area of Lagos. You have the national headquarters of NCNC. It's a 2-story building in campus on the island.
So, Baba,
Zik was very popular.
So, I heard that they cut off food supply to the east during the war. And so many Igbo kids died of kwashiorkor.
Okay, Shoma, that's good part of the story. Okay. Let me tell you, you eat okporoko, right? Do you eat okporoko?
I've eaten all of them. Yes, sir.
Good. It is the war. It is the war that brought okporoko. The chief importer, a contractor to the army, Alhaji Kasumu, an Ijebu man that lives on Lagos Island around Balogun Square of today, was the importer of okporoko. It is because of the Igbo children they brought it in, and also for army. There are 2 stories, so I'll give you the 2 stories. So because I don't want to stay in one place, so that let them know what exactly went on. This is the Igbo stories, that they starved them. They refuse all the aids that's coming from France, because France was one of the chief supporter, de Gaulle, of Biafra.
Really?
So all the food they were sending, there was federal blockade. They didn't allow the food to land. They blocked Red Cross also. This is the Igbo story I'm telling you right now. You understand that they don't allow. But I want to put a dampener on that Igbo story. Hunger is part of weapons of war Check your Bible.
Igbo version of the story. Igbo version.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Hunger is a weapon of war. Even in biblical times, when they surrounded Jericho for how many days, and so on and so forth. You can't be fighting somebody and feeding the person. It's like fashioning a weapon against yourself. So I'm talking of the Igbo version now. I'm attacking that version. You can't expect your enemy to be feeding you.
No,
to have the strength. We're at war. You understand?
Yes.
But this is the federal. This is the federal side story.
Okay.
They were supplying food to the children particularly, but because the Biafran army, they were hungry, no food, torn uniform, tattered. Ojukwu will now corner those food, and rather than feed the children, they give the food to the Biafran army to eat so that they can have strength to fight. That is the federal story.
Oh, that's so sad.
You get my point. So these are the two sides of the story. But with my bias, let me put it that way, because I know that's what they will be saying. I know definitely, because people were angry with Awolowo then. Even the soldiers whom Awo was serving were very angry. People like Azan Usman Kassina, Major General, who was chief of staff to go on, head of army or so, or if not chief of staff. They were very angry. Their meetings were always heated. Why should we be feeding them? Passing food through Red Cross to them. And the Yorubas too were angry. This is why I believe the federal side. But on the Igbo one, which they say they blockade, then but starvation is part of war. You cannot be feeding your enemies at war.
But Baba, even the other aspect that we have to look at, even before the war, the North, they wanted to secede from Nigeria. It happens in 1951 when they said they were not ready. And the eastern region and the western region were saying no, they are ready, and the northern said they are not ready. You know, the people, their representatives, they were actually molested. If you remember, Baba, they molested the likes of Saddam and all those people. And that time they were hungry, and that was when the British now promised them that they gave them a governor general in the northern region that will help them to all these things that they are now enjoying, to create a Nigeria that will not favor them, and promise them that they will be the one that will be ruling Nigeria. That was why they decided to stay. And even after that, it was Muritala that led the second coup. Muritala was a young radical.
No sense.
Yes, he wanted to go. It's not the main thing about that thing was that he wanted to go, wanted to secede the northern region from Nigeria. But when it was after coup, they now said, no, this thing is not going to be possible, because they were not actually. That was why they now look for somebody. Gowon was not involved in the coup. They just look for somebody that will have national acceptance. And that was one of the reasons why they released, because that government was looking for legitimacy. That was why Gowon also released Awolowo and made Awolowo a federal minister. For it was due to legitimacy that they are looking for that time.
Just give me 1 second there. Let me correct Howdy. Herbert Macaulay founded NNDP. NNDP. It was at Zik was the Secretary General. It was at the demise of Herbert Macaulay, Zik took over and renamed it NCNC, Northern Council of Nigeria and the Cameroon. I hope I answer you.
No, national. Not national. I think it's national.
NNDP is National Democratic Party. Nigerian National Democrat. That was what Herbert Macaulay founded, I think, in 1923. Carry on, Simba.
And then he died in 1945 when he was in sick. When he was in hospital bed, that was when he handed over to Zik. So So there are a lot of story all over there. But if you look at it, for them to release Awolowo, made him a prime minister, was because what, as you said earlier, Baba, in Nigeria we have three powerful sides. If you are able to get two, then the other one would be weak. You understand? One of the things that was actually not making the Western region to want to secede during that war was that Yorubas don't have the military capacity.
Okay, I thought it was because Ojukwu was trying to take over the Southwest
The
territory.
Yoruba,
That's where
most
you
of
guys
the people,
backed out.
most of even the military cantonments that were in this Western region were being held by the Northerners. The Yorubas, it's not in our the Yorubas don't join army. They were, so we don't have enough military people as at that time.
But Baba, you said that when Ojukwu was trying to take over the Southwest territory, that's when Yoruba decided
There's nothing like Southwest that time. It was the Western region.
Yes, that's the same thing. That's when the Yoruba decided not to join the Biafra again. Everybody was on their own, Abi.
Realistically, the Yoruba, Awolowo's word in Yoruba land was law. Awolowo was like revered as a god. If he had come back that moment and said Yoruba is going, no doubt about that, Yoruba will go, will follow, because the Yorubas were bitter for his imprisonment. That's why it's a lesson too for everybody to learn that nobody is bigger than a country. As big as Awolowo, Awolowo was a god in Yoruba land. Yet he was sent, he was jailed and nothing happened other than burning and killing ourselves in the Southwest. We call it Wild Wild West. We're burning houses, killing ourselves, rioting for years, which was one of the excuses Nzeogu gave during his school announcement that the West is unsettled. Just exactly what is happening in the East now. Yorubas did it before. We are killing ourselves.
Wow.
Fighting. Action group fighting against a Democratic Party of Akitola, and the Yoruba land was divided. We were fighting, killing ourselves. So it's not new.
So Nigeria was a mess.
There is a difference now. It's not what happened in the Western region that time is not the same thing that's happening in the Eastern region now. They are not their own is not based on a political ideology. Is just what can we say is based just some group of
so the bottom line we're
he just used that one as an example, which is correct. He used that one as an example. What is happening there right now? There was a chaos in this Western region, or this Do, Data, Undo, etc.
Really terrible.
Yes. You know, they call them, I think I read so many things from my father's books. I think they have all these Ogoni fashions too, Ogoni and then Owegbe, all those kind of,
You think it's today we started seeing MC Oluemo?
Baba is saying the right things, which are, how I just read it from even my uncle is still alive. I can call him and ask him. Everything Baba is saying is correct.
Baba, I think I said this a few days ago that the NURTW, this Agberu that now became a something. Awolowo in 1946 was the secretary of NURTW now.
They don't know history.
Don't blame Awolowo. Don't blame Awolowo.
Hey, keep quiet. Is that a blame?
Let the discussion continue. Baba, please carry on. Choma want to hear from you. Thank you.
During this period, our MC Oluomo was Omo Pupa. That's what they call him. The chief thug, then Omo Pupa. If you stand at Mushin bus stop, say they should show you Omo Pupa house, they will point it out. I can count the thugs. There is the Erobodo. What's this guy's name? There's Ade Dibu. Look, thugs have always been part of our political life. You understand? But the bottom line of the whole thing is like, look, we have to let this rest. I know in the heart of everybody, every Southeasterner,
Can I come in?
Biafra lives.
Can I
Yes,
interject you, Baba?
AI, come in, please.
Baba, I noticed that you told a story of what happened in and out of Nigerian Biafran war, and then you concluded by saying, well, not concluded because I came in, I interjected you. You concluded by saying they should let it like go, let bygone be bygone. But let me say this: what I'm interjecting, first of all, I have to ask you a question. All these stories you just told now, are the stories, some of them you read, some of them the media said, maybe probably some of them you saw when it happened, like the action?
You mean my personal self?
Yes.
I witnessed most of them. I read most of them. I started reading when I was like 8 years and listening to Redivision.
Okay.
I am today 69. I was 11 years old and 2 months when the coup happened in January 66.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the truth about that war has been told?
From which side? Federal side or the Biafra side?
No, all of them. All the people that are involved in this war, they speak in different tones. They give different reasons and different stories why that war was embarked on. Then I ask you, do you think that the truth about that war, what started that war, has been told? Do you believe so?
No, I have my own theory. I know what they are not saying on both sides.
Okay. Now, you see, before you bury the hatchet, it will be very good if the truth is only one of them now, if I can remember vividly, is still alive. If they can bring the truth to the light, I mean truth, in honesty, the person to be blamed will be blamed. The person to be consoled will be consoled. And the matter will end. But with all these stories here and there, 99.5% of them are dead. And it's going to be a generational something if that truth is not told. Because some people feel they are right. Some people feel they are dehumanized. Some people feel they were alienated. Some people feel they were right in what they did. When people feel that way and pass it down to generations, the question of bury the hatchet will never come in. I don't know where on earth they can get that. So as long as, in honesty, we all can agree that the truth about that war that shouldn't have happened in the first place has not been told. Why thousands or hundreds of thousands of people were killed in a country? And everybody sat on it and shouting, blah, 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 blah. And sometimes when the topic is thrown out, you see people reacting on their emotions. Most people that react were not even born when it happened. So
even their fathers were not born.
So I thank you for honestly saying that the truth has not been told. So continue. with the beautiful story.
I don't know where to start again, other than for me to say, look, in the heart of every Igbo man, rightfully, sons and daughters, Biafra lives. Even me, as I sit here, as much as I abhor the activities of OPC, I would never speak against OPC. Even though I'm talking of not liking the Yoruba nation thing. I speak from the bias of an educated Yoruba man to say, look, if we are looking for animal with horns, 2 horns, not like snail, I respect Igboho. I salute him in the time of needs of the Yorubas, what he did for us when we had no voice because of Tunumbu's ambition. He stood for Yorubas. But when it comes to issue of governing Yoruba people, not Igbo will not lead me and my family. I know Yoruba's first 11. When they call, I will heed that call. That is just the general thing I will use in concluding. Thank you, panel.
Baba, I have one final question.
Yeah.
How and when did the Biafra war ended?
Well, this is how, because we call it sector.
Mm-hmm.
The federal government were capturing each of the state sector by sector. Umahia will fall today. Tomorrow, Abagana will fall. Tomorrow is Enugu will fall. So the space was becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. And one day, when the whole thing became so small, Ojukwu now entered a plane and said he was going abroad to look for peace, and he disappeared. But one funny thing of that war, most Nigerian soldiers, those who fought on the federal side, listen to this, most of them brought back Igbo brides from the war front. Most of them, people who were fighting, enemies, they brought back Igbo brides. So what does that say? It was a war fought in vain. In my own estimation, if I can go to war, those who I'm fighting and killing, I took their daughter and marry her. And we start procuring. We start producing children. So that war was fought in vain. So I conclude.
So they never caught Ojukwu, or how did he decide he wants to? I heard he wanted to run for president when he came back. So they didn't catch him as a war criminal or something?
No, they couldn't. He went to Cote d'Ivoire, gave him a soft landing through the express directive from France. Houphouët-Boigny was the president of Cote d'Ivoire then. So they gave him a house in where we call Plateau. During that time he was there in exile, if you visit Cote d'Ivoire, your taxi driver will say, we'll point the house to you on a small hill. That's where Ojukwu stays. A very large villa. He was staying, I think he stayed in exile for like many, many years. I think he didn't return until 79 or 80, actually. He joined the federal side. I think it was just, was a political move, you understand? And rightfully so. Unfortunately, there was NPN, which is a national party. There was Action Group, which is a Western party. There was a NPP,
UPN,
I think.
UPN, not Action Group.
UPN. And there was, I think, NPP, Nnamdi Azikiwe Igbo Group. And then there was those fringe ones from like Alhaji Waziri Ibrahim, GNPP. There was Tuji Braithwaite. But as he came back, we thought he will go to the Zik party, which is the Igbo party. But rather he went to the national party with Shagari. and co, who were the one who actually brought him back home and gave him a safe landing. He joined them and he stood for senator position and he failed woefully.
Wow. Now, wow. So after all that, all his effort, he decided to join the federal.
Exactly. Wow. I was surprised, but then they were the one ruling, and they the one that gave him safe landing. I mean, nowhere like home. He yearned to be home.
Yeah, it's true.
And his father's properties are all scattered all over the place. And whatever he's enjoying today, and his siblings are worrying him. When he was alive there, when he came initially, he fought for those property. The ones on Queen's Drive, one of the property the father owns in Ikoyi, where Lagos State was already there. And then he wanted to go in. Lagos State, no, we cannot give you. In the first place, the land actually belongs to us. Your father built on it. And you know what Ojukwu did? He took himself, his wife, and children and slept in the lawn for almost 3 or 4 days, cooking, and it was a spectacle that you people must give my father's property back or you kill me. Openly was sleeping in the open, and they said, I beg, make it carry on, go, make it give and
Baba, this
yeah.
what about this allegiance between the North and the Eastern people? Every time we see it happening. But what I don't understand is that, because if you look at it, pre-independence, post-independence, even Second Republic, Fourth Republic, you see this allegiance between the North and the East. Why should Ojukwu come and join the Northern group?
Let me tell you why. You want to know why?
Yes.
Okay. Before now, Northerners have, I'm trying to be civil here. They have the business, but they don't have the acumen. I repeat. Before now, Northerners have the business, but they don't have the acumen. Igbos have the acumen for the business. So for years, Northerners and the Igbos have been doing business in their jolly way. It has always been like that. Most Igbos do business in the North over the years. So they were like business partners. Most Igbos live in the North.
But what about in politics? Politically, you think that is that one that extended to politics?
Hang on. If you look at politics up to Shagari's time, Igbos, even when an Igbo man come out, Igbos will always go to the North. Because they have a lot of Igbos in the North. And the Northerners gave them a free hand to do their business. So they are comfortable there. Even after the Nigerian Biafran war, the bitterness wasn't that bad. I can assure you. After the Nigerian Biafran war, when Ojukwu came back, one terrible thing Ojukwu did was to denounce that he's no longer going to pursue that Biafra. But he didn't tell them the stupidity in pursuing Biafra. Because had he laid down the stupidity, which I keep telling everybody, the truth about the war, nobody would have been feeling bitter. Everybody would have seen it as a war. Now, back to this thing. When he denounced the pursuit of this thing, Wazurike came up with it. I keep saying, I have cold on my throat. I keep saying, the Christians used to say that faith cometh by hearing, and hearing the word of God. And I will always tell them, no, It did not end with word of God. That what you constantly hear, if you don't take your time, it becomes you. That chanting of Biafra, and when you chant it, a little child will now ask you, what is this Biafra all about? And then you release venom to him. You give him venom, that venom is the Biafra. So that is what is bringing that bitterness now. That's why it's as if Igbo people are trying to get away, as if they have a cause with the Northerners. But let me tell you this. The tribes in Nigeria, if there is anybody, an Igbo man will go to the north. Mark my word. They've been in it for a long time. Forget about all this politics and anything. If you ask an average Igbo man today, who he wants to relate with in the whole of Nigeria, trust me, he will say Northerner.
Even Zita is clear. Nnamdi Azikiwe was born in Zungeru. Ojukwu was born also in the north. A lot of them. Kaduna Nzegu was born in the north. Most of them. So they will always drift towards the north.
So because Baba, I asked this question because the most popular story that people believe that led to the war is the killing of the Igbos in the north. Is that not right?
Yeah.
So if we have that one, so
that was
where
reprisal killing,
yes,
after the coup.
Yes, after the coup, because the beef was that why should they kill their own leaders and left their own leaders?
You see, is this Simba I'm talking to?
Yeah, this is Simba.
You see, when you start a story from the middle, you end up leaving blank spaces. And when you leave blank spaces, you cause commotion in your story. If anybody who wants to tell the story of Nigerian Biafran war, if you can be decent and civil and honest enough to start the story when the Europeans were leaving, who did they hand Nigeria over to?
It was obvious they handed over to the Northerners now.
Please, I don't want to do that now. Please. When the Europeans were leaving the country, who were the people they handed over to? Premier, this one, Prime Minister, blah, blah, blah. And then what happened? If you can take the story from there, I think our younger ones will understand. But if you jump in the middle and start telling the story that what started the Nigerian Biafran war was that the Igbos were killed in the north. And then Ojukwu got angry. And because of that, he said he wants to separate. Instead of his people to be killed, let them go their way. Then not only that you are evil, I think God will punish you. Honestly, sincerely speaking. I want everybody who honestly want to start, because do you know why I said this? Nigeria gained independence in the year 1960. And they became a full-blown country in 1963. And this war broke out 3 years after, in 1966. So anybody who wants to tell the story of that war, and you did not inculcate these situations before the madness, then it's either You are evil and God will punish you. Jumping the story from the middle to tell our younger ones is what kept Nigeria the way it is today. But I wish them luck. Let them continue.
Is anyone there?
I don't shut up my mouth too.
Yes, I'm here. I know that Madam Zita, it was Patoski that started telling me the story because I interjected him and Ekene. So I wanted to know their version. You understand? So Patoski did his very best from the beginning, and then that's when Baba took over, when Patoski left because of connection. So that was what happened.
Listen, let me tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chioma.
Yes, ma'am.
When anybody, Chichi, let me tell you this, and you know me. When I say things, I don't only double down on it, I triple down on it because I don't care. If anybody will look at me and mention my name and tell me to tell him or her my own version of the story, I don't know what to tell that person. But the only thing I have to tell you, let me not use rude words because I'm getting, whenever they discuss Nigerian Biafran war, that's actually a war that is not supposed to have happened. I will tell the person that my own version of the story is that, you see, all those that were involved in that war, their corpses are not supposed to be laid in the land called Nigeria. When they die, their corpse is supposed to be thrown in the Atlantic Ocean. That's my own version of the story. Because they destroyed Nigeria. They brought Nigeria as a country on its knee. You don't start a country with a war. You don't. Nigeria must have actually really be a mighty, strong, well-blessed country for them to still keep standing up to today. No country starts with a war and survives. Unless you are a country, you are conquering nations to add to yourself. But if you are a country, you start a country by fighting yourself, you as a country, then you have a big problem. So for those involved, my own version of the story is that those people involved, whether they are 10, they are 20, they are 200, any of them that die, their corpses are not supposed to be buried in that land. They're supposed to be thrown into the Atlantic Ocean. That's my own version of the story. What are you going to do to me? Nothing. I've said it.
Well, thank you, Madam Zita, and especially Patoski and Baba. I really, really am blessed to hear your own versions and the stories that you have heard. I'm even shocked that Professor Shoyinka is that old. I didn't know he was so involved in the war. But is there any other panelists like Ola or Mike that has an opinion on this?
Yeah, I have a question for Atoski and Baba. So, because I was hearing you guys saying Zogu was the first school was in Zogu school. So, does that mean there were 3 coups in 1966? Because what I understand as a definition of a coup is if you force the government to hand over to you, that's coup. So people say it was Izogu did a coup and it failed. And then How did Ronsi become head of state? Did they say Ronsi now told the government to hand over? Are you kidding me? We still have a standing government. What did the constitution say? If a prime minister dies, the deputy takes over. If the premier died, deputy takes over. So if those people die and their deputy are still alive, or even their deputy was killed, whoever thought in line takes over. So if the general decided to take over, is that not a coup? So you guys are telling me that Ironsi now did a second coup, or what? What is that? I don't know how Nigerians. I don't get it. Did Ironsi do a second coup? So was there 3 coups in 1966? And secondly, anyone understand military? Junior officers cannot say they want to take over a country when they still have senior officers alive. So it was almost it's almost if Izogu was to do a coup to take over a country, it was like a mission impossible, because that means we would have to kill all his seniors in the army to become the highest rank to be the head of state. So it doesn't make sense when people keep saying those 5 majors, it's only people that don't understand that's not how military works. And I don't know, Nigerians keep deceiving us. That's what Madam Sita said. We just keep lying to ourselves. And people, they all know that there's no way those junior officers would have gone and do a coup on their own. It was someone that sent them. A senior officer sent them. Maybe it was Ironsi, maybe it was someone else. But hey, the way Ironsi took over, it appears to me he's one that sent them to go and carry out the action for him. And the way he appeared, he sent them to the east to go and chill. My brother, if anyone that doesn't know that coup was Ironsi's coup, I don't know, man. I don't know what else to tell you. It was Agwe Ironsi's coup. Now, Chama say I call it Igbo coup. I never call it. I think it's not Igbo coup, and coup should not be attributed to an ethnic group. I would say the reason people call it Igbo coup is the outcome of it is what turned it to an Igbo coup. Because we can't say, because even if it's 100% of the coup plotters were Igbo, we still can't call it Igbo coup, because they make decisions on their own. I don't think they call their traditional chiefs and all their tribal heads to sit down together and say, let's do an ethnic coup. The soldiers acted on their own. In fact, it was Igbo's military men, so they can't attribute their action to their ethnic group. But the outcome is what people made it. If they would have killed the leaders in the east as well, or Eastern officers and things like that, I don't think it would have looked like it would have. It's the outcome that make it look like that, make it tag like that. But it was even people can deny that their intention was this and that and that. It's no one cares about their intention. It's the outcome that people will use to describe the coup. So the outcome of the coup is what make people call it Igbo coup. So, Baba, for the question, was there 3 coups?
So, in addition to what Mike said, look at it this way. When the coup was being planned, you find out that miraculously, people from a particular region, all the leaders, they escaped. Were not pie in the coup. But when you look at the other region leaders, they were pie. So, they say, it looks like Gatti, or it doesn't look like Gatti. Someone who is staggering, you understand, in a masquerade costume, get into a house, and someone that is staggering just walk out of that house. So the thing is this: there's no way you want to recolor that coup that you can erase ethnicity from that coup. Even when you even look at what preceded that coup, the way the Sadana of Sokoto was speaking about a particular ethnic group trying to dominate and how he was waging war against that. It simply means that the issue of ethnicity, I'm not saying a particular group, only a section of the country was guilty. Everybody was guilty of the same thing. So don't color that an NCCT coup. It was purely ethnicity. Like Baba was saying something the other time too. How
sorry, Ola, you guys. I think you guys forgot to even mention. Like even within the military, the officers, they were all killed. The soldiers, the senior officers, they were killed. They were all Northerners and Southwesterners. and there were more Southeastern officers in the army, and none of them were touched. It's about 20 something senior officers in the army that the coup plotters by, and they didn't touch a single Igbo officer or a officer of the Southeast or anywhere. So the whole thing was just.
Patoski told he said
No,
that.
he was talking about the politicians of the north that they killed. He mentioned the officers from the north that they also killed. In fact, they wipe out all the senior officers from the northern enclave to the point where Gowon became the highest ranking senior officer from the north left. And Gowon is a junior officer, is like is a colonel? But all the generals from the north, they were all wiped out, man, in Aku. I mean, it was so ethnic. Oh God, Lord.
And when you even see the policy now enforced, after that could be making the country a unitary system, it still pointed out to what the leaders of a particular ethnic group agreed upon pre-independence, because a particular section of the group wanted unitary system, and it was the same unitary system that they now brought upon. So when you look at that, if a lie from day to today, because sometimes we want to resolve a problem, when you lies and lies and lies upon lies, then you are not ready to resolve that problem. You understand? Every ethnic group, they have their own problem. You understand? I listened to Simba trying to counter Baba when Baba was saying the truth of what happened to the Western region politician. Yeah, it was true that the Western region too, you understand, there's no way you could absorb them from some crisis. Even when we came to 1983 too, what Ondo State alone did in that country, Ondo State was a major reason, a major excuse for 1983 coup.
Yeah,
So
Ola,
if you want to...
Ola,
yes, sir.
Can I interject you just for historical listing, because of younger people like Choma, to just read out about 14 names of officers that were done away with on that unfaithful day? Can I just give me 15 seconds? Choma, are you listening? And any other one,
Yes, sir.
people
Yes,
interested?
sir. I'm listening. 'Cause I remember
Number
Michael
one,
asked you a question.
number
Yes,
one,
sir.
Sir Amadu Bello, Fulani
Amadu.
from Northern Region. Number two, Sir Tafawa Balewa, Prime Minister from Northern Region. 3, Samuel Laduke Akitola, Yoruba Premier from Western Region. 4, Chief Festus Okotiebo Ichekiri from Federal Finance Minister from Midwest Region. Number 5, Hafsat Bello, wife of Sir Amadu Bello. That's the number one man I read. Number 6, Mrs. Latifat Ademulegun, a brigadier's wife who was killed also with 8 months pregnancy in front of her 2 other younger children. Number 7, the husband, Brigadier Samuel Ademulegun, Yoruba man from the West. 8, Brigadier Zakari Maimalari Kanuri from Northern Region. Number 9, Colonel Ko Mohammed Kanuri, Northern Region. Number 10, Colonel Ralph Shudeinde, Yoruba from Western Region. Number 11, Colonel Abogo Lagema Magri from Northern Region. Number 12, Lieutenant Colonel James Pam Joss, native Northern Region. 13, Colonel Ato Onegbe Igbo from Eastern Region. He was the armory officer at Bonny Camp in Lagos. He held the key to the armory. That's the Igbo man now. Number 14, Sergeant, all these are then, you have Sergeant, police, all of them know Igbo inside that died. So that's Colonel Unegbe was when Timothy, this thing, and Anufro went to collect so that they can get more arms to fight, to conclude the coup. And he refused to cooperate. That was how he was killed. So nobody, apart from that, nobody died from the East. So you can see exactly now, I read political heavyweights of them, 13, only 1 Igbo. Thank you for granting me that, Ola. Ola, please carry on.
So when you want to, when people want to speak against the fact on ground, you already know that you are a liar. So 1966 coup, try to talk it from now to tomorrow, even calls a non-Nigerian, present the situation of different region in that country, and now put that scenario, it will point to a particular ethnic group. Put machine learning, put it there, it will point to that region. Put artificial intelligence, or anyway, artificial intelligence and machine learning, they are the same thing. So the thing is, you don't recolor what was so glaring. You understand? So that 1966 coup was purely an Igbo coup. You understand? Then when you want to resolve the problem of the country, you have to say the truth. And you have to look at why that's a particular section of that group created that problem. And meanwhile, that problem is still what led us to where we are today. I'm not saying other regions too were not culpable. We are all culpable. But the truth must be told. So that's just my point on that. And that is one of the more reasons these days that even when we are talking of the politics today, is our politics even different from what we used to find out those days? It is still the same thing we are doing. It is still the same thing that we transition to, even in the civilian regime or in our democracy. You understand? When we say the truth, we try to lock the truth up, and we now bring a lot of fabrications of different colors. We now color everything. We hide our intention. It's just because we've been lying to ourselves. So even before 1966, we now just increased the intensity of that line from 1966. So no way, it was an Igbo coup. So I submit.
You know, they say.
You see the way three of you now have told story. Baba don't tell his own. Mike don't come with his own. You too don't come with his own. That's the problem with the Nigerian Biafran war.
But madam, it is not mean that you say, you know, in communication, you will say you have verbal and kinetics, otherwise known as body language. Even if you are seeing different things from your body language, some people can read that, okay, what you are saying is against. So the facts on ground were pointing to where the thing was coming from, but people were talking differently. So it is not what people are saying that really matter, but the facts, which is scientific now, which is empirical. It is what matters, no matter how people tell the story. So with all the lists that Baba wrote out, there was just only an outlier, and the outlier was the person in charge of Armory. Hadn't been the person who was not in charge of Armory, definitely there would not have been an Igbo person involved in that.
But don't you think it's not fair for you to call it an Igbo coup? Because an Igbo coup means an entire ethnic group organize a coup or agree to do a coup, or like a coup by ethnic group will be a coup. Maybe whoever is appointed to be the leader of that. Hold on. Wait. I'm trying to. I also use that term, but if we have to be realistic, we have to be fair with ourselves. Although the reason why I always say Igbo coup is because the way a lot of Igbo, when they want to talk about other people, they will use the action of someone from that tribe to paint the whole tribe, just like they will say Yorubas because Awolowo. And I say, what are your problem with Yoruba? They will say Awolowo. So Awolowo's action is Yoruba action. That's why me too, I always say Igbo coup, just to get back at them. But if I have to be honest and be fair, I don't think if a group of individuals from an ethnic group that are not really appointed leader of that group, ethnic group, carry an action.
But there was a Yoruba major.
We can't,
Mike, there was a Yoruba major amongst the five.
Exactly, yeah. So even if there wasn't, even if all the coup plotters are 100% Igbo, the fact that they are not the kings or ethnic leaders of the tribe, they're just group of, maybe you can just call it a group of criminals, like group of Igbo guys that commit armed robbery. You know, say it's Igbo armed robbery. You understand? It's just a group of individuals that made bad choice and did something terrible. You understand? So unfortunately, in Nigeria, we always tag, and just like Fulani, just like when bandits do something, we tag the entire Fulani tribe as like every Fulani is a bandit. or responsible for the action of those bandits. So it's something we do in Nigeria that's very terrible. And I wish if we have responsible leaders that can just start educating the public, like let's stop calling, stigmatizing ethnic group based on actions of some individuals from that group. You understand? But unfortunately, in Nigeria, now where we did with that's where we are. We just, a Yoruba thing, now Igbo thing, now Fulani thing. That's where we talk.
I love your diplomacy, but let us play it within the context. You understand?
I love your
the context is when we're talking of Igbo coup, we knew exactly those people we are referring to. That's one section of it. Now, sometimes your leaders forget you. Your leaders represent you. When your leaders are doing what is not representing you, the first thing for you to say is to denounce, renounce that okay, you said, okay, totally, we are not part of this. We are dissociating ourselves. Take that one as one. Yeah. Now, when that now led to the Biafran war, when it led to that, the first Nigeria, the Nigeria Civil War, I hope it's going to be the first and the last in the history of the country. So,
amen.
When you look at the narrative coming out of that entire things, you will see that these people we are talking about, they never for once condemned the leaders that led them into unnecessary, decimation of a very huge ethnic group. But what did they do? They were even celebrating the person that led them to that and now blaming someone entirely that was not even responsible for what is happening. So you are saying we are, these are not, but you are supporting, indirectly, you are concurring with what your leaders are doing. So that's what I'm saying. We have to tell ourselves the truth, because if you indoctrinate someone,
you are right, and that's what make it Igbo in the minds of people like me, because of the action of like when I interact with Igbo people, it's almost like they support it. Oh, they will excuse that coup.
Even till this morning, they are supporting it.
Yeah, almost every Igbo
That's
friend
what brought about the topic.
They will never condemn that coup. I'm like, come, you are the one making it Igbo coup now, because all you have to do is just condemn it. Even after that coup, if they had like section of their ethnic group condemning it,
no one would have. It was a necessary coup. That's what Ekene said on this platform.
Yeah, they will all say.
That's why this conversation started, because I want to know from his point of view, why do you deem it necessary? Continue, sorry.
And that's what the thing is. The problem with Southeasterners is, Choma, they like to carry problem that doesn't belong to their ethnic group on their head. It may be individual from the ethnic group does something. Instead of them to take that problem, put it on the head of that individual, they will voluntarily take that person's problem and put it on top of their own head. Because when that could happen, just like Baba said, and this guy decided to make songs and singing. Now the population is now looking like, oh, you all support it. Now you're singing, marking, and not speaking as if you agree. You put problem on you make it your ethnic problem. Something happening in a country, just act like, hey, no, yeah, it's not our tribe that did it to, it's that individual that did it to. Even if you agree, at least act as if you don't agree, because it's something terrible. But you all support it because it's your ethnic man that did it. And then you wonder why people now tag it, you put it on, you're like, okay, it's Igbo affairs. So that's one thing about the Southeast, a bit of the Southeastern, and they don't understand. If anything happen in Nigeria, they will make it about themselves. Even that election. Why you got to make it about you? Lord, something's happening in Lagos. They say, they're attacking Igbos. Come on. You make everything about yourself, and you wonder why you end up being your problem. Things happen to other people. Nobody else say, it's a Ijo, they're attacking Ijo, they're marginalizing Ijo. Come on, calm down, man.
Look, Mike, example, Mike. Let me give you an example. You remember there was a time, I think it was Tunumbu's time, when this Niger Delta thing was going on. When the Ijaw Egbesu people came to Atlas Cove in Lagos, where we stopped petrol and bombed it. You remember? Immediately, the Ijaw community in Lagos went to Tunumbu as governor to tell them that we didn't. They renounce that.
They quickly renounce it. So everybody that cannot say, okay, people don't support it. You understand? Because that coup, the way that coup happened, Do you know what my sorry, Baba? Do you know the one that could happen in 1966 if some Igbo people, or maybe some prominent, just announced that we condemn it or something, or maybe their voices were speaking against that coup? That program will never have happened. And if they never, that idiot that made that song, that program will never have happened. People would be angry, maybe they would have spoken, but they won't, they
The
will understand that
musician,
it's not all of them.
Celestine Oku was a musician, and they made almanac. They made. They
So
said
it's almost like
the
nobody spoke against it, but we saw people that were supporting it. I'm pretty sure there are many people that probably hated it. They didn't like the coup. They didn't support it, but they kept
of
quiet.
course.
But then the one that supported it were the one speaking. So it's kind of even today, like you see the behavior of Kanu, like this guy just acting crazy. I know a lot of Igbo people don't like what they're doing, but the one that don't like will keep quiet. But the one that
Even
supports it,
this
they will be the
morning,
one now singing praise for them. So everybody will not think, oh, these all look at the Igbos. They all think like they all believe that thing. They all support that thing. So that's always their problem.
I agree. I mean, they made it collective of their own free will, because if they had condemned it vociferously, I think people will have softened a little bit. It's like showing remorse when you do something, because there is just no way we can trace that coup without accusing them, because we are all family now. One family, you finish all of them. It's like when every animal kill their own mothers, as they collectively agree to chop them. Then you carry your own as dog, you go hide your own forever. It's not, I mean, it really was a bad sight. Everybody go, only your own people. I mean, how do you interpret that? How do you interpret that?
So, Baba, I have a question. What type of injustice was happening in the government, with the northern people
that led to the coup, right?
No, that made Ekene think the coup was necessary. I'm trying to see from a different viewpoint. I don't know if I'm making sense, because everybody had.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know why they say it was necessary. Yes, the country was troubled by Yorubas, because since Awolowo went to prison, there was never peace in Yoruba land. Just like in the mold of what happened in 1993 when Abiola was imprisoned. In fact, that was a child's play compared to what we refer to then as Wild, Wild West. The embers of the fire were still on, even as at the time of the 1966 coup. But it was purely on the Western side, Yorubas killing Yorubas in the name of politics. No work, no school, nothing. You have to, it was so bad that you have to support a side. Either you fly the flag of Action Group, or you fly that of National Democratic Party, which was aligned to the North. So they said, well, it was not good for a country to be so unsettled. That was one of the grounds the coup plotters read as their coup statement. And then they talk about corruption, particularly as it relates to somebody like the finance minister, Festus Okotiebo, who will tie his Isokuman, Chekriman wrapper here. And 1 kilometer, I'm exaggerating, 1 kilometer away, that wrapper, somebody will still be carrying it along, following him. You see that kind of thing. It's their culture, though. Somebody will now carry your wrapper far away from you. You know how many yards that will contain of a high-class, high-priced Georgette material. You get my point. So it was an odd sight. And of course, the Sardauna, the North, actually, they were not too into this Nigerian thing. The Sardauna want them to grow at their own pace. They don't want to be hurried to become PhD holder or scientist or anything. But it was we who dragged them into independence, particularly Nnamdi Azikiwe. So that was why they say, look, you can't dominate us. we will not employ you to come and lecture in our universities. If we don't have lecturers among ourselves, we will employ Pakistanis, Indians, Filipinos to come and teach us. And if we are short of those people coming to our side of the country to teach, we will now look southwest or southeast, southeast and employ people. But those that we will employ from southeast or southwest, they will work under contract in the north. That was their policy. And for that, they were not liked. Coupled with the fact that over 60% of core officers of Nigerian army are all of Igbo extraction. Even Ojukwu himself, Sir Louis Odomego Ojukwu, the father, very rich man, refused him, a son who went to Oxford to go and join army. What an infra. Ojukwu in London was driving, there was this popular, I've forgotten the name of the sports car. That's how rich he was. You understand? Came back. You know what he did? He went to join army as a recruit. Buruntu. He joined army as a recruit because the father refused him going to the officer's corps. It was as a recruit when the father now realized that this boy not go hear word. We are go. That was how he ended up in officer's corps. So it was, if you look at it in one way, like some school of thought will say, there was an agenda for dominance. But if you look at it from my own perspective, what's wrong with dominance? If I think this club I belong to, I can do better than people up there, I can rule this club, I can turn this club around. I'm like that. I mean, I want to take charge. I want to bamboozle my way to the top. But so that when I perform, they will now see and applaud me if they are not allowing me to go. So that's my own perspective of it. But in governance, people are afraid. It's like you want to dominate me. No, I will not agree. It's my territory. Stay in your own lane, in your own territory, in your region. So these are the things actually that culminated into that war.
But Baba, you want me to give you my theory on that 1966 coup? You know, if you look at Congo, right? Democratic Republic of Congo, you know, Mobutu, Joseph Mobutu took over.
With Lumumba.
Yeah, he took over power in November 1965, like 2 months before Nigerian coup in January 1966. Now, who was in Congo? Kind of one of the top general leading the missions in Congo. They were working with Aguironsi. So, so if you assisted a guy to take over, you know, in Congo, would that not give you a reason to do the same thing in your own country?
Okay, I don't know.
That's where you are saying, but I think Mobutu calculated his own well because Mobutu ended up ruling Congo for 40 years after that. You know, maybe Ronsi just didn't calculate well. Maybe he has the same intention. Like, let me take over too and be a dictator for as long as I can. You know.
But that advantage he gave the North is what is really annoying me till today. Because we're just going at where you own what you have in your backyard. All of a sudden, they now say center. And also people came now and said, so now so this thing sweet. And ever since, every money go to the center and giving us in the states peanuts. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, what you are speaking about, okay, do you also know that the same time that we had the coup in Nigeria, that was the same time they had the coup in Ghana also?
Ghana too, yeah.
And argue, Rosie is a friend to Vanquished.
Yeah, it was a friend of that guy too, yeah. So it was only the Nigerian one that went, the one that went south. And that's why Ghana was supporting Biafran during the war, you know, because the Ghanaian states, and they was the close friends with Ronsi too, close friends with Ojukwu, all those guys. So, I mean, to me, I just thought those soldiers just wanted to
You
rule
know,
Africa.
if you look at it, even that time, it was one of the reasons why they sent the Nigerians packing, which are predominantly Yoruba, from Ghana in 1869. Because you
Yeah,
know
but
that
Igbo people
they
also,
are.
Igbo people came back now. Simba, no,
No,
I
no, they
don't think
didn't.
that.
No, no, no,
Because,
no. Wait, Baba.
yeah.
They immediately Yorubas left. They granted Igbos like an asylum because the government of Ghana that time was in support of Biafra.
No, Simba, I disagree. Because if you look at it, the
Okay.
Igbos were the Igbos they predominantly stay in, those in Accra, they stay in Awudume area after the burial ground. And they
Who
do
are the predominant tribe in Ghana
bakery
before
business.
then?
And Yorubas, of
Baba.
course, Yorubas were.
So,
Baba, I have a
Yeah.
quick question for you. After
Yes, sir.
good morning, sir. I just want to have listened to your narration, and I think on a lighter note, I think this will taught Choma a very good lesson, who is an obedient supporter. I was listening and I was seeing the way he was aghast that Shoyinka was there during the coup, even supported the Easterner. So when we talked about politics, about interest, and it's also about what transpired at a particular moment, and then you guys obedient insulting a 97 years old man like that, and other top leader in the country. So, Chairman, I just wanted to ponder about that. So, my question to you is this, Baba.
I'm still
Now,
in shock.
yeah, so you ponder over that one. So my question to you, Baba, you can see that what transpired during that time is still happening up to today. And I don't see what I understand as some people in the eastern part of the country, they are not whatever you tell them, they are not taking it. It's still the same narrative they throw at them, maybe from their great grandfather or from their father or from their uncle or from wherever. They will never believe the true story. And the true story is also depend who is telling the story. So my question is this: do you think this country and Nigeria, do you think we should just go our own way? Or
you
what do
have come with your go your own way, go your own way again.
no, I know what I'm
wait,
saying. Let me finish.
If you had
Do you
listened to
think,
me from beginning,
do you think we should go our own way, or we come together and fashion a way where every region will be happy? That okay, I'm in this union and I am happy. So what should you think should be the solution? Because no matter what
Remy, which region are you even talking about now? The region, does it even exist now?
I think Baba understand my question. I'm not throwing my question to you, Dr. Simba. So Baba, because I also read some people in the comment section, and I think some of you in the comment section, majority of these people are also having an inclination that let us go our own way, whatever the story, let us go our own way. And what I see is that everybody, all tribes in Nigeria lost people during the Civil War, even before the Civil War. So what do you think would be the best solution for this country to progress? Because I see some people working for the progress of the country, and I also see some other people drawing it back. So
you
I think
see, Remy, I understand. Let me put it in people, because when I started, it was this thing that prompted me. We are better off as a nation of 200 million people. There is safety in number. There is prosperity in number. You understand? But I think by the way we are, let's look at it. We draw back the hands of the clock to when we were 4 regions. Each of the region, they have their capacity and capabilities. Their God-given gifts is different from me or we of the Yoruba stock. So also the Easterner. We have to fashion out a way where everybody will be allowed where everybody will be allowed to develop at their own pace. It is not by force. You have to drag somebody who is crawling along because you want to forge ahead in life. We have to evolve a system where if you are slow, let there be spirit of competition. That means what I'm saying in essence, I know regionalism will not work again as it is, but how about zonal statism? What I mean by zonal statism is this. The Southwest, fortunately, is encompassed in one place. So they can form their own zone. They can have their own premier if they want, and the states will govern themselves. And all the resources they have belongs to them, to the people in that zonal states. Good 18, the Southeast 5 carved out is a zonal state. They can have their governors in place, but still have prime minister. So whatever we have in the state, a certain percentage which we all agreed to will be given to the federal authority to administer those things that we communally own together. And also whatever they get from the ports, from the borders.
Papa,
Let me finish so that you can understand me. I'm answering your question. No, let me finish. You understand? So that's why if you pay attention to what I've been saying, particularly in the last 6 months here, that there is a discussion to be had in our country. We've never had it before. And I talked about the grudges I'm hearing of late from regional leaders that I find disturbing because I never knew they have that kind of thing in their mind. So in this kind of agitative atmosphere we are, people are coming out in their true colors. I talked about Pa Edwin Clark, talking about when the Midwest was created out of Western region. Western region didn't give them anything, which was not supposed to be. Because we were together and we're supposed to share whatever assets or liability we had. We're supposed to now check the balances and give them what is due them. We never did that until Pa Clark said that. It didn't even occur to me. I listened to Buba Galadima and said, look, why are we fighting Niger? Against the directive of General de Gaulle as president of France, Niger was one of the few Francophone countries, including Cameroon and Chad, that refused to join the French bloc and supported us, even gave us troops to fight Biafra. Is it that kind of country we are now should be against? And I was aghast because what is this man talking? But it's part of, so when people at times come out with a decision for or against, know that it has history behind it. So that is why I advocate that we need to sit down and talk. Failing to talk, then we are asking for disaster. We have to talk. Let everybody bear their mind. Let everybody make their suggestion as to how we have to run this union.
Yeah, so Baba,
we've never had that discussion. Never.
So Baba, we have had a lot of sovereign conferences or so many conferences before this administration. And those who constitute, or maybe like when Obasanjo was there, Jonathan was also there, they were unable to implement the outcome of these conferences. We constitute, about the national conference. They were unable to do it. And now that we are talking about tax reform, whereby some section, the southern part of the region mostly, and part of Niger Middle Belt, not central, they were in house with this reform. And you see most agitation from the northwest, they were against this reform. So my question is this: time is against us. We cannot continue to wait or pamper some people. I understand you. So my question is about time. So because you are more experienced, you have lived in different generations, and you have seen a lot of the political that came along the lines from independence to today. So I want you to put a time frame into it. When you talk about we must fashion a new, we must come together and talk about how we are going to do. I know that a youth conference is coming up next month in Nigeria, in which they are going to draw a lot of youth from all over the confederation. I don't know the exact, the agenda of what they are going to discuss, but they are going to start to have, it's going to be for 3 months. So, but the one you said about, if you want to put a time frame to it, when do you think we should constitute this conference? And do you think the outcome of this conference should go directly to referendum, not going to the National Assembly again? Instead of the so-called some political activists just protesting there without no edge, no something. So what time frame are we looking at? That's my question.
We should have started since yesterday, not even today. So we are running out of time. We are on borrowed time. Because like I said here a few days ago, when an oracle demands blood and you are giving that oracle or that deity red oil, you are wasting your time. You must meet the demand if you want peace. So Nigeria, to me, is a time bomb waiting to explode. Because why are we shying away? The end of the war, the immediate end of the war, was the opportunity we should have used to settle ourselves. Gowon came out with the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, rehabilitation. Reconstruction never happened. Rehabilitation in some part of the country, yes, it happened. But which one is the third one? Reconstruction, rehabilitation.
Reconciliation.
So, you say?
Reconciliation, right? That's the third one.
Yeah, reconciliation never happened. And that was a fundamental error. That reconciliation was elemental to our existence as a nation, and we never had it. We just paper over it. It's like, let's go, let's just ride everything. We rode the wave, and there is an extent that a wave can carry you and it will ebb. So it's the ebb we are having now. So we shouldn't wait for another wave again to come. We may not have the strength to ride it. So what we are doing is dangerous. A lot of grudges, deep-seated grudges in the heart of everybody. You think the Yorubas don't have their own grudge? We have, of course.
Baba, personally, I think when it comes to the issue of the war, I think that war is over in the minds of South, South, and Southwest. It's more something in the minds of the Southeast and the North.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
Yeah, because they lost mostly.
The South, Southeast, the South, Southwest people, I think they moved on from that war. They no one even think about it anymore. Like it's not something, but it's the Northern and the Southeasterners. They still have it in their mind.
Because
I also think that because there's sorry, Ola. I also think there's no clear-cut leadership from the Southeast. If they have clear-cut leadership like the North and the Yoruba or the West Southwest used to have, I think this thing would have been settled. Because when you look at a certain time frame in the North, you can mention 2, 3, or 4 people that you can call, they will listen to him or her. And when you look at the Southwest, the same thing. And recently, the South also came up with whatever you can say. They have Edwin Clark there. And I think they still command high respect. But the Southeasterners, they never have a clear-cut leader that will say, okay, this is our leader, number 1, number 2, number 3. When they say something, we all fall in line. They never have, probably because of their culture or whatever. I don't know where.
Don't mistake yourself.
See, Remy, I think the problem is those people. Though I think some people are beginning to use that thing for as a political weapon. as just something to just whip up sentiment for political benefit. Because look at it this way. We have our people from the East that have their representative, even in the current democracy, as barely considered as we may say it is. But how many of their leaders are truly representing the region? Meanwhile, this is not limited to the Southeastern region too. We can say the same for Yoruba, and we can say the same thing for the northern part. But when it comes to that,
that one is quite understandable that as a leader, you also have your own personal interest. I
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the Igbos are not right to aspire to the presidency, or they don't have a right to the presidency?
100%, they have a right.
Everybody
have a right. Even if
okay, calm down, wait. So what is mitigating? What is mitigating against their chances?
To me, personally, to me, I think they are not playing their policies very well. When they played their policies very well, it was done, even this dispensation, 1999, they played their policies very well. They put their heads in one basket, PGP. They got a good position in Obasanjo government, consequent position in Yaradua and Jonathan. Their problem lies when they start not having that control or having a lot of people during Buhari regime. That is where this problem lies.
You want me to give you an honest answer? Hold on. Baba, you want me to give you an honest answer to that?
Yeah.
The Southeast are not interested.
We have to be honest.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. The Southeast are not interested in presidency. There's two things they're interested in. One is reconciliation for the past, or Biafra. Those are the two things that is really in their mind they care about. They are not interested in presidency, trust me.
So tell us the reconciliation they are looking for. What do you want there's
the venom that exists that's being passed down to around within them to the young ones. That venom. Hold on. That venom about so-called they believe something was done to them based on the story they have been told about the war, things like that's what is what they are still addressing. That venom. And then hold on. They feel like the only way to get over that is to get Biafra. So that's what they're more interested in. That presidency, they're not interested in it. You guys can see and say,
in a nutshell.
Okay, Remy, let me answer my own before you diverge interested of combat. You see, my own is this. We have a political structure that promotes enmity, that promotes dominance. So now, ideally, if we have the right structure, we are not even supposed to be talking of something like rotational presidency. It will have naturally been for the most competent. But you see, the dangerous politics we play in the past is once a particular ethnic group is in power, the next thing you want to do is to enthrone your people from your own ethnic group, because one, if you don't do it, the other one that you allow will work against you. So we have that lack of trust among ourselves that create this thing. If we have the system that, okay, you don't even care whether it is Tinubu that is president, but you and your local government, you can have access to everything. You are in your state, you can have access to everything without looking upon to the federal. Then there won't be even problem of, okay, I want to become the president or not. What we use presidency for in the country is for the whosoever region that is there to intimidating another group of people. Then when those people are no longer secured, they too, they want to have taste of that. If we can eliminate what is creating, what's making leadership at the top to work against or to appear to be working against other regions, honestly, if you like, put Igbo people there, it's not going to solve anything. Igbo were there as a vice president between 1979 and 1983. Did this change anything? It's not going to change anything. So it's the day we start cornering what belongs to the group, to each ethnic nationality, and those that do not have do not belong to, they want to claim authority. Those are the minor things we need to. So any day we try to diffuse the power at the center, and we make the region, or maybe the state stronger without the danger of secession, then I think we are going to experience less problem. I'm not saying the problem is going to be completely resolved, but we are going to. By that time, people will not even care whether it is people, a person from Calabar or something, but you will rather care about that your governor that's giving you pay. That's just my opinion about that.
Remy,
here's the thing.
Sorry, Baba, sorry, just give me 1 minute. Me, I believe in reality and I believe in objectivity. I see that country that some people genuinely, they want the status quo to remain, whether you like it or not. Once you bring changes, they don't want it, because the way they are wired in their mindset is like, we are the leaders of this country. This power is supposed to belong to us, or we're supposed to control the lever every time. All these things, what you are saying here today, is good, Ola, that if we can come together. Can we really come together and discuss the country? Does some people want to decentralize power? When they do protest, I wonder the agenda of the protest. The protest is not about cutting recurrent expenditure. The protest is not about, oh, let states control their resources. Nobody is protesting against that one. When one man tried to bring all this political gladiator or maybe former presidential aspirant, I was expecting them to talk about what are they going to do to make the country better. But what are they talking about? I fought for the Nigerian Nigerian democracy. I was this, I was that. This is immaterial. So sometimes
Remy, sorry, there's something you said earlier. I think you are really underestimating the Southeast when you said.
No, I'm not underestimating.
Hold on. You didn't know what I'm. Calm down. When you said, oh, they don't have leadership and organize to get what they want. Trust me, if there's one region, Nigeria, that's way more organized in terms of getting what they want for their region, is the Southeast. I'm telling you.
If you listen to me, if you listen to me carefully,
name anything they've always desired Nigeria. Wait, hold on now.
No, Remy, wait. Let me come. I asked the question.
Yes.
One thing I want us to erase from our mind, that the Igbos are not interested in the presidency. No.
Yes.
They are interested. They are not bastards. How can they belong in a union and they cannot aspire
Baba,
to the top?
Baba.
No, let me finish my this thing. You understand? Please, I beg. Look, they want the presidency. They wear chips on their shoulders. They believe they can do better through whatever vision they have. And rightfully so. So what is wrong with us? Because they may be bandying false figures around. They don't have the numbers. If Nigeria exists from now till eternity, if we are left to our own devices, there will never be an Igbo presidency. Believe me. So the ideal thing to do, like it's done in Switzerland, we have 6 geopolitical zones. What is wrong with having one tenure presidency of only 5 years, and we take it around the 6 geopolitical zone so that it can go around? The Igala man can, the Borno man can aspire, the Southwest man can aspire, the Calabar man can aspire. Then I think in my own.
I'm sorry, Baba.
So when will the Yoruba man from Kogi ever become president? If that's the case, which
it's not going to work.
Midwest.
It will be a 30-year cycle. Five years,
Baba,
everybody.
I think the thing Nigeria have to grow past that we have to be looking for a way to condition people and the population to look past where president come from. That's the way forward now, honestly. Like that's the best thing, because if we have to stick to this wait for your turn thing, let's move it like that thing is just ridiculous.
No. Look, Mike, why are we deceiving ourselves?
I think the
That
easier way
nobody
is to just
wait. You
give more
think
autonomy
I will be okay to see a northerner rule me forever when I'll be seeing fault
the
in
north
what
and
he's
south thing I
doing?
can get that one, but if we now make it 6, so wait 30 years before someone from your region become it's just
Baba Ebira too, we want to become the president. Ekitima can even tell you that, okay, I'm not a Lagosian, because suddenly Ekitima will remember that, even if it's a Yoruba man, we suddenly remember that it's not a Lagosian, it's not an Ijebu person. He too want to become the president.
That's why each zone have to present their best, because they will fight in their zone. You understand? There must be consensus, or they have their own pattern of voting in their own zone to bring out their candidate for that period.
Does that help the country at all? Leadership be about quality.
What's in that thing? What's in that thing that we want ethnic people to want to become? That's the problem. We have to remove that thing. That's that thing that wants ethnic people, not even that we are not looking at the best. But let me see. If a Juko man, or let's say if a Ebira man is the president, if it is not impacting maybe Ekiti man negatively, you understand that maybe others are enjoying it, but it's impacting Ekiti. If it must impact, he has to impact us. But if it is impacting Ekiti negatively and it's not impacting his own people negatively, then problem starts. All of us, we are talking of Trudeau in Canada today. We are talking of Trudeau because it impacts everyone. But if Trudeau is favoring people from the eastern Canada and the other parts are not, they will say, oh, okay, because it's from a particular point. But every Canadian today, we say, oh, Trudeau, enough is enough for you. Come and be going. And nobody will say, oh, this guy is from our place. Because everything we need here starts from our city. Our problem is our city mayor, first of all. Then after our city mayor, we start talking of our premier. The last resort is the Trudeau. So what was that thing that wants a man to become the president? And Ijoma, Igalama, everybody we want to become. So even when we are even talking of the major ethnic group, we are already oppressing the minority too, because we have more than 300 ethnic groups, maybe in that country. So we just have to find a way that even the minority of the minoritiest of the minority, if there's anything like that, we have to be able to aspire that, okay, maybe in my minority group, or maybe
let me say this. Ola, imagine this. Let's say Tinubu does something very magical and just turn Nigeria around, just turn something very magical where everybody just gets stunned. Like, wow, look at this guy just turn this country around. I guarantee you for the next 3 elections, nobody will have problem of voting for Yoruba man. I'm telling you.
Mike,
they will say they want it to continue.
Mike.
I'm telling you.
You don't know.
I'm telling you. If the guy just does something, I'm telling you. Every Yoruba man wants to campaign. Just look, Yoruba man, look what Yoruba man did. We Yoruba man.
We're not talking about
Yorubas.
The other
because they
people,
don't want to go back to failure again. The other
Mike,
regions.
what about the other people? They will tell you they can do better. They will tell you they can do better.
What I'm saying is, and you will be in a hole for decades. Now somebody just coming and just does something magical. I'm telling you, people will be like, yo, we don't want to go back to that failure. Let's keep voting for these people from this place because they know how to do things. That's what will happen. I'm telling you.
Well,
people when systems start to work, people will not care about where the president comes from anymore. I'm telling you. When systems begin to work, when something, people will not care that much. It's because this is failing. That's why everybody do these things.
What we learned from you, elders, because I was so young, I could not even distinguish my right from my left during that time of Murtala. Now, from what I heard, it seemed that everybody loved Murtala when Murtala was there. People did not really care because they were even mourning the man when that coup happened. So the thing is, if if Nigerians see the president as someone not being partial in terms of how he manages, or he's not impacting them negatively than the others, there is likely the people that will be shouting at the politicians, because this is normal. Even if everything runs smoothly, you understand? If you carry an agent to Nigeria today, politicians will still tell you that they can do better. So that one will simply mean the politicians, but you won't be able to carry the entire masses along. Okay, a normal person, you have access to normal basic things of life. You are not even thinking of order for the next 10 days. And Kanuri man is the president that is president. Even if the politician from your region is shouting from now to tomorrow, you are not likely to listen, because you will remember that, oh, someone was there before and I was so hungry, when I was so wretched. You will remember, and this man, especially if that person happens to be your own person.
Baba,
But
what do you
this
think
man
in
from
Lagos? What do you
Kaduna,
think in Lagos? No one is really complaining about, oh, this side of Lagos hasn't. We don't complain that much. We just allow these guys to continue, because the continuation, the way they just getting things
Mike,
done.
is it not happening in Lagos,
But
where
we
the
are not taking it
islanders
as
are
serious
saying it's
now.
their turn?
But it starts and ends with the
And people
individual
like me,
politician.
we are insisting that it's the turn of their worries.
It
You
starts and
understand?
ends. But how heavy is the agitation? It's not. Everybody, even most people, even their worry gonna go against it. Like, oh, let's just
Mike,
keep
they are
these things going.
serious. They are very serious. But I know if we are left to our devices in Lagos, the islanders don't have the numbers. These are the example of what we are talking about, the Igbos.
But
They
it's
don't
only
have the
few people that are
numbers.
talking now. It's not a
So
big
there
discussion.
must be an
Because everybody
arrangement.
is thinking about the rail there, the blue rail, red lane. That's what everybody is thinking of, and they want it to continue. I don't want but if someone was performing badly, the
Mike,
agitation for rotation
you are
will be so strong.
part of it. You know the Lagos politics. You know definitely that the islanders are saying, and rightfully so, they've not tasted power. But it is not their turn right now. It is the turn of their worries. And they have the numbers. So if the island struggle from now till tomorrow, they will not get that power. If not, it will cause problem, because their warriors put their foot down since 2019 that it is their turn and they will have it. And they are having it.
When we could reduce every room.
The Jebusai group will not say Ikurudu. The Ekpe man in Ambode, they are Ijebus. Ikurudus are Ijebus. So Ambode has ruled for 4 years. So that's every region has its own dynamics.
Baba, what you said, I like it. If we can decentralize that federal government, once you decentralize it, I even at a stand today, I'm telling you the truth. The governor to me are even more powerful than the president. But Nigerians don't hold their direct leader accountable. Everybody is fixated on the president. They think that the president of the democratically elected president is just like a military head of state who can just dictate anyhow as he likes. No, this is a democratically elected president. There's a clear cut in the constitution. His power, what he can do. He cannot even tell a state governor the allocation to go and spend it on this, on that. He cannot direct. He cannot tell him what to do. Our people in the state, and I hope by the end of this month, I hope that the Federal Allocation Committee should publish the money they are going to be given to the local government. Let publish it in the newspaper so that everybody in the local government will know that my chairman is receiving so millions or so billion. And then you can hold him accountable. They don't have immunity. Tell them to go and do your road, your bridge, your school, your community center clinic. Not everything is federal. Until we start doing that, that is when we see progress in our community. But if you are thinking the president up there will come to your local government or to your state to do everything for it, it's not done that way. I think what our protester activists should be doing is how can we decentralize that power in the federal? That is what they should be protesting about, not protesting about somebody wrote a book, unnecessary thing that is irrelevant. Let him carry his cross by himself. Let people, politicians are politicians all over the world. Everybody will tell you what you want to hear. But when they get to the position, reality will dawn on them. It's not so easy that even with the so-called Western world we are living, everybody knows that how much you make, how much you are paying a tax. Even in London, they are also paying what they call council tax when you rent apartment. It's so funny. So many money that you have to pay from your little income you are making. What is left of you? How to survive? The people in Nigeria, to me, if they can hold their leaders accountable from the local government and to the state, forget your president. The president is doing the right thing, giving them money.
Remy, I was saying, I don't know if you were here, maybe yesterday or 2 days ago, when I was saying that actually the best way forward is we need to take a step back to how we were functioning before the British, how every locality were functioning before the British came. What were those localities? We used to have we have boundaries where whether it's whether a kingdom, a village, a tribe, or we have settlement where they had their leadership structures already established and they were running it for thousands of years, right? I'm saying, how about we take step back and identify those territories, those boundaries, and those leadership structure that were there, and we make it the local governments, right? Where in those local government they have their language, they are like for example, Ijebu will be, or if you go to other states, Shakiri will be another this thing. So each kind of like every ethnic group, not that big or small, just have their governance within themselves, their structure. But then we have the larger Nigeria, right? Where it's one Nigeria and the center. So that way people can govern themselves the way they can, the way they understand within their culture and their, you preserve their culture, their way of life, and then they advance and they can learn from and they can begin to evolve because they can now borrow from other cultures. Like you can now look into other fellow Nigerians and learn something from their good from other cultures and incorporate into your own culture. Your culture become richer, and people just organically advance on their own rather than just just collapse that something people already are going on for thousands of years and begin to introduce something new that's just confusing for everybody.
So we are nearly saying the same thing. And if you look at the system in Europe and you now juxtapose it with the system in Nigeria, it is similar. We already break Nigerian down very well to local government. And in this local government, you also have councillors.
Well, I'm not even saying local government. It's not you guys are saying. The local government will be more of ethnic governments. All the ethnic group will be their own. They have their own government structure, the way it was before the British came.
The point now is this.
The kingdoms, basically.
The truth of the matter is this: the world continues to metamorphose. I mean, things continue to change. Things does not remain static.
Yeah, but you change your own. You evolve your own way now.
Things are changing, and there is as a country like Nigeria, we have already infused together very well. What I mean by infused together very well is that we have intermarried from one region to another region, from one tribe. The percentage might not be so high, but still we have intermarried.
Because if you intermarry, you have to eliminate your ethnic.
No, I'm not saying eliminating ethnic something. I'm trying to talk about progress and development. Because
what makes you think that's not?
Let me finish first. Let me finish. I know what you are trying to say. I don't want to ethnicize regions or some section of your local area. My own preach is this: how can we harness our potential for development, for progress?
So Lagos is no man's land, Abi. You believe that?
No. I'm not. No. Listen, it does. No matter what you say, there will still be some traditional people that are the owners of the land. People will respect.
Okay, so you agree with me then?
What I'm trying to say is different from yours. You are putting a little bit of ethnicity into it. I'm not even talking about ethnicity. I'm looking at it this way. This is my local area. Then if we can plan very well, and then I look at how can we progress. If Mr. Chukwuemeka has been living in my local area for some certain number of years, all his investment is in my area, but it's not my ethnicity. At least you must be able to enjoy a lot of things also there. I don't care.
Yeah, so what my idea say other Nigerians cannot live in other people's territory, or they can't.
So I don't want you to, because when you frame it like it's like more or less like ethnicity, it brings
no. Hold on.
It brings to listen. It brings a kind of negative vibe to others, which I don't want.
In what sense? In what sense?
What I want is this: we live in.
Hold on. You can't accuse something. In what sense? Explain.
I'm not accusing you of anything. Okay?
No. You said it leads to negative vibe. Negative vibe.
I'm not here to counter you. I'm stating my own opinion. You are stating.
You already did now. You already counter it now.
But Mike, if you listen to Remy, let him finish, right? So you will understand where he was going.
Listen to him already now. Yeah.
Okay, listen to him.
He's already finished that, but it's something different.
Okay. What I'm just trying to say is this: in a local community where I projected that I'm interested in progress, how can the people in that local community come together? I don't care where you come from in Nigeria, but there are some certain aspects of life that you, if you are not directly from that land, you cannot become a leader there, like Oba or whatever, or maybe chief or whatever. You don't need to even aspire to that. But if the people are so flexible enough to give you that kind of whatever in their community, it's fine. But what I'm trying to say is that we live in a modern world where everybody look at what can we do to progress this our local community. The money that comes to us, maybe from federal allocation, or the money we generate, then how can we make use of it to progress our community? I want a very active community. I don't want docile people. Because to me, to be frank with you, I see most Nigerians, I will not call them lazy, but unchallenged attitude to governance. So when you have stayed abroad for too long, you discover that people are very active in their community. So if you are active, you want to influence a lot of things. Who is their local councillor? Who is going to be the chairman of the local government? You are not just going to keep quiet there, and when they just put anybody there and it's not doing what it's supposed to do, then you complain. I want people that are actively active in politics, active in what they want for their community. And I think if majority of community or local government in Nigeria, people that live in local government in Nigeria, there's 70% of Nigerians are doing like this. We will see a significant progress in our life. That's what I'm trying to say.
You see, the problem in Nigeria is we like to run away from reality. We know what exists, but we act like it doesn't exist. And then when people point it, we're like, oh yeah, I see it, but and then we turn our eye away from it. The fact of the matter is ethnic nationalities exist in Nigeria. It's a fact. And people know their territory is their territory. But somehow, yeah, we know, but we act like it doesn't exist. And then we create a constitution that doesn't acknowledge it, that, oh, this land here is these people's ethnic land. And, hey, yeah, you're welcome there, but it belongs to those people. It can lead to, when you start to cross line there, it can lead to something, it can lead to a problem. But now Nigeria act like, oh, no, it doesn't. The fact of the matter, if it exists, then just acknowledge that it exists. The ethnic land exists. If I go to Ishekiri land today, yeah, I have freedom to be there, but when I begin, there's a limit that I can do. That the people begin to tell me, come, this is not Ishekiri land. Or I go to Ogoni land, where they'll begin to, guy, this is not Ogoni land. There's Ogoni culture here. You know, Ogoni culture, we don't do this, man. We don't, if you go to Benin today, yeah, you can, yeah, I'm a Nigerian, I can build, I do whatever. But there's something if I begin to build, the people will come and say, come, for Edo here. We know the disrespect of here. You know, they will let you know. So that's reality. But somehow, when we have a conversation, when I say, come, this reality exists, though, let's acknowledge it and let's, use it to whatever further. People will say, no, yeah, there is no, let's not make ethnic. Yes, this, let's accept it. We have kings. We own the system. They will acknowledge, oh, there's a king here. They just give staff of office. Oh, it's just okay, but then there's no power in the constitution. So why they recognize you when you don't put in the constitution? No power, nothing. But it's a king. So we just deceiving ourselves in Nigeria. That's what the problem is. You say, oh yeah, everybody's welcome, but then when somebody from another wants to run for election, you play, oh no, you're not from here. I can say it's no man's land, it's our land. Oh, now okay, now you acknowledge that it's your land. But your constitution is saying, hey, you are free to be there. It can be a governor there. It can be anything there. So that's our problem. It's just a black man. I don't know how we think. We don't like to.
I think still you are still getting me wrong. I'm not
Remy,
about that.
I think to some extent I agree with Mike, and this is my reason. Now, see, we've tried to be who we are not, and we've tried to, even when you want to do democracy, you can take the one there that work with our system, not necessarily trying to copy someone totally. Now, if you look at America, everyone that went to America that are dominating America today, they were majorly immigrants. But when you come to our area, our country, we have indigenous people, and we have our own king. Now, look at it this way. Now, if you respect the land and you let the king, let's say you let the king of Ado-Ekiti have says in how Ado-Ekiti is governed. Now, that's one thing now. And when you are having someone coming from outside, that you say, okay, you want to have your own king within the community, what do you think the community will do? They will fight back, right? So that is telling you how ethnic we are. So if we respect the structure we have, without me from Ekiti now want to go to Ibadan and suddenly want to become Oba in Ibadan just because I have some Ekiti group there. You understand? There will be peace. So if you respect those structure and you follow, because in England today, they still have their royal family, right? And nobody is even trying to mess everything up. But when you come to our own country, we've messed everything up. So in other way, we can find a way for the traditional institution to be seriously involved in the way we move forward. And let everybody respect his own space without anybody making an attempt to say, okay, I want to push you away from your own culture and impose my own. Because that is one of those things that bring some kind of instability. So to some extent, honestly, I think I want to agree.
I think, Ola, you do not really understand me. I'm not even talking on that kind of line that you and Mike were talking about. And I emphasize that there are some positions that if you are not ethnically from that place, you cannot get it. I mentioned it very well. The Oba or Council of Chief or whatever. It is when people start to talk rubbish or talk anyhow, which is not good. I don't subscribe to that too. But I'm just talking about how can we progress or develop our community, which is, when you break it down, it will be local council in Nigeria. Because when you look at all these in Europe or in America, the community is very important. Everybody, the city where I live here, if I have any problem, I don't care with the governor. I just go to the office. There's information desk there. They are ready to help you anytime. Anything you need, anything you want, just walk in. There are people already working there. Whatever you want about the city or whatever you want to know, they will tell you. And if there is any information they want to give you, even I receive letters or whatever from the government itself, telling us about the new election that's going to come up, how we are going to vote and something like this. So, but local something, they encourage you to come to them and ask information or ask for help. What I'm talking about is active local government, active people, not just be on challenge attitude. I don't care. It's not my people, it's the councillor. So I don't care. I don't want that kind of thing. I don't know whether it's because of the literacy level of Nigeria, that we are not literate enough to know what is our right, or we just don't care. If an average Nigerian is interested in how they govern its local government and they are able to participate actively in that local government, I think we will see significant progress in most of our local government. Example is Lagos State. The reason why Lagos State will continue to try is because majority of people there are literate enough to know what they want, and they go to the local council, small council, to make sure that they do their road. See how they go to their governor, or to their chairman, or their local government council to ask them for help. Come and fix our road. They talk. And when you go to other part of Nigeria, they just sat down there doing nothing, and they will complain to death about president up there. So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not looking at it from the ethnic angle at all.
Okay. Fair enough. But most importantly, let everybody govern, let every region govern themselves. That's just the way I see it. You understand? Even within the region too, let the local government too have the way they want to. You understand? In my local government, if I want to build my economy around the plantain, around the making the shea butter or all those stuff, let me do that. You understand? Don't just use one that there will be general policy, right? But don't micromanage. You understand? Don't micromanage, because what the state governors are doing, why they don't want to release the local government, because they like this idea of micromanaging, because they believe that, oh, they are supposed to be the one responsible for everything, even in arrows, which is not supposed to be. You allow, because I don't know, you see some of these people, they travel out of the country. The one I know very well, you understand, I like using my own city. You understand? My city can build airports. So if tomorrow, if you allow all those local government to manage themselves very well, if there are things they can do for themselves, let them do. You understand? So that structure is what matters. You understand? By the time you start allowing the major cities, or let's say the major local government in the state, to start finding a way to survive, I think the focus will shift, the energy will shift more to the locality. Whether you want your emirs, you want your obas, you want your obis, and to get involved, then you understand, it's another thing entirely. You can do that too. You understand? You can do that. So, but I got your point when you say, okay, someone that is from a particular local government want to contest. See, let me be honest with you. We are not still mature up to the point where an Hausa man will just come to Ekiti and you say you want to contest. Because already there are suspicion already that, oh, some people want to take over our land.
No, allow. I did not mention that. What I'm trying to say is that our
No. I know. Let me bring that one. I know. Let me just divert that one. Let me just make example because of the suspicion. Look at that type of rule guard now
but the current structure allows it now. The law, it allows it, but we will not address that. We just ignore it. We just say the law allows it, but socially, norm-wise, we can't. But the law allows it. What kind of people are we, man? If you're against something, then you need to address it, man. The law allows it. The law allows a governor to dethrone a king, and the law also allows somebody that's not from that state to become governor there. So a guy from the north can become governor of Oyo and just depose Alaafin one day.
Yeah.
So we don't think, we just follow system. And then when somebody look at it and say, come on, guys, something is wrong here. They'll say, no, don't make it ethnic. They just want to dismiss you. I'm like, guy, you have to address reality, man. This is reality facing you. And this is a disaster waiting to happen one day. And we ignore it until problem comes. Even Lagos, like all this while, it got to the point where people start saying Lagos no man's land, want to take over, and that's when you start reacting. So all this while, I didn't know you're supposed to put the law in place to say, come, indigenous only. You didn't know that, Abby. So you went to decide.
Is that why they were switching the emirs with, the Sanusi and then his cousin, right? Is it the governor?
Yeah, the governor can depose the king. Yeah, that's what Nigeria.
Wow.
The thing is, the British. Yeah, see, let me tell you how we are not thinking. When the British came, right, they didn't want to be dealing with the ethnic nations to get what they want. They just want to extract resources. So they look at an easy way to just deal with one person or two people to get whatever they want all over Nigeria. That's why they created the one country and then decided to. So they know they created Nigeria for their own interest, for their own personal interest to extract resources. Because if they don't do that, that means if they want resources from Ogoniland, they have to approach Ogoni King. Now, if they want other resources in Kanuri land, they have to go and approach the Kanuri leadership. They have to. So you can't be dealing with 200 different ethnic leaders to negotiate whatever you want from Nigeria. So they just decided to create one country, one big country, and just create administration, and then just for them to easily extract the resources. That's what they did. But now they are gone. They now handed over what they created to us, rather than us now reassessing or analyzing and looking at what they gave us and say, okay, where were we? Who were we? And redesign whatever will fit us. We don't care. We're just carrying on. You understand? We're just carrying on with whatever they get, what they pass down to us. And okay, for example, before the British came, nobody can dare even look at the king. You understand? The king is the supreme, you know, he's the most powerful person. But now, a non-entity can become a governor and just depose the king. He doesn't have to care about the tradition, the ritual. They have to go through to become king. He doesn't have to care. He is just more powerful than the king. And that's what British did when they came. They started making what they did, what most of you don't even know. When the British came, the people they were picking to send to England to go to school were people of no, like, non-entity, like people that were of no relevance, like children of low class, like even some slaves within a tribe. Those are the people they were educating. So they were grooming them to put them in charge. You understand?
Man,
So
but that's
now they
good.
now started making
That means low class people can also have something to do.
yeah, but you don't
The
have
fact
the
that they are low class does not mean
okay. For
they
example,
are inferior
like in
now.
Yoruba land, for example, there's a guy named Bode George. You see, Bode Thomas. He became somebody British given a position. He started insulting and laughing for you
Yeah,
coming to
I mean,
meeting.
that's him. That's an exception. That's an exception. It
Who
does
gave him
not
the
mean
power?
that.
Was he him that gave himself the power? Or was he the British?
What I mean is, but this judge is an exception. But the Thomas case is an exception. But the point is that the way you sounded as if, oh, because they are not blue blood, they are low class,
No, I'm not insulting them. I'm just
The
saying, like,
British is trying to create an egalitarian society. So the fact that somebody is born
so
into a real
is it
family
then to
does not make
decide
it
to
exception.
what we should become, or we should decide ourselves?
Egalitarian society, if our system is oppressing some people and those people does not have a way of pushing back, if you have an external force that is coming in to balance things, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Our kings were also not perfect now. They were suppressing us, doing all kind of stuff. So if there's a balance, there were kings in France, there were rulers in France that were oppressing, and there was an emperor in France. So, but the revolution came and balanced out everything.
Yeah, but the people should be the one. Somebody else come to France.
Even the British has weakened the power of their kings now.
Yeah, but it was the British that decided to do that on their own, right?
And they are seeking to do it. So,
but I don't think you get my point. You get my point. The point is this: if something is going to happen or change, it should be within the change. You come within the society.
It doesn't have to. It can come from anywhere. Changes can come from anywhere. Changes can come from
but
within.
it shouldn't be someone else.
There's no law.
Make it
There's
for
no
you.
law that says it must come from within. No.
Well, whoever going to make that change for you, I don't think he's making it for your interest.
As long as a change for good or change for better, it doesn't.
Also, are you saying the British came? What the king was for good?
Whether it's good or not, we shall see now.
How long? They've been gone for 80 years now.
Okay, yeah. So when we compare the way our kings were in those days and the way they were,
I think we're more organized. I mean, we're functioning.
No, our people are more
inclined people. Today, we are becoming degenerates.
Our people are more self-determined now than then.
Really? And that's why they're not progressing.
Our people are more self-determined than then. We have kings that can just go around one building. As at time we're having kings among ourselves. Ijesha was fighting or was fighting Akure. Daomi was fighting Egba. Owu and Ibadan were fighting. You know, like that. Not even Biafran within the small Yoruba tribe. Do you know how many Jalumi? Jalumi was is it between Igbo and Hausa? It's between the Yoruba and they have all those kings.
So Patoski, that true you know.
We're killing ourselves now.
It's long that Yoruba. It's been long that Yoruba actually that we are notorious for this. We even that's why I said that.
Ola, do you think if Europeans hold on, I have a question. Sometimes people see war or something. Do you think if Europeans hadn't fought wars among themselves, they
were as small as we were?
Hold on now, wait now. Do you think if they hadn't fought those wars, do you think they would have been as advanced as they are today, have evolved to this level?
But
Okay,
after
the
fighting
fought.
our war,
Yeah, you are correct.
did we evolve
Yeah,
anywhere?
yeah.
Exactly. So maybe when we were fighting, maybe we were kind of it's part of revolution. We were, we
Oh
were
no, after we fought to that time, did we evolve?
well, maybe we would have,
We would have
Europeans
evolved.
to that point they were still fighting crazy now.
When did they stop us? 1940.
First of all, the war was China. Hold on, in China, do you know history of China? The kind of war they were fighting among themselves. See, they got to this point.
When did they stop us?
But àwọn Yorùbá ìjọ ọlọ́sìtẹ̀ pé wá ní Yorùbá tí ò bá ń ṣe ọlọ́gbẹ́ni Samuel Ajayi Crowther wọ́n ṣẹ̀dá wá pọ̀ náà nìyà.
So Yorùbá ò ṣọ̀kan tẹ́lẹ̀ náà.
Olúkálukú ń dórúkọ bàbá ìlú tẹ́lẹ̀ náà. Kì í ṣe pá àṣọkan o, ibì kan náà láti ṣẹ̀wá o, but at the same time olúkálukú ń dórúkọ bàbá ìlú.
Kò sí ìyàn tó jẹ́ Yorùbá àti generally.
Àjọ Yorùbá is a recent creation now.
Òun bá Ọ̀yọ́ jà, ogun Òwu àtọ̀yọ́ for a long time. No be Ṣàngó come still come help them stop the fight, win the fight.
So what's wrong with fighting? Is war not part of life?
What I'm saying is that Yoruba were organized, no. Organized.
So you have to fight in order to get to the point where you
get
organized.
I wouldn't say that, though. I think we were the first to really
can
get
you
organized,
point to
though.
tangible evidence?
Yoruba the first. In fact, I would say not only are Yoruba the first to get organized. Yoruba the only truly organized. The only ones that are organized in the whole of Nigeria.
Civilization.
They were not organized. Baba, Ekiti was not seeing, Ekiti people were not seeing themselves as Yoruba, even though we were family, but Yoruba were people from Oyo, Ibadan, Ogbomoso. Because
even Yoruba go even the name Yoruba is actually
exactly.
So
you know, I not know, even though my family fought in Kiriji war, all those Ekiti. But the thing was that not until one day when people were saying that if we are only Yoruba, Ekiti said we are not Yoruba. I said, go. He said they started giving the body that so Ekiti used to be Ekiti, and we were rather more related, we were closely related to the Ife kingdom. There was your empire. Then we have Ife kingdom or whatever that maybe I've been. They just gave that to the child that we were not. So now when
the only thing that really relates all these Yoruba people is the fact that all of them at some point migrated from Ife. Now, is that Ife Oye or Ife Odaye? That's the issue, because some of them would have migrated from Ife at the conception of Ife. That means Ife Oye. As opposed to Ife Oye is what we have now, as opposed to Ife Odaye, which was apparently closer to the explanation.
And that's the source of our culture.
So but we're not talking about recently now. We're talking about maybe 600 years before the British ever even intervened in their conflict. So it's not Kwebo, you want to separate. They separated 400, 500, 600 years before that.
We were under Benin.
If
you remember what led to that Ogunkiriji, you'll be surprised. Is it not Pabumi Okemesi that one of the Ajele just saw the wife say, we like this woman? I say, you know the wife of the person you want talk to, so say that Pabumi say, okay. Now that thing, that's so I say that Kiriji was it start to. Just because of Ajele, they look at.
But you know the funny thing about Ife that I've actually started discovering myself. All these different towns. Do you know the funny thing about them? They have their family houses in Ife. Only just one small house. They have their family house there. The people that live there, they are those family. They know their family, their clan in the different town that they've gone to establish. They know them. They know themselves. They do their whatever traditions and right things to do there. They come and do it Nobody is their business. But a lot of them still have their like family homes, like family house. Much in any fair. Especially their ruling houses. You know, their ruling houses, most of them still have all of them, they still have their family house. It might not be in Ife, Gongo, it might be like, you know, a bit outside Ife because Ife itself is expansive, you know. A lot of them still have their family houses there. So there's nothing like Yoruba. Because Oyo Empire was to be frank,
What we
was
are
the
saying now is that
I,
let
I,
it not
I,
look like
I want.
me if I can't distract you. What I say is that let it not look like Oyibo were the one that came to disrupt us, as if we had one civilization that is so robust and so and the
Yeah, but
Europeans
we're
came.
going there. We're
Nobody, don't
involving
know,
with
Wait,
them.
nobody. The Oyo Empire was very
now
robust,
let's not
and the Benin Empire was very robust.
wait now.
We were evolving, now we are
Let's
stagnant.
take it slowly. Given this our stage of development, there were nothing compared to most of these civilizations. We had civilizations that existed long before our own. Even though those civilizations existed long before our own, the structure, the architecture, the music, the arts, this thing were way beyond. Look at China now. Look at the
But
buildings.
not really. We had music.
Wait now. Look at China. Look at the buildings. Look at the architecture. Look at their palaces. Where are your palaces? The palaces in Oyo that we are talking about. How many story building are they? Okay, let's even say they don't build in stories. How many acres is that palace? What's the design? Why are the furnitures that are there? What is the? They are not thing now.
Patoski ló sọ̀rọ̀ now.
No. That's not the only thing that define a civilization. No.
What's the
way you organize
we don't have military, we don't have weapons, we don't have this thing now.
Pato, you don't come. We don't oti Pato to read that now. Pato, I've never been to the Onis Palace. There's actually a house in Alamokowa Niwaju. I forgot what they call it, but it was the main courthouse. Ile Alamoni is towards the front. Ile Alamoni only wooden door is fully carved. The fully carved wooden door. It's not new. So we have art. We had wood carvings.
Architecture
we had architecture.
People are building with rocks.
Pato, should be an engineer now.
I'm not an engineer. People are building with rocks.
So let me tell you something about Africans. I'll tell you something about Africans that is really odd and absurd. At the moment, what do we do? What do we use to build our houses? Concrete. The worst thing you can use to build a house in Africa.
How?
Whereas we have clay. African houses should be built with clay bricks. I do not know why we don't use clay bricks to build houses in Africa. That is what
suits Africa. What were the pyramids that endured? They were built with clays.
They were built with boulders. But the pyramids were meant to be they were not abode now. The pyramids are not they were meant to.
Wait now. There were buildings in Zimbabwe.
Patoski. Tó wà thermal efficient for the African weather that would last long should build with clay. I'm telling you that. Go and talk to anybody that's in architecture and built environments. They will tell you that the ideal material to use.
Okay, that's why we have built. That's why we have built houses that are not endured. That we can't even point to.
No, I'm not saying that we can't point. I'm just saying even just in general.
These were the roads that were built those days. Look at
our ancestors knew that the best thing to use is the only problem with Alamod. You have to take care of it.
No, Patoski, that doesn't matter. See, even as early as 1930 something, 1920. You know, the Austin dung were messing the street of London up. They are not just American, you see now. As at 1930, as at 1920s, 30s, they were still using all those
to plaster their houses.
Wait. See, when we talk of civilization,
architecture.
Wait now. No, even when we are talking of architecture, you understand, everybody evolved differently. Egypt was ahead of everybody.
I'm
You
talking of
understand?
Yoruba civilization.
Wait, we are not documenting. We are not documenting. Were we
We don't
documenting
even
our
have
history?
documents. We don't even have
Because we
It
are
doesn't mean that.
our culture is not one that is still
Which
local. It's
culture?
oral now. Our culture is oral in nature now.
But most of the cultures are oral. They document the Semitic.
Which culture is oral?
Wait
Okay,
now,
which culture is oral?
hold on. Ẹ máa gbọ́ràn tó wá yẹ pé view yín ni. The Semitic culture, they were primarily oral for a long time. They developed their writing, they did all those things themselves. Even the numbers we are using today, the Arabic numerals. So what are we saying? Are we better than the civilization? We are not better now.
How
Ẹ jẹ́ ká accept
did
position wa ká learn ká build on it.
Patoski, how did we develop our Oka? How were we able to get okay? So the thing is, we had our own too. The thing is this: we don't have to be like others. How were we organizing ourselves? And that is what we will talk about.
That's what I'm saying. We organize ourselves in a way, but those civilizations, if we put them beside our own, they were better. They were better. That's why I don't feel overcome one now. If we were better, why? How did you overcome us? How did you overcome
not necessarily.
Why did the British overcome the Chinese then? If the Chinese were so superior, why did the British overcome the Chinese and the Japanese? If the Japanese and they were so superior,
how were they able to enslave us?
Well, how did they manage? The Indian was far superior to the British by your standards.
Just a minute.
But how did the British manage to overcome them?
Like what Arugula was saying now.
At a point, the British civilization became superior and more powerful than the Indian civilization. That's what happened. Let's be objective. Better one and they won't overcome wa.
Patoski, the British civilization was no way better than the Chinese civilization. The question is this: Yoruba will say, "Tí o bá sí ọmọ àlè ilé, tí o bá sí olè ilé, tí olè ìtàn olè ìjàyàn, and ilé tó bá ń dẹ̀ ń tòrò ọmọ àlè bí ò tí dàgbà ni." See, as at the time, I said it several times here, when the Chinese were building large vessels for their merchandise, because they were majorly merchants. The British people, it was after about 500 years, they were even managed to build a fraction. Just imagine that the Chinese will build a very big ship, and the British people were just able to build like 1/50th of that type of size later. So the thing is, even when we are talking of iron steel today, those people, they were edge. So Chinese were building some superior structure. They were good in technology, in navigation. They were good in road construction and everything, foundry, everything, even before the British discovered them. And when the British discovered them, what did they do? They just do some kind of divide and rule. You just like
how were they able to do it? How were they able to?
Does that mean? See, the fact that someone was not.
How were they able to do it? That's the question. I can't learn.
No. Wait now. The fact that the Chinese were not violent or were not that cunning in this organization.
Were not violent. Who told you they were not violent?
That's not even what I'm saying. I'm putting this in a context now. The thing is this: some people were organizing themselves, but some agent of destabilization just went to destabilize them. The Chinese people were not interested in waging war across the global terrain like the British. They just care about their business.
But the Japanese were not fighting war. They were not fighting war with Japanese all the time. They were fighting now. Japanese.
Yeah, but okay, they were. See, the
Japanese was conquering them because civilization was superior to Japanese. Japanese civilization
no
Chinese.
See, I think Pato has a misconception of.
Japanese invaded them during the Second World War, and at that time, Chinese were also fighting civil war inside themselves. So Japanese.
The question is okay. Hold on, Remy, Kato de and son kankan. Èmi sọ fún yín pé those people, the reason why they were able to conquer us was because they had a better civilization, one. Then two, that if you look at the remnant of our own civilization and you look at their own civilization as at the same time, our new remnant of our peak height of civilization, to back compare to people, better to wa.
You are right. You are 100% right. Because
but we never even got to our peak. Our peak was aborted. Our civilization was aborted before we even got to our peak.
Okay. Give me a minute. So Patoski, are you saying if an armed robber came from outside and now conquer someone in their own house that were doing their normal thing, that were doing their prayers, they were reading, they are doing this, so an armed robber came from outside and now conquer them, now to force them to depossess them of what they have? Does that mean that the armed robber are more civilized than those people they rob? That's exactly
that explanation, that comparison does not fit. Let me tell you why.
That's exactly what we're saying.
Oh no, that's not what we are saying. No, wait now. That's not what we are saying. Hold on.
These people were coming. They were coming to loot Africa. They were not coming to exploit. They were coming to loot Africa. So don't forget that they were in America too. It's not as if they just came. They were in America too. They came here just to loot, to exploit the exploitation, just to loot the environment.
Okay.
So it's not because they are, because it were to put it in the right perspective. They were jaggedy people, just like an armed robber.
Okay. So to explain to Jack in
disturbing people and rob them. No, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, Jack in there alone. Please hold on. No. You see, in this case, because in civilization, I'm a Boguman Shele. Àwọn tó ń rule territory, emperors, kings, àwọn gangan máa ń lọ ń ja àwọn èèyàn lógun. Ṣebí àwọn Dàòmì, ṣebí àwọn Ẹ̀gbá wọn máa lọ ń ja Dàòmì lógun, àwọn Dàòmì ń ja Ẹ̀gbá lógun. So everybody mọ̀ pé ogun máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀. So everybody, whether ogun ṣẹlẹ̀ àbógun ò ṣẹlẹ̀ o, everybody ń prepare. And some people still go to invade other places. That somebody came to invade you, kì í ṣe pé bóyá am robber tó wá bẹ́ẹ̀, ó wá gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. It means that wọ́n jà ẹ́ lógun. That means wọ́n lágbára jù ẹ́ lọ ni. It's a competition.
War is not about strength. War is about tactics.
That means more tactical.
They took advantage of the disunity. The main issue is this. Okay, British was China, and they were able to subjugate the Chinese. They worry more than the Chinese, and they worry more in terms of the Chinese capacity for war and tactical, and even their tactical ability. It's not that they superior to them, but they took advantage of a particular point in time when they were disorganized.
We are superior to them.
The Chinese were the ones that discovered gunpowder. At the time the British were using wrought iron to make their big Georgian swords, the Chinese already discovered stainless steel. They already discovered cast iron. They already discovered how to actually foundry. They already discovered that you can actually vary the amount of carbon in the metal. They discovered this far beyond the British even when the British were still
English now. Duro, as at the time Chinese were discovering that, what were we doing? Our Yoruba civilization.
I don't know.
We are
we were building more houses and using cow dung to plant.
But that was satisfactory. That was satisfactory for us.
That's what I'm saying. Better civilization.
I mean, at that stage, I know for a fact that we already understood metallurgy, because we can see from artifacts that we already smelting copper. We were smelting bronze. We had tin. We had understanding of tin, and we had understanding of iron.
Which metallurgy?
All your Benin bronzes, what do you think they are? Have you ever studied them?
Okay. There are canons. If you go to Asia, there are canons that are older than some palaces in Yoruba land. Canon.
But no. Ask your question. Did we discover at that stage? Did we understand? We have not discovered. We have not discovered gunpowder now. So why would we have cannons?
Why do you have cannons? There are some even guns that are older than some palaces. níbí tá à ń sọ kínní ẹnìkan sọ pé Benin wall is bigger than the wall of China where e dey now they say the British destroyed wetin dem destroy.
Patoski, the
say
first story building.
na we first discover street lights.
Patoski, the first story building in China was built in 782. When was the first story building in England? Because
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not comparing China with England. I'm saying comparing England with Yoruba civilization. So
I know the question now, why did they not? I'm sure why did they not?
But wait, Patoski, Yoruba are not the only Africans now. What about the other Africans?
No, Awa ni Konika saw. I don't know them because they got to come from Egypt or anything.
Egypt, you láàrin Nigeria gan, láàrin Nigeria bí àwọn èmi làwọn kílòkọ ẹ ṣe bí àwọn kílòkọ ẹ ń bẹ. This is not center.
Ọ̀rọ̀ yín dàbí ọmọ tó lọ sí school ni tó dé tán ní wetin you get tó ní daddy. Do you know that boy that used to score first? He scored 30. He said ṣe báwọn tó kù wà ń bẹ.
So are you now saying that we were the most superior at the time? So you shouldn't just abandon the rest.
Because of wa ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wọn ara wa. Ká sọ
see.
Even Africa gbà yẹn àwọn Mali ṣì even ní West Africa gbà yẹn àwọn Mali ṣì beat wa. Even ní West Africa gbà yẹn àwọn Mali ṣì beat wa.
Because they had a lot more interactions. Even because they had more interactions. They had more interactions with North Africa, and as a consequence, with the spice trade. We weren't connected to the spice to the.
That's not even the issue, Arogidiba. The civilization is process. It's not skyscraper. It's not this thing. How we were able to organize ourselves to meet our need within the time constraint is what you define as civilization. So civilization is to meet your needs. Some people they like if they were building Burjuma Ayam, like they are building 1 million story building to meet, that's their own. But as at that time, were we able to defend ourselves within were we able to build processes for us to defend ourselves? If we were unable to defend ourselves, then probably you and I we won't be here today. But somehow we were able to survive. So the fact that we survived simply means that we were civilized. Our civilization brought us to this point. So it's not about where our Koko Bawa. It's not about where our Koko Bawa. That's not it. At least our own civilization is our own civilization. The British civilization is their own British civilization. If China don't equal story buildings. Let it be like almost 500 years or 1,000 years. Igi àtòkúta ni àwọn England tó ń kó yàn lẹ́rú káàkiri. Igi àtòkúta náà fi ń kọ́lé. Igi àtòkúta. Ọkọ̀ àti bàbà. So the thing is, àwọn Britain yẹn, igi àtòkúta. Àwọn náà ọkọ̀ àti bàbà rí. Wọ́n ṣe pé bóyá they just started from bricks. So our civilization is our civilization. I think the fact that the Alaafin Oyo was able to even organize its soldiers, to even they defend themselves, to even gain some territory to the extent of calling a particular place Oyo Empire. Oyo Empire extended beyond Nigeria. It's just because the British were the one that just took some part away. All those are Nago area and Dahomey, all those things, normally they will be still part of Oyo Empire today. So how were they able to expand to that extent? So we know that within ourselves there was no peace. We were fighting ourselves. Just Oweru not Ludefa. Oweru inani.
Oweru don't fago now. Advantage will take me.
Exactly. And the British came and they came to it. British did not stop all those just because they love us, just because so that they could really organize and benefit.
They stopped it because because of because of the machine age. They discovered, yeah, and they didn't want to have a population of revolting slaves in their new territories that they have found. That is it. They didn't want to have a big population of revolting slaves that could, it's the consequence of what they saw in Haiti. They just stop with Burkina now.
America has to show one, and if they could, let me tell you one thing: as British continue with their fights, all those things, probably the like of Spain will have risen up, or Germany will have even colonized them again too. So they just have to start looking at, okay, this the game we started, colonizing people around the world. If we don't stop, if we don't find a way to stop this thing and start campaigning and start pretending to love peace, that somehow you will have been surprised that Germany will have just risen and just colonized a United Kingdom again. So to me, our civilization is our civilization. Even if now even tanks we were even using, but the fact that we were still able to think of that tent, it was something, because that was simply innovation. Then how were we planting? So did that mean that, okay, we were just walking in the bush and any food we see we pick it? So how did we start planting here? How do we start planting plantain and all those things we're eating? Or the British brought them to us too? Because I want to know. Did the British bring them to us? Okay, how were we defending ourselves against the wild animal? How? So when people say, "Oh, African wild dog today," we know wild dog could go to man. How did our people survive a wild dog? How did they survive? How did they survive lion? How did they survive? How did they survive all those dangerous, all those perilous days? How? So it is true. Still, our people were still, our forefathers were still innovative in their own way. It's just like we can say, okay, maybe like 40 years ago now, because you and I were not using computer now. Does that mean we were not civilized? Civilization will keep changing, so we keep upgrading. Today now, okay, like about 15 years ago, nobody was talking seriously about AI. Today we are talking of AI. We are not even stopping on AI now again. We are moving to something like quantum computing, and a lot of things we've never heard of that will come. Does that mean that those people that existed like 50 years ago were not civilized? So it is time. Time and chance happens to things. So to me, I'm proud of my race. So if Oyibo had not come, our civilization would have been totally different. Maybe better. That when I say better, it's relative to our need. So,
but even when you look at virology, why people discovered virology before the British even ever dreamt of it. We knew about inoculation of the smallpox virus. We knew that the smallpox, that you had to do monkeypox, that you had to do with the virus. We knew about the inoculation, and in fact, there were secret societies that were dedicated to that. People, this masquerade, Shopono. So I mean, people knew that, okay, so they knew that they walk about in dialogue, they knew that Shopono, that if you inoculate it at a particular point stage, you will development. Oh yeah, you tell me, Patoski.
inoculation, oh yeah.
But they understood the inoculation of Shopono. No, they understood it. They understood that it was a virus.
You've got no discussion, right? Everything is dancing around. I can't even figure what is the topic, what is the tail, what. Where is the Chapon comes into this? God help everybody in this platform.
Baba, come in.
I don't even know where to come in. I'm just kind of, I don't know, man. What's going on?
But Patoski is saying that we are cavemen essentially.
We're
before
improving.
the British arrived.
Well, to measure that development, honestly, so it's kind of misgiving. The colonial came, they kind of turned things upside down. Maybe we would have developed at our own pace. I don't know. But everything these days is even benchmark against the advanced world. So if we are not doing it, that means we are not civilized. We are not. After all, we've been in existence before the white people came. So to speak to that, I don't know how we measure that, but it seems that everything is now has to be the standard of from the white man prison. If not, that means we are not growing. We are actually growing, to be honest with you. We are in a way. In my own opinion, we are. But some people, especially the new generation, will say, well, we're supposed to have advanced more than this. But they've forgotten that our culture sometimes is a little bit an avenger, or should I say, the stumbling block. So many things we'll have done without, but our culture usually come back to make things a little bit more harder. Maybe, but I
Doctor.
think in general we are
So our
progressing.
culture is the
Just
one that makes things harder.
in a
Or the
way,
Bolosibomi.
in a way.
I'm suspecting that before Patoski reincarnated, he was a German. That's why he's against
Ola Kiloso.
so. You were a German when you first came. The other time you came to this world,
Impossible.
German.
How?
Yeah,
That's why you are against us.
it's
That's why I'm
possible.
against us.
It's possible.
You reincarnated. Maybe the next time you are going to reincarnate now, maybe you become an American.
You know, I was telling one of my doctors yesterday. I said, "Do you believe in reincarnation?" He said, "No, I doesn't believe human being comes back to this world." I said, "Well, if you look at, I don't even follow the evolution theory, but the fact that how human beings able to be formed, and when the human being dies, we either buried or burnt them, and then people come back again. The chances is that you may not even come back maybe as a Nigerian, you may come back as a white man in your nearest future when you come back.
Adewale, be careful where you are going. Because if you talk to all these Western kids, Asian kids, they will say, show us proof. Give us a video. Let us see. Can you prove that?
Okay.
Because I was
Omoba Remi, it's not everything you can prove.
No, I want me to prove with wizard and witches. Can you show them what info? Can money for video that show?
No, you don't need to show them now. Take them to a village. Take them to the village and say, let them go and mess up with them there. So they
don't understand. Wait, for them.
No. To me, if anybody told me that this thing today, I said, okay, let us just go to our village.
No,
and
so what about
environment where everything is lit up? Would that be Nigeria to do to
some of them believe in ghosts though? Some of them believe in ghosts.
Because of
they believe in ghosts.
Yeah. But you know the
So,
funniest
see,
thing. What about those people?
There are wishes
What
in North
about
America.
the
No,
Akudaya?
they find them.
What about the Akudaya? Those people that they die and they somebody encountered them somewhere far away with no knowledge that they've already passed.
Those are demons.
Demons? So you mean demons turn to human beings?
Something like
yes,
that.
now demons at time can take. They can use body.
Bishop Patoski. See,
demons. Patoski. Now those are not demons, though. I've heard multiple
Patoski, let me shock you.
All of you are honey. If you cool, all of you are found out when you are. All of you are found when you are.
Patoski, let me shock you. Let me shock you. My dad died in. It will shock you. My dad died in 1989, January 29 precisely. You know what's funny is that there was this man that usually helped my dad with the farm works. His name was Ade. So he traveled to Lagos to buy some items. He has a shop that he also sells items and also help out with the farm in our farmland. So while he was in Lagos, my sister lives in Ketu there, and he met my dad in Ojota. He was surprised to see my dad died on Sunday. He saw my dad on Monday. He came back home on Tuesday.
No, I don't get you. Dad died when?
My dad died on Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
He met my dad on Monday in Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
And by Thursday or Friday, because we did the burial, I think Thursday. So he came back home on Friday. So the moment he approaches our house, what did they talk about? My dad reminded him to make sure he buy good tools to be used when he comes back. He said, no problem. He asked my dad. My dad said, oh, he came to see his children, And it wasn't something like, this is normal thing. We just run into each other. I said, okay, I will meet back home when we travel back home. When he approaches our house, he saw, people stay hanging out. They were like, what's going on here? And they told him that, hey, this man passed. It was like, when I saw him a couple of days back, when? It was like, I saw him on Monday. They said, well, he passed on Monday. So are you saying my dad was a demon that
That's
appeared
not
to
what
him,
I'm
that
saying.
met him in Jota?
Let me tell you what happens.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
that I was telling you guys. I will tell you. I think I was telling Babatila Nokotia, go ignore. You need to go and see a documentary online. It's called The Unseen Realm by Michael Hayes. He's a professor of Old Testament theology. He gave analysis of what happens in the spiritual realm across different civilizations, the Babylonian, the different kini, the kini of Gilgamesh and stuff like that. You will be able to understand what happens. You see, evil forces at times or demonics, they take on the image of someone. Your daddy had died, had gone to rest. Anything, evil force can take on the image of someone. Luckily, in this case, they didn't use that image to do something that is evil. You understand? In some cases, they can use that image to do something that is evil, to deceive his family, to deceive so and so. We saw something like that in the book of in the Old Testament when Moses died. The Bible made us realize that Satan came, wanted to take the body of Moses, but the angel of God did what? Rescued him from him. So I want to say that also angel of light or good angels can take on the body of someone to go and pass across a message of peace to another person. Maybe this person is close to your dad and he needed to be at home for your daddy's burial, and your dad will not say, oh, I've died. Oh. The angel of light or good angel in this case can take your daddy's form and go and show himself to this person. Maybe your daddy loves that person. I don't know how close they are. In short, most of the time, the people that experience that are usually people that are very dear, very close to that particular person.
Bishop Patosky.
No, wait now, let me
Remain
finish now.
your for me 30 seconds. No, Bishop Patosky. No, I don't
Tábà parí àní enjoy discuss. Èmi tí mò ń sọ mi ò ní enjoy. Enjoy. Let me finish.
Okay.
So most of the time, the record man show pé àwọn tí kìíní ẹ̀ máa ṣe the people that are very close to you. They appear to you and stuff like that. So I believe that it's possible where an angel of light or an angel of light, not angel of light in quote, because angel of light means a lot of things in the context of religion. So could say, okay, go to show this person, go and use the body to appear to this person and pass across an important message that is very relevant for that person. So it's possible. But your dad, when he died, he had gone to be with the Lord. Simple.
So Patoski, the question I want to ask you is, what about some story that we had that somebody died, and then that somebody now reincarnates in a nearby town or city, remarried again, and have children?
That's what I'm saying. Somebody can take the body of another person. Forces can take the body of another person. Now the question is this: somebody died, the person was buried.
Yes.
In most cases, the body was embalmed. He was embalmed and buried.
The question
he
I will
now
ask
took
Patosky
another form and was going to have children in other places.
Patosky, before you even move far, do you believe that human is spiritual? Human is spiritual being. Do you believe that
human beings are spiritual now? A person is a spirit.
So
lives,
if then
a person is a spirit that lives in a body.
Wait now. If human is spirit, then angel is spirit, and demon is a concept. Demon is a concept, so demon is spirit. So why do you think? Why do you think human being that is spirit cannot take another form? Because we are in our
Okay, it's a rhetorical question you asked.
own. we are in our own conscious world.
Are you asking a
That is
question
why
that you
we
want me to
think.
respond to, or you're asking a rhetorical question?
Okay. Go ahead. It's true. Anyway,
You
I
see,
was
if you say,
asking.
why do you think human beings cannot take a form? You see, spirits are non-material being. That's non-physical being. They don't have flesh and blood like we do have. So because they don't have flesh and blood, they cannot physically operate in our world, like having children, having this. They need the body to be able to do that. So that's why spirits possess other bodies. They can possess human beings, they can possess animals, just like we had in the book of Matthew. Spirit going into swines, spirit goes into people to possess them, to use them for a particular purpose. Spirit goes into animals. So it is possible angels or spirits, they don't have the physical body to operate in our world as it is. So there are so many things. They can spirit have power to be able to create some hallucination that makes you feel that they are human, but they don't have actual human form.
Let me now tell you now something, Patoski. You see, one thing is this: human being is spirit, and spirit never dies. But when the body is old and can no longer perform the function that the human spirit want to perform, the spirit leave the human. And once the spirit leave the human now is considered dead. And that spirit now leave that human and go and look for another body entirely.
No,
that's
not what you don't have. Do you have? Do you have a basis for that? Do you have either philosophical, experiential, or you have theological?
Okay, the one you were explaining to me, you are using religion to explain it, right?
Or theological. That's what I'm saying. Do you have any basis?
You say so me too, and I'm not making my own theory too based on what I understand.
Your theory now. You want to create it.
See, I see. No, the thing is this: I'm not the one that came with the concept of reincarnation. Wait, I'm not the one that came with the concept of reincarnation.
I'm telling you. And now, so you can't explain. I want to kuri ni and to kuri lo sọ fún wa bẹ́ẹ̀. Yeah.
How do you know that? Okay, let me tell you one thing. When
somebody who died before lo sọ fún wa.
Okay, me too. When I had an accident too, I passed on for I don't know maybe like 30 minutes. Wait now. Kini yato because mi ò mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tí
what did he tell you guys? What did he say?
He died for 3 days and he was buried and he rose again. And he one sọ fún wa. First and foremost, Kotoku, this person pre-existed and came from heaven, took on human form. That person had died, he was buried, and he rose. So that person has authority to tell us what happens.
Okay.
He's telling you about Jesus Christ.
As a Christian, I understand that. Don't let us go that way. Don't let us go that way. Because I'm a Christian too. So I don't want to go that way. So the thing we are talking about is this. If woman is a spirit and spirit doesn't die, how do you know that? Okay, like I said, so many times I wake up in the morning, I look at myself in the mirror, I will say, how did I even exist? I start wondering, why me? Why my body? Why everything? So when I look at it, so it simply means that there are things that goes beyond us. You understand? There was the time I was thinking that it's like I was conscious when I was even in my mother's womb that okay, the area was like I was now imagining whether it was true or not. But at least when I was young, when I was still conscious of my environment. That one I can tell you for sure. So the thing is this.
I even experienced that day before yesterday.
When I said,
okay, what on Rolano?
No. I kind of like consciously aware of myself. Like when you're kind of look yourself in the mirror. I wasn't looking through the mirror. I was just like I bent down. I was looking at myself. Like, okay, this is what you look like. This is the way people see you, not the way you see yourself in the mirror. I kind of have that subconscious.
Ọlá, Wálé, jẹ́ kí n explain kankan fún ẹ. Surely next time tó bá ti nírú moment yẹn.
Out of the body experience, kind of.
Wait, anytime tó bá nírú moment yẹn, just if it's in your house, lock your door, sit down, and be still and listen. That time, God will talk to you. And that might be an experience that will transform your spiritual life. That's happening.
God has spoken to me before.
So if you are a moment here, just calm down and listen.
You know the funniest thing, Patoski. I dream, I imagine, and that's why I don't like imagining bad things or bad stuff to people. I remember very, very well. Sometimes around 80s, that maybe 82, 83, I was sitting down. Even saying that kind of gave me goosebumps. I was sitting down, and I was telling myself consciously that somebody is going to come through that corner, and it's going to be this person, and it's going to say this. And boom, 1, 2, 3, how many minutes? 2 minutes, and the person showed up. I jumped up where I sat down. I ran inside. I didn't even wait till that person say something. Then it happens again. At this time around, I was with people, and I said that somebody is going to do this or say this. And that experience I was a little bit afraid of my thought in a way, to the point that whenever I'm having a deep thinking or deep thoughts within me, I'm kind of scared of progressing, and then I was trying to find something around me that will kind of like snap me back into reality. Like, okay, because at the point I was like, I went to my mom, I was like, am I a witch? I said no, that because I couldn't explain it at that time, but in my little, understanding, I was told that no, you are not a witch. Because I was like, okay, how does the witch? How do they? How do they think? What is the attribute of being? You're asking the wrong person, because I'm not a witch. We're just like, oh, this young boy is just, it's your thoughts. Sometimes it was blamed on, when you listen to elders talking too much, you're getting yourself involved in what you're not supposed to. That was what was blamed on. So yeah, sometimes I do. It's just my older self is not that.
Adewale, intuition alone, you have a strong intuition.
Guys, Baba T is in the building.
It's not.
Yes, but Oluwejo,
No, don't do that. Come on.
Okay, is Baba T around?
He's
not speaking since now.
No, I just good evening. Anytime Pato starts this, I have to come counter that just to save the platform from me. So I had to come
Patoski,
I'm trying to save the
Are you taking over from Alaniba and Kole?
No, Mike,
Don't let me continue. You were saying something.
I know you are waiting to talk about.
Yeah, I was speaking on how my my subconscious mind works, and even up to the time I would become adult, I was still doing it. It's just that I try as much as possible not to get so deep in it, to the point that when I imagine that, okay, this is what I'm imagining to somebody, and it usually come to pass. When you have the way people dream and they sleep and they dream, and they will say, oh, this is what they say in a dream. I dream, but my dream is not, but when I have a deep
Adewale, hold on. Now, how do you explain that now, Patoski? Human
how do I explain?
And the dream comes to pass. How do you explain that? Since you don't want to believe that human being is that a demon?
That you dream and something come to pass.
Yeah,
some people are stupid. You have a peep into the future now. That's what it means now. There's nothing. I don't have problem believing
So how can something that is not spiritual now have preview to the future?
I'm not saying, human beings are not spiritual now. Or that means we were not listening. I said
What
human
started
beings,
this thing was that I said I believe in reincarnation, that people can
yeah.
come back to
I
this
said
earth.
human beings are spirits and they live in a body.
I'm even saying Patosi was a German.
So can I clarify with Dewale? So pretty much premonition, right? You can see what will happen in the future. But how close in time? Is it few weeks, few hours, few days, few months?
Few hours. In some cases, it's just something that not too far, not too long.
So
Adewale, what you are saying, I also have it. I can know something what will happen to me in some few hours, and it always comes to reality.
You know, premonition.
I think it's about intuition. Everybody have a gift, okay?
Premonition.
Premonition. Thank you.
Premonition itself, it's a gift that can be harnessed and that can be developed. But usually, I remember when you're very young, if you have it before 12 or that age, those people that they bring those kids up on the mountains, and whatever they do with them to help them improve on that is a skill, because in that realm. So premonition itself, if you very young, if you work with some prophet, they used to call them awagba, not even traditional practice, but even in the celestial cherubim and seraphim at that time. Oman grew my own to build on that at that very young age, to see into the future and then be yeah.
So for me, when I see something, I just pray over it. If it's negative, okay. So that's the only way I do. If it's negative, I quickly pray, even at any time of the day. So everybody have that kind of thing, okay? I don't know, but yeah.
Baba T, there was a lady when I was single. I was kind of like a white cat, not really white cat, but just like a smooth white cat.
Have you ever been single?
When it's through white cat, so man, show yeah.
Have you ever been single?
We have to put it in a decent way. We are still on her, And I met this lady. Actually, it was inside banking hall that she came. When you are in operation and you're on the counter, and the lady came, and I was like, I happens to be the one to, and we got talking. So at that time, was there a phone then? There was no phone. I can't remember. And then I met her today. By weekend, we were already together going out. Could you believe that this girl made me follow her to Djibouti?
To Djibouti?
Djibouti, I'm telling you. My cousin came to visit me, and I left my cousin at home. And before you know, we went to Pangu to Djibouti. While we were going to Palm Grove, they have a bus stop at Palm Grove.
You became a driver.
No. We went with a public bus. I didn't drive. So happened, all these
that's even worse.
Our lotion, what do you call it? Our man wash white, all those white apparel people that will pray for you in the street, and with the hope that you give them something. What's the name? They usually call them something. They always white lotion. So as we were approaching the bus stop, this woman just kind of like jump from nowhere and jump in front of you and be praying with the hope.
No,
and
Adewale, you will continue. You will continue. Eric Pere mi ti sá lọ. No máa ti sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí ẹ̀rù máa ń bà rẹ̀ ni. Kó máa gbọ́ kó padà wọlé ní tó bá sá lọ.
That is my t-shirt, okay? Anyway, and then the next thing I do, the woman started praying, chanting all those their stuff and praying. I was like, okay, I share. So the person I was going with, I realized that she wasn't interested in those people. And I was like, no, well, sometimes anywhere they're praying, Adura, anytime somebody is praying, Adura, no, anybody say, I worry, I become, Adura, no. So that woman kept saying, as I was saying that, I said, bring your hand. That lady that I was going with quickly grabbed my left hand. I said, let's go. So I quickly gave that woman something. When we were inside the bus, the lady now said, let me see your hand. I showed her my left hand. It quickly closed. She closed it and said, never ever show your hand, this particular hand, to nobody. Deliberately, if they want to look at it, never ever show it. Was someone who was that powerful to see something. I followed, I followed that in your mood. I followed her to Djibouti. I found out that this lady is so strong spiritually. In my heart of heart, I was like, I should, when somebody would just be staring at you like this, like deliberately staring at you, not that she's like Maria, but I don't know what was going on in her mind. I'm telling you, if we were to be on these days, but I kind of maybe my
That
mind was.
reminds me, one Bobo can girlfriend, musician can.
But boy, it will sound normal, Gary.
Is he a musician?
Yeah,
gospel musician, allegedly.
He had a gospel song, to his credit, but it's not, I won't forget that gospel musician.
So
just
there's a big difference between him being a gospel musician and a career gospel musician.
People don't know the difference today now.
Difference. We know difference. See, when Shola wrote to me, Evangelist Emi Balogun, when they sing. No, Emi Balogun is late now. But when Shola wrote to me sing, the difference between a real gospel musician and career, and career musician, because maybe the person, someone that cannot succeed singing juju or Fuji. Now, but they can now pick their crowd that, okay, let us go gospel. Gospel doesn't mean that some of those people are different from MC Ulomo. Even MC Ulomo must have even an insult to even call it MC Ulomo when we are really referring to some of these gospel artists you see.
Tẹ̀bí bọ̀bọ̀ tó pera tó ṣaláìsí yẹn tí wọ́n lọ fún gẹ̀ẹ́kan lóyún ní Amẹ́ríkà náà sọ ní kí ló kọ dá sọ ní something.
Ṣé sọ ní Okoso?
Okoso ìwọ fún gẹ̀ẹ́ lóyún tó sọ pé kí ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ ní. Ìyàwó ẹ̀ ọ̀dẹ̀ tí ìbí
No,
mo gbọ́ pé ó ń bá gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ọjọ́ sùn nígbà tó wà ní.
No, it was already been revealed before he passed now.
I know.
He apologized publicly to his wife then.
Yeah, but that's because that woman came forward. It's not because he apologized.
No, before the lady came forward though.
No,
I think it was about to be blackmailed, so he publicly came forward.
You don't give place for repentance that somebody can repent and he say it's because
we're just saying that our gospel
it's a business now. It's a business. It's a job.
You
know that there are some gospel musicians that they don't charge the invitee. They don't
it's like Mrs. Fashion now, all those good women choir now. Those are who you want to really call gospel musician, right?
At that age, charge. I'm talking about the real reigning established singer, like
no. Even when those people were even singing, they
this
were
man Frank what's his pastor Nathaniel Bassi.
They can only feature Mama doesn't even have that. She's not singing for profit anymore. She's just they were singing for the passion and love for it, not for commercial purpose. That's Mama Fashion.
All those people they
Bola commercialize her own though.
But Nathaniel Bassi doesn't charge.
Bola commercialize. Àwọn yẹn ń gbọ́dọ̀ ráríò àwọn kí lórúkọ màmá tó wà lọ́mọ Àkúrẹ́.
No, I think to me, the one that I think became like commercial was in the modern era that like they made it like mainstream. It wasn't meant for the church.
Like Davido.
It was the gospel. I mean,
they became like Davido.
Because everything else is
like all those.
No. It was this woman. Is it Bolare? That woman.
No, Kinini.
No, that one is different.
No.
That one is not. That
woman is Kunabi.
That was like mainstream.
Olariwa,
Yeah, I want you. They brought the innovation to the
Yeah, but I mean, like,
that's the name of that
they were,
woman you were
I'm
trying to
I'm
saying
trying to
that.
remember this woman's name. This woman from Akure, not Bolare. She's younger to
No,
Bolare.
for me, Aragbaye now.
Fumi
See,
Aragbaye, and when they
yeah.
commercialized this thing too. They started charging around.
This woman, Dupe Ilana. Yeah, that was how they were like still churchy kind of thing, but I want nothing. I want load go mainstream. So
Yeah, our yellow change it now.
Àwọn tó gbà làbí.
Àwọn tó pẹ́ làbí àwọn yẹn ti da.
I will go to. I will go to.
Adewale, see those people you try. No, I don't think that they are not running shows like all this one. Because normally before now, when you wanted to do those things, you have to move your instrument and they live by that. So even Alufa Church in Bowo. But
who asked them to sing gospel song? Are you sure of calling Balani?
No.
No, ìgbàlà kan náà fa èèyàn kan táwọn náà sọ nìyẹn. Dáàmù sí ìgbàlà kan náà fún
èèyàn. Tèmi bá ń kọ gospel music nísìnyí you understand màá ṣáàjì lówó náà. But kò ní mi ò ní máa fi ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ to be.
Ọ̀la tó gbọ́n èèyàn bá dára tó bá dáyọ̀ lójú wọn fi kàn rí ni. Parampasipọ̀ kí ló kọ ìkàtẹ̀ kí ló kọ bọ́ọ̀ tẹ̀sẹ̀ dárúkọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ̀. You mentioned his name just now. The one that blow, huh? The one that
Nathaniel
Bassi, call him a kite, and then Dusi.
Dusi won't charge now.
Those people they don't charge and they do well. They do well, and
people give them money.
People just this is what you are worth, and will give the they like Kite now. Kite is getting
I think you can see. Okay, how are some of them supposed to survive? You understand?
No, see, but somebody is able to prove them wrong that it's doable. The Bola already lived through all this thing, and those people were not charging except when she was releasing records now. They don't charge. Ajayi doesn't charge.
Won't charge.
Let me tell you something.
Ajayi is even more like Pastor Adeboye.
Choir master.
This thing.
Yeah.
See, there are different angles to this thing. Now, some people are pastors, but they are not earning from the church, right? They have, in fact, some pastors are even MD. They are executive. They are director of companies. That's the way. And
they shouldn't be earning nothing. They shouldn't be earning jack.
No, okay. What will you talk to the Anglican reverends?
The Anglican reverends are placed on salaries.
So but the thing is this: some of those.
How many African reverends and bishops do you see that are millionaires? They live within their means. As a matter of fact, ostentatious lifestyle is frowned upon in Anglican.
Mr. Adewale, am I getting if you're much you? The thing is, all those band boys you see, even in churches today, you pay the pianist. You pay the drummers. So you pay the drummers. Okay, look at those people. Look at Ayoni. You know, those are the group of choir that you can talk in a year that's not military. All those Caribbean and Cherafina. Now, so how are you supposed to get some kind of guitarist?
You know the funniest
thing.
They give them honorarium.
The funniest thing, Ola. You know the funniest thing. Look, Pentecostal movement changes these things. In the olden days, even when Pentecostalism wasn't that common in Nigeria, we've had good Christian musicians that are doing excellently well. Now, yes, they will leave. But when you are working in a God vineyard, number one, if you are doing it, you are expected to be doing it selflessly. Now, God is the one, if you are working in his vineyard, is always blessing those who devote their time for his gospel, according to the Bible. Now, when you are now find tactics to exploit, to get money to just one way or the other, money must come into your pocket because this is what you depend upon. If you're a missionary is not expected to be a millionaire driving Rolls Royce. Now, if you want to devote your time to the gospel fully, you can do that. If what you are singing is what we've seen people practicalizing this thing and they're successful at it. Now, if you have your part-time job and you want to be doing this thing on the side, that's fine. To me,
Musa
laziness,
Adewale,
laziness.
Musa Adewale. Some of the gospel musicians you are talking about, they just sing something they think is gospel that is not vulgar. That's what they do. Now they are not like, they are not like Niyi Adedogun. They are not like Shola Rotimi that we just say they will just.
You
know,
I am Pato. I am disappointed. Dewale Nusuru. I am disappointed in Dewale and Ola, to be honest.
Oh,
do you know why I'm disappointed?
Why?
As a man, I was a drummer, and I can tell you when it changed. When I was very young and I was used to play drums, I want choir. I'm actually filing by. You know when they open fire. Wow, bam, 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 bam. When the teenager choir came into play, so I want my quality one. Once they are done, the teen choir will now come in. We changed in fact, it was so great. The now art main choir more. Our modern like come back calling for anything. Even the church, they wanted the modern way of singing.
They wanted entertainment.
For filing more. I mean, dude, we were rapping in. There should be this old Yoruba song that they used to rap in the early 90s.
Was that an Anglican or Catholic?
No, I'm telling you, early 90s. It was like an actual rap Yoruba gospel song. Yeah, we used to rap in church. People go crazy. Like, give us these kids. Forget all this file opening. We want the young ones. So the demand was there now. It was a demand and supply.
Musa,
I don't know what Pato and Dewale
Musa, Dr. Babati. The thing is this. I just want to separate this. The thing is this. Because you are a church person, you now start singing along the church. It doesn't make you a gospel singer. Just let me clarify that. It's only that, okay, because you are just a singer or musician, that, okay, you know that if you go the way of Sunny Ade, you are not going to make career because you are separating yourself from your belief. So
you actually came to sing in the Redeem Camp too.
Sunny Ade Korean Redemption Camp.
Yep.
He's a Christian now.
I witnessed it. I was there live there. Obey himself. He even came to Redeem Camp to sing.
No,
the latter day of Sunday day, he was singing gospels. Now most of his album was always full of gospel.
So the thing is
this one is even more than.
So you decide not to go. So that you decide not to go basically, just because you are a church person, it does not mean that you are a gospel singer.
Church. So Portable one
comfy, comfy, orin to jomoro long.
Obviously, the gospel
career.
Pato and guys, you know, I'm still looking for this song till today. Even though I still miss this song. It's like a the money, any calling, any something like it's like a gospel song, but it's called. Do you know that song?
No, I don't know.
No.
Ola. Do you remember in the 80s when they are reading news, you will say Egberio in the old Ondo State? Who are the people that speak their language? Once they said that the television must be off, we heated it in our house. I don't know. It's like all these people.
So
national
how many?
people.
Sorry, how many? Because in Ogun we have English, Yoruba, and Egun. in Ekiti, did you have anything besides those two, like as?
No,
Like
we
what?
know Ekiti is what we have in Ekiti. So, but in
Mélòó lèkìtì, mélòó ni wọ́n ojú 3 local government Ìbàdàn lọ́la.
I will sue you. I will arrest you.
No,
okay. Don't come for us.
No, because I was exposed to the Egun culture now, so that's why
No.
I could, you know.
Ekiti, from the beginning to the end of Ekiti, they are the same.
Yeah, me.
No. It's like the only state, I would say the only state in Nigeria that is kind of like almost everything is the same. Like
they are
homogeneous. They are homogeneous.
Adéwálé Àrògìdìgbà nísìnyí mo fẹ́ rọ̀ lóyè.
I wrote from Ile-Ife now. What you see, Ile-Ife are my home.
Adéwálé Mòmẹ́yẹ Bọ̀lápò, Ekiti is twice bigger than Ibadan. So what did you just say? You said you said they could do local government. What are you talking about?
Aro is not from your job.
Ekiti is a state now. Ibadan is just a city in the state.
Ekiti is twice as.
Ṣebí wọ́n yàn Ìbàdàn jẹ ni tí ó bá ṣe pé nǹkan burúkú kéèkó yẹ kí Ìbàdàn ti gba state ahead of Ekiti.
Ekiti is.
Aro, you are from Ile-Ife now. Why are you like this?
Ekiti, sure, but there's a
Aro, are you not from Ile-Ife?
You know there's Ekiti.
We confirm.
Hola.
Yes.
You know my hometown Ile-Ife, they speak alike.
I know they say Kwara.
Now Ife at Ekiti, why Ile-Ife? Why very clear? Most people think Ile-Ife.
My hometown from and Ile-Ife, the accent is almost similar. Very, very similar. And Ijesha too. Very, very similar.
Ijesha, all those up to Ife. I think
Ijesha, you're supposed to be Ekiti. I don't know why they just.
The family of Ekiti. All those Ijita Obolu and they are playing politics.
Because from where Bolege came from, connected to Ekiti. Bolege is from
I will still have
Messi. Messi. Yeah, okay. Messi.
I can't forget this.
SLK. Yeah, SLK. SLK is the boundary of
Akure. What Akure is speaking from their mouth.
Akure is supposed to be in Ekiti.
All those rubbish they were talking politically. Ilara Moki. All those areas.
Ilara Akure is supposed to be part of Ekiti.
Because just look at, it's not far now. Akure is not far from Ekiti now.
It's not. It's not.
Even what is people from their mouth is Ekiti, but they came because of politics.
To be honest, we are the only state that have the same unique. Every little town in Ekiti has Ekiti added to their name.
Did you guys?
Before the state was created.
Did you guys? What do you guys think about the Timmy of Edes response to the uproar about?
I watched that video.
No, he said actually, Baba yen sick ni o kon go better fun
No,
I really want to know because for some reason there's this and there's this push to also Yorubalize Ilorin again. So there's this push within the Yoruba space. I mean you can call it a spiritual.
No, man. I mean, anybody in this studio watch that video?
A more video,
yeah, we saw it. One man play now.
It was
but one man no more got to share any situation here now. One man for a video go you one man because one man no create nobody no world or bad.
No,
you guess?
No,
the first day one man played it. I think maybe he played it again. No, but the first day he played it, he said that man in the turban, that is the team already. So I don't even think that one man himself got the full.
How old is Sulu-Gambari?
I think he must be in his late 70s or mid or late 70s.
Late 70s. No. Patoski. You know, there was a video where the late Alafin, Lamidi Adeyemi, and this Oba of Kleroko Bobo Amuboto and Kleroko should be on Yona Boshu. That guy. Oluwo. He was in Oshu now. So there was a video where the two of them met. Typically, when KBSs are greeting each other, they have seniority among them. But you know, To you will still not respect them. However, they have a kind of like they respect each other. When they greet each other, they still refer to each other as older, seniors, and all that. I watched just briefly where Alaafin was teaching Oluwo how to greet other Oba by using their elbow, But Oluwo doesn't understand, doesn't know jack about it. Even me that I'm not even yet a king, I know how KBCs greet each other with their elbows. And they do that with their right side. I watched it. Oluwo was so confused about the whole thing. I'm like,
but it's
God.
okay now. Shebosha Nkon is a young king now.
No.
So if an
Oba
older
see,
king, older.
Patoski, wait. Nile Yoba, they have how many original Obas? Oba Tobaje, the real traditional Oba. Otoni Pikan Joba.
Adewale, ṣé Patoski ṣé wọ́n make excuse fún Olúwo ní àbí kí ni Patoski?
The Oba that is Obaton crown. As in there was crown before even governor came to crown or put a patch or whatever. They were grounded in tradition. There's some king that they don't respect. That's why they so much believe in other Oba normal. Somebody would teach them. They tutor them in a way.
That is what they are meant to learn. Lady na boy.
Let me ask you one question. How many Oba, how many governors try to mess up with Alaafin? How many governors try to mess up with Oba Shijuade? How many governors try to mess up with what's the name of this Oba in Avujale? So, because sometimes it depends on how you, even Oyekon, when Oyekon was alive, it depends the way you carry yourself.
But those people are also older too. In their later days, none of these governors were born when or some of them were still young when they became
but sometimes it's not because of the age. Okay, look at Constitutional Authority when he was having issue with Ika Ifele. Alaafin called.
No.
Alaafin called him and tried to settle the matter.
These people you mentioned, they are much more older, and the authority also give them regard or respect towards that old age. But you see all these new ones that are being installed, that they are the one that installed. They don't have regard for them. They don't. Look, I think in 1980 or so, Shiju Ade was a socialist. It was like exactly Katipobo Toambe say this is someone that is part.
It's people that don't know him that don't know him now.
I'm telling you,
Lagos
it was
boy.
more or less
Complete Lagos
part-time
boy.
living in Ife, part-time living in UK. That was what it was doing.
I know, but it was I authority.
And
there's a difference between
like I said, the older they become, the more respect people give them. But in their old days, in their younger days, they were socialite. They were everywhere. They got involved.
They were behaving like Oluwo. Are we saying they were
No, not Oluwo. I'm talking about the current Ooni of Ife. He's young and he's also a socialist. Socialite. Not socialist, socialite. So they are everywhere. Oba Shijuade partied and rocked the town.
Shoma Babati want to come in wherever you are, please bring Babati in.
So I think with age they were slowed down and mellowed down. And
But bro, Shijuade stopped partying recklessly once he became the king now.
Sorry, Babati, I was doing laundry.
Even when he became a king, he was still partying. He was still rocking.
Yeah, but it's not quite the same. Well, maybe social media. Maybe it's social media that.
Okay. I mean,
Babati, you're in. You're in.
Thank you. Thank you. But do you think the push to sort of let me use that word loosely to reclaim Ilorin? Do you think that will be successful by the Yoruba people? Because I'm seeing this.
It's not possible anymore.
Because
They've been trying it for more than 20 years.
there was this high chief in Ilorin, Yoruba man, and it was asked that does Ilorin belong to the Fulanis or the Yorubas? Do you know what he said? He said, well, the spoken language is Yoruba, but it's for everybody. I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's just it's over. It's over. It's like, oh, we all speak the language of Ilorin is Yoruba, but it's not owned by Yoruba people. It's for everybody. I'm like,
the problem is this. Some of those people that are
always about to
by
replicate that too now.
they are changing the story.
Even ní Òṣogbo náà àti Ìṣẹ̀yìn tẹ́bà ṣọ́ra ń bẹ̀, that's the net. They want that too.
Timmy Ofede, it's not typically Obalade family. I'm struggling.
It was.
I'm struggling.
Because it was sent. Remember, it was sent by Shongo. It was for Shongo. It was sent out there to buffer. Buffering. Ede was supposed to buffer from the invasion of Awarabi. So Owa settled to bed.
He's a warrior king now.
Yeah.
And Obalade, they are hardly a warrior in a way. They are the
emperor. My thing is this: when you know the story of your town and you go to mean.
Yeah.
So why would you then bow to that person when you know what that means to your own culture?
Yeah. I don't expect him to kneel down to greet that man. No. She governor should say these days, man. You know, I'm kind of surprised that the man would do that. Ede play a huge role in the Southwest.
They've been having issues. What was the palace? That one lesson on Wobe. When I want the double from Kabis because their own Quran said they should not bow that. He had to walk them out of his palace.
Which person?
The one that just became the redeemed guy.
Oh,
I want double left from Quran on the car, double left any other. And he had to walk them out.
No, that's
Arrow, here's my question. If the guy was a Muslim, they will have. You see what I'm saying?
Even if he's a traditionalist, they will do that.
Yeah, but if you have to be a practicing,
it's because of the gesture of that agency because when people see you finish, because they not pay so they don't. You get what I mean? So ó ti fi rẹ̀ sí position yẹn ni.
Àwọn ọba
kọ́ńdọ́rẹ́bù pẹ̀lú Aláàfin náà Adéyẹmí.
Ọba.
When he was alive, ṣé kankan ni wọ́n dánrẹ́wò pẹ̀lú? Ṣebí the guy was a Muslim, he was a practicing Muslim.
No, Adeyemi too was a staunch Muslim too. You know what?
Was a staunch Muslim.
They buried his cause sharp. He said they shouldn't go waste any time. And I think he was trying to family to avoid those traditional rights to be performed. But they still did. They did even shortly after he died. Because it is our tradition is no longer respected in a way. Normally in Joba, I don't know, maybe it has to do with what you know what you are. Look, let me say this. If you are Olowo, Obando, I'm familiar with those culture. Titide, Bini, if you are the Obas, ordinary person doesn't just become Oba. You are the Lord of the land. You speak with, even though the government can still remove you, but traditionally you are grounded in a way. Now, what I see is that the real descendant of Oduduwa himself, I'm talking about Aomo Okombi, you hardly see even the authority talk to them anyhow because they know that these people are the real custodian. All the elevated kings, they don't really give them that much regard in a way. But when it comes to authority that In fact, someone now ruin you. You are like the olori of everything. Ati Age, Ati Osho, Ati everybody. When this current on the sitting down, people stand up. Afiba, sorry, chair ajo kulumale. Abibeko. How many king does that? How many kings?
Chair.
Afi protection sorry chair to joko see. You know, in the olden days, someone sasira one, they curse each other. On the kishishe, kublumbe, wure kishishe, bawon. And oh my
Àwọn
shit.
ló máa ń ṣe yẹn sọ́ba nígbà yẹn.
They do that. This, you know, in the olden days, people that they want to try, you know, it's about power. Only a robot when when the king spoke, you abide with it. It's no longer now. Then the king could banish. I grew up a king banishing people. I want to ship back to I want kidnapper. I want to they banish them from the town and they leave. They are bounded to leave. But you know, in these days, oh my shit, it's kind of about Gasung police station, mind you. You know, this guy,
Obasu police station.
I'm on your police station about his about Kure, Koto de Poyo,
Ẹ wo
Kiberuko,
kí ló tẹ̀
Deji
ṣẹlẹ̀ sọ́ba yẹn
Nio, former governor of Ekiti State. He summoned all the Ekiti chief. Do you know that the chairmanship of Ekiti Obas and Chief Council was rotating among three kings? The Ewe of Ado, the Ajiro of Jero, and one other Ori of Otun. Those are the three
Paramount
traditional
rulers.
rulers. Yes, paramount rulers, actually, the real descendant of Ududua. But those Obas now decided among themselves that they should share the chairmanship among the younger uh, promoted new kings so that it would look like they are just lording themselves over them. But they still believe that they rule over their kingdom in Ekiti State. So, and at the end, even at the Elekole the Elekole, one of them, I doubt it. I doubt it, Elekole maybe among the four or three of them. But the bottom line is that, and some up we clearly thought she meeting and can travel because of Fayemi. Oh God, oh no, oh man, what's a young? Call my job, I'm not interested.
Ìbádíwálé ni ẹ́.
The
Ó yẹ ká tiẹ̀
level of disrespect they
ó
give
yẹ
these
ká tiẹ̀
people,
wálé náà.
for one, I give them, I dash them. I can't stand some disrespect, man. No, because you put me on, because you are the authority, then I have to be kowtowing to you, and I can't speak my mind. And some kings too depends on the government to pay them salary to sustain. How much
Ìgbà tí ò
you?
sí nǹkan
Not sure.
kí ló fẹ́ kó ṣe.
Ṣé akẹ́rùn tó ló fẹ́ máa gbowó lọ́wọ́ Ondo State sí àbí kò nǹkan tó ń yá Ondo State lówó?
Ta ni ẹ́?
Ṣé akẹ́rùn tó kọ́ ló ń jẹ́ ni ọba orí omi ọba àlàjẹ?
Akínrìntẹ́.
So it's all new of if we're going to be dependent on local government salary now to survive for to sustain the service.
Ọ̀ní tí wàá lówó gan sìn kó tó débẹ̀ kó
Ṣé
lówó
ló
tó báyìí.
Contract in it. So all this thing brings respect. You know the funniest thing.
Ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan sọ kan pa Ọ̀ní yẹn mi ò lè sọ lórí online gba àkótó tó sì ń ṣe real estate.
Sure ni. Ṣé ṣíjú ajé ò ṣe real estate kò ní
Ó ló
kàn
talẹ̀ ó ta fake fóun òun àti brọ́dà ẹ̀ kan ó lóun kí fún.
Ní ọ̀tún wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Yà ó nígbà tó ló jọbọ́ ló ní ẹ́. Bọ̀wá ìpàdé rẹ̀ ó ṣiṣẹ́ ní mobile exxon mobile. Ó ló ta fake fóun.
Wow. Má ṣe o. Jani.
But he changed his thing now.
Did you watch the video where his schoolmate came to pay him homage?
Okay, no, I didn't see that one.
That was when he became over newly. I think it was a 1 year anniversary or so. You know, Maribia now. Before you know it, she will be clocking 60, will be clocking 70 or now. Wow, Oba Baba Tin But I want to talk about they were already. I'm talking about Awujale now. Are you not from Ijebu? About it?
No, I'm in a grandma.
Yeah, done. Oh yeah, yeah.
Half and half, but you know,
They already there are people already queuing up and trying to get in the
so
heart and mind of people for that man.
And Rokuro, all right, and Rokuro Kabi is calling.
No, I want you watch your YNC, right? They already you see
that
Wasil too is positioning himself too.
But I don't think we need that kind of person. Respectfully, yeah.
Babati, are you from Djibouti?
They will give him the same treatment that they give Sonny.
No, Monty, I'm from from the Remo side.
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah. Are you the governor by?
But I don't want the Wasiu as king.
The Jebu people are wiser. They won't give him. They would give him the same treatment they gave Sonny Adi.
So that's what
in fact, he had positioned himself with the hope that that's where he's going to retire to. That was a long time ago.
Oba to Joba yìí.
Oba Ondo, yeah.
Oba to Joba yìí. He was my brother's colleague. I don't know whether this one. I think they worked together in Shell or something one time. So Sonife Joba ngba yẹn.
Oh yeah.
There's this.
He's from royal family.
There's this man that used to be.
So political reject.
They wanted something that so hardly you would see somebody from that background becoming a king.
Somebody did though. There's this person that used to act
in Yoruba land.
Yeah, Peter Fatum Lola because like he's a king. No.
Peter Fatum Lola
no,
is
no. The guy that acted in
no.
Oyewo.
No, pretty sure you were.
That was
Shiveleyimi. That's a lot of Aramoko.
Oba Odiremo ni o sọ.
It was in that mainframe movie that was the custom of it's a king now.
No, Kola Yowo is not a king.
The high chief ni.
No.
It's Kola Yowo it's not king.
It's like
is it a king? Let me see.
Very high chief.
Kola Yowo he was a professor and then retired. Is it
Bale or king?
Bi Bale ni. Bi Bale.
Kola Yowo.
The song
the recent no. Recently, this guy that visit all the
and now I know job Bi Bale say.
Yeah, I know
but I know during the village headmaster, 2 of them actually became king. Yeah, actually one other mine. But Eleyimi really, it was It didn't rain.
Babati, Eleyimi now.
Eleyimi.
It didn't rain much in Aramoko before he passed.
Say Oba Eleyimi.
Yeah.
No, Eleyimi was about the Remo now.
Okay. Aramoko. The councillor. No, he's not the councillor. No, only councillor. The one that became
a
chief.
Chief Eleyimi.
The other I forgot the name. You know the one I'm talking about.
I don't know him.
No, let me Google it.
Was he a village headmaster? Was he in the village headmaster caste?
Let me Google it. I hate stuff like this and I can't actually remember. Let me quickly. Sharp. Sorry, one soon. Almost there. Village square. I am as Hollywood.
Olójọba Odiremo.
Of village headmaster cast. Just as a Siri. Shola okay, no. Village headmaster.
Can you go near to Soba now? Jide Kosoko. No, let Omoban.
Ó lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sọ́ba Lagos.
Àwọn yẹn ò tiẹ̀ lẹ́mìí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ó lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sí
Ó kàn jẹ́ ọmọ ọba rẹ̀.
Ó lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ sí.
Àwọn yẹn, àwọn Kosoko, àwọn don't let me say anything, Jerry. Àwọn ọmọ ọba yẹn ti pọ̀ débi pé àwọn Àtàdéníjì Àdìlé náà kò dé. Anyway.
Lára kan pọ̀ èèyàn mí pé wọ́n lè produce ọba náà.
Olusegun Olushola, created by Olushola and produced by Dejumo Lewis. Dejumo Lewis ló kú recently, right?
Yeah.
Dejumo Lewis ó ní ọba gangan nínú village headmaster.
Àwọn ló kú sí, right?
Ló kú recently.
Ted Mukuru, headmaster. Femi Robinson.
Do you remember this guy? He used to act in the Tafa Balogun.
Tafa Balogun, àwọn ọmọ Tafa náà. Ó dàbò ti kú.
Yeah, can you say police officer? No, he's an actor in the Yoruba movies.
Tafa Balogun.
Yeah.
Tafa Balogun now. Nínú Adéjọbí.
Yeah, he should do all this.
Ó ti kú.
Yeah.
Tafa Balogun ti kú. Bàbá wa dé ló outlive gbogbo àwọn guys yẹn.
Yeah, sorry. Tafa Oloyede, sorry. Tafa
Oloyede mo mọ̀ pé òun ló ń báwí.
Tafa Oloyede. Man, Orisabumi is dead. Man,
young lady ló fi Abumi hàn.
It wasn't even that, because Kini used to be an nemesis now. This other guy.
Oh.
The other guy that does always paint his skin dark.
Fade Oloro.
Yeah, that was
Fade Oloro. No, ó sick nígbà kan mi mọ̀ bóyá, but I think he recovered. He was really sick.
I saw their first. I saw their first scene together. They were like 17, 18 years old, very young.
Beautiful.
You saw that movie, Abi? That very first movie. Wow.
Those are the days of God.
Orisabumi fine gan movie.
What? Anyway.
Àwọn èèyàn ní pé sàn ní fẹ́ bèbè ẹgbà yẹn.
Kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́. Kini gonna call this other woman, this woman that used to act with Ogogo, Ireti, that died as well. She died very young though.
Ṣé
Ireti. Ó máa act pẹ̀lú Kini gbà yẹn, Ogogo gbà yẹn.
Ṣé o mọ̀ pé ẹ̀gbọ́n Adélu Adékọ́lá nìyẹn?
Really?
Ẹ̀gbọ́n kí lórúkọ boy tó ga yìí tó popular. Mo ní Adélu Adékọ́lá. Kí lórúkọ boy tó popular gan yìí Adékọ́lá. Kí ni first name ẹ̀? From a baby. Adekola tó ga yìí tó act gan yìí.
Yeah, I don't sabi.
Ọdúnládé Adékọ́lá.
Ọdúnládé.
Really, ẹ̀gbọ́n ìgbọ̀n ọmọ ìyá ọmọ bàbá ẹ̀.
No, but Ọdúnládé is from Ekiti State.
No.
They are not related. They are not related.
No.
They are not related.
Simba. He was born in Egba.
Yeah, he's Egba based, but they are from Ekiti.
No, he was born in Egba now.
They are based in Egba gan.
So Otomo Ireti. Really? I didn't know that. Wow. Because Ireti was our own Genevieve back in the days.
Yeah, now
same dark skin,
beautiful,
little puffy face. Very short.
Alright, do everybody in Baya.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was.
Of course.
Because it was like, because by my own movie, and it was when this guy was also popular. Bengadeboy was also popular back then on radio, you know.
I think that was like the mid-90s now.
Yeah, the 93, 94 ish back then, you know.
What that Murati that around time Ileya is the Yoku. Like I remember I love for young by any consequence I think
how time flies. Even, man, I know people might think even Babasuwe, Maladu, all those, man. I used to in my church going days, I used to be late to church because of Babasuwe.
Babasuwe did a movie that I'm still looking for.
No, before before it's on YouTube, you can see on YouTube.
It's not on YouTube. I keep looking for it. It's not on YouTube.
No. Let me give you this.
The original Baba London I knew. Okay, Baba London I think about one on YouTube.
Okay, go to this webpage. It's still maybe it's still there. Just look at the private chat. Okay.
Okay.
They post all those old.
That's a proper classic, man. Baba London.
Yeah. They post all these old classics.
This guy's movie. Olola de Mr. Money.
Oh wow. Man,
That is Olaya movies now.
Yeah. Abela Kupabi.
Abela Kupa.
That was the days of video club now. Video club,
VHS, yeah.
I membership, yeah. How time flies. I tell you,
the young people these days, all these are obedience. They absolutely have no clue.
I man look forward to movies now. We need to go to cinema. I'm gonna see Kiningba Kutong by Pato. You know that cultural center by Legbe Stadium. I'm a movie. I'm premiere on Yoruba movies. Yeah, so we should go weekends.
Oh, sorry, I think they are not related. They are last name Woko Jorani.
Well, maybe it's another person that is related to
Their last
Utility that
name
you're
is
thinking.
just.
Maybe it's another person that's related to Utility. I won't be surprised if she has a kid in the industry, because she was very influential at the time, you know.
Oh, so she's at Adebimpe. Okay.
She's Adebimpe Adekola too, and she was born and raised in Abeokuta too, just like Odunlade. So I think that was the reason why I thought they were related.
I thought so more. Can send I'm a movie in Kutong. You know that cultural art center.
Cultural Benny.
Yeah.
Latin movie. Ololade Mr. Money. Sure, pé Padi mi gangan ni the first Mr. Money. Ebun
láyà.
Ebun na my friend o. Ìgbà yẹn tó
bá ti
gbé
now, ó ń gbé side Ọlọ́run ṣògo òkè yẹn.
Ó ti gbà.
The real Mr. Money now is our own musician, Asake.
Ká ní pé Ọláyà ká ló patent orúkọ ẹ̀ ni ó yẹ kó charge kó gbówó lọ́wọ́. Ká ló ṣe copyright.
But attention could the copyright for production and for movie production. Normally, and also technically it should extend to the name as well.
So
because the name is because the movie is art, yes, is a production, yes.
So
the copyright should extend to anyone using it in music, in movies, in anything, entertainment. So,
you know his colleague, you know his friend that time. What is his name now? Orelaya, I think, he's not living in America.
Dimeji.
He's not living in America.
So lomo kékeré yẹn.
Yeah.
Dimeji tó bóra báyìí. Ọláyà náà ti bóra bákan. Tẹ́bù bá ti release movie kan báyìí, á lọ ra mọ́tò tuntun. Tó bá ti gbádùn àtúntà.
Ọmọ ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ tó ọmọ ẹ̀ tó ṣe movie yẹn, that young boy.
Ṣé ọmọ Dimeji yẹn?
Kí lórúkọ boy yẹn?
Láti dàgbà ń sìn.
Ó lọ sí kinní gbà yẹn, ó lọ sí bíbí gbà yẹn, bíbí Baptist Boys ló lọ́ gbà yẹn.
Okay.
Yeah. Ó kọ́ ìyá ẹ̀ pátá ni.
Ọmọ Dimeji àtọmọ Ajírébi yẹn wọ́n jọ wọ́n àti gbà yẹn gan.
Yeah. Oh, tóun àti bàbá Sùwé jọ ṣe. There's one boy kan tó wọ́n jọ ṣe kí lórúkọ movie yẹn náà. Tí boy yẹn jẹ Aláké at a very young age. Because the comedy ó jẹ kábíyèsí, right? So bàbá Sùwé wá gbé láàrin ọ̀nà, maybe he got lost. Ó wá gbé láàrin ọ̀nà, bàbá Sùwé kéde ó wá ń bú bọ̀ yẹn pé ọmọdé kan ló ń pàṣẹ fún wa ni, don't worry, just drive me inside the palace. Bàbá Sùwé ti bú. Guess who came out? Àwọn àjíkìjàgà ló bọ́ta. Àwọn akíkà kábíyèsí. Bàbá Sùwé ní ìtọ́jú lọ́mú kan ṣe eré. Wọ́n wá kó gíbọ̀. It's like he's a very young actor. Very. He was in the movie with Baba Sùwé. Tony bàbá mi kíni yóò lẹ́yìn o. I forgot that name of that boy. No. That Baba Sùwé gave his girl to the king in that movie.
Ọmọ kíní ni. Ọmọ Ajírébi ni bàbá yẹn.
And that young boy, me or Morocco, I don't know his name anymore. I don't know his. Yeah, but yeah. Why, Aro, were you able to pull it up on that web page? If that web page is still there, because I used to watch all those old movies on there.
Nah, it's really not. It's kind of that web page is funky at the moment. It doesn't look like it's been
It's
looked
been
after for a while.
what's the abandoned?
What have I done here?
náà káwọn ọmọ kéékèèké yẹn ló ń gbọ́ṣẹ́ Fúnkẹ́ Akíndélé ń sìn torí gbogbo wọn ló kàn kọ́ mọ́ àárẹ̀ nǹkan.
Kí ni wọ́n Adéwálé
Kí ló tún lòdì bẹ́ẹ̀?
kí lọ́kùnrin tó dé tó.
Fúnkẹ́ chairman lady Fúnkẹ́ tó contest fún kí ló kẹ́ fún deputy governor.
ìyẹn ló ń pa 1 billion naira ọmọ yẹn ti ṣẹ́ṣu.
Bọ́ máa pín pẹ̀lú bọ̀bọ̀ ex welfare ọkọ̀ ìkẹ́lẹ̀ yẹn nìyà bọ̀bọ̀ GGC yẹn mọ́jọ́ ní rights. They both own the rights to the kilo coin now.
But you know Funke was a child star now.
Was the guy cheating on her though?
So
I think status and fame and money make people
fame and money, and then the fact what if the ticket the deputy governor law.
So
Nigeria,
she felt she's above the. In my heart, I was thinking maybe she found out the guy was cheating on her and decided okay. Because I think the guy gave her a twin, right? But a child or 2 children. I'm not so sure. I know they have kids in between them. You remember when she lost the first pregnancy? She lost the first pregnancy because so after having a kid now, so it can't warn you, man.
When they don't see themselves finish, I think people cheating here. Like what's the one that Baba that came on one man down that time that said the monogamy is a fallacy. So I think we just put that thing forward. They won't just play cheating on her.
But you know the funny thing, Aro, is that like you let's say in America, like you are a married woman or divorced because cheated on you. You are in your 40s. So what do you think? Do you know what happens to them? First of all, it will be the young boys and the married men that you'll be cheating with them. You will now become the side chick. So is it really worth the headache, the wahala? I don't. I mean, at least. Successful, but once I having 2-3 kids, unless
there's nobody that's successful at it. Jennifer Lopez,
so just be swinging and different men kakiri. My decide to see your coil me. So I don't know what
money.
Yeah.
Chuke.
60 years or 70 years ago, actually bello.
Let me see him be money 80.
The bill has happened 85. Bishanti Jado about Marshall, to about Marshall, it's okay, my fed, you know,
well, everybody lonely arrangement. The more you have, the more you have to lose, the more. But notice the more money you have, the less risk of getting divorced. Because those that have money, they have more to. Man, divorce, don't get me wrong, but they have more to lose. So they oftentimes they will make deals among themselves. So when they have money and they have things to lose, it will be like some kind of open marriage, where do you or do me, but we'll still stay together to keep the money flowing. So everybody can make their own arrangements. But this idea way and the country to somebody here or to be next in divorce, so to very much I know I should make lower.
Okay. Yeah, so she made 1.2 billion on that movie.
But she made the same amount of money the previous year now.
Yeah. They are making money and they're not paying their taxes.
So we're all us in here.
Oh, no.
But They have to split the money with the movie
No,
house.
that DJ Skills guy has, to the best of my knowledge, they are kind of 50-50 split. I think he even has a bigger split because I think she's the actress, but I think he came up with the idea.
No, because she was already doing her thing. I think it's
Was
TV
she
One
doing
or
it?
something.
She was doing it, but no, it was when she got with him that she did Kilokal, that she started that from this alter ego.
No,
Jennifer.
that one has been there for almost 16 years now.
Jennifer Diary.
Yeah, that one is on
Yeah.
YouTube now. 16 years.
Yeah, but this is
Oh,
just called
the
alter
movie, or the movie brand of it. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, so this alter ego is a spin-off from the Jennifer's Diary. You know, it's everything that she's been doing is even just a spin-off from Jennifer's Diary. I think they have a 50-50 split on that because he was the creative director and he was the producer for that. So, but that's fair play to her. No, but one competes for one scene now. All of them are competing for. But I still prefer, in my opinions, I prefer this guy's movies. Kuli Afolayan.
Well,
I think let's try.
I think there's because even people who want to like it, I've never really watched it. People that say 7 doors don't collect, can't collect.
Aro, Mama Be, do me a favor. Omobanye and nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ recently ní Ọ̀yọ́ yẹn.
Ọmọọba pọ̀ ń bì.
No, only the. You need to watch that 7 doors. It's like the Ọ̀yọ́ thing that just happened right now. Somebody saw it beforehand and just made a movie. Unlati, it's very. I'm telling you seriously. You know what I'm saying. You have to watch it. It's not because it's from my mom's side of things, but yeah, you need to watch it. Yeah.
I will try and watch it. I'll try. I really don't. I have very little. Concentration. Yeah,
like basically, you know how you call somebody that you just call you from Lagos and say yeah, what job and you don't know where you must go through some steps, and you now have to àwọn ọmọ bàbá méjì ìkan gbé ní Ìlara yẹn ìkan gbé l'Èkó but the yẹn lọ mú but Ìlara yẹn ó wá ń bribe àwọn afọbẹ pé kọ́ mú òun. So what happened in Ọ̀yọ́ is like the movie version of that in the movie.
So ṣé ẹnìkan ti kọ́ jọba nínú 7 door mi rí wo mo try.
No, go to.
You have to use VPN now.
No. Go to circle.tv.
I tried to pay kò gba card me. I don't know why.
Okay. Circle.tv motivo. But do you use Apple? Apple phone?
I use Apple Pay. Kò gba Apple Pay me no. I'll try again.
Yeah, it's like 4.
Is it a series or one?
It's 6 episodes. Yeah.
Oh.
It's 6 episodes.
Of how many minutes?
It's about 40 minutes each.
You're not for there.
Especially like 2 movies in so a cozy series version.
So me to watch the continue me here. Where Lobondo
Toba moving here, Aro. You will know what I'm saying. Because they went back, so they had 3 times. So they were in today's world. They were in the 70s, and they were also in the 16th
in the present,
in the 16th century as well. They went far back. So,
but I find it's a true story now.
Yeah. So, but duty, I want kings before they want to make or affect the modern king because could lost through the process. And nobody told him the story. Nagbole one, Okowa from nowhere. So all the intrigues of becoming king and the bribery and the spirituality element and it's a very good, very well written.
Full 5 days.
Yeah. So if you buy that $7, you can watch it for 7 days or 5 days or something.
I'll do it now. Series 5 days. Series 5 days.
So about Waro, you will value. Yeah, so to me Adebayo.
No, but it's giving me to see. Say one is series 5 days, one is 7 days. Which one?
Yeah, you can pick the one for how long, don't so. ló fi fẹ́ wò ó pé òun rẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé.
But díẹ̀ ló kú káwọn kí gbogbo Yorùbá nation kí ló kọ ìpalàbà gbàgbọ́s pẹ̀lú àwọn òbí díẹ̀ ṣe kókó really kó to movie gbogbo yẹn o.
Movie wo?
Seven does yìí. You know that when it first came out, some of all this gbàgbọ́s with Igbo Yoruba.
I was unable to watch that movie though.
No, because the woman to fair the queen of the king was an Igbo woman.
But you know that some people didn't understand that, so they almost started turning it into this gbàgbọ́s. That's when I checked out.
No, about you understand the intricacies of marrying a non. It's a very interesting book called Tobawo. You will understand why, because even don't let me give the end away. You will see there's a need for, but it's a lot. They really I want to shave moving moving, but because they bought up everything from the 70s. But
the king that the subject matter is still alive now. It's still there.
No, the former. Because they told the story of because it's Ilara.
Yeah.
Our one is Elisha, but Ilara. Yeah, on the conquer more story before console fún kó wá fi ṣe movie later.
Okay, but bàbá yẹn ti lọ ó ti wájà.
Yeah, but you know. They would do African and your colleague moving Edmund, but the whole concept of the sins of our fathers and and how it affects the rule. But more like, in fact, I didn't know my favorite part of that movie. Don't let me give. They actually showed the king when he was ready, which was and what happens there. We meet the spiritual elements of it. It was all shown and I loved it.
I'll try.
Oh man, yeah. I loved it.
Trying to.
Yeah. So they brought back the first drummer, the first cartoon. Everybody came and saw him. Because a rule back, only to what good see. So the rule is once you enter the Gbalenya, you must sleep on the first 7 days. You must sleep on your left side.
Mm-hmm.
And then you will see some people from the past that will come to and talk to him about the history. The other 7 days he must sleep on his right, and you will see the first drummer of the city. So you will see the whole thing with behind scenes. I mean, I want to come over. They really.
But these are some of the realities that some of our kings these days are avoiding.
Man, so because before he went in, confidence. But when it came out, from now on, everything comes to me. In fact, one knock lawyer me. It's a mixed bag of
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
It was so bad to a point. The king was almost naked, because his wife was living in my child died now. Because of Ubuala. She was living, the king was naked. I mean, man.
But Babati, you know that some of these intrigues, the intrigues of anything, it's not. If people think, I think a lot of the younger people going into it now these days, I think because of the money they can see there and the influence and the fame and all this, they think that there's nothing to pay. It doesn't work like that, though. It really, even if I look at my family's story, at the personal level, things that we don't necessarily say out there, it's not
that Ademola guy. Ademola. It was supporting. It was the other prince to fetch Joba. Bribe. I think that man will win the supporting actor of the year. I mean, it was something else.
In fact, you know that you see now about Jeton Pelori Oyi now. Tell you about King Pelori Oyi. Because the moment of the jail, I cannot show you see a peco.
Yeah, I mean, so to me, I think that was.
I'll watch it. I mean,
you will see what I'm talking about. I mean, you will see. But to me, that was my favorite thing to watch. engaging with the forefather because not lost investigation, everything like that. And
but ṣe on parí gbogbo iṣẹ́ tó yẹ kó ṣe ní lady.
No, but to bá ṣe yẹn tán.
Ó tún láwọn kan tó yẹ kó ṣe kó bọ́ kó ṣe gbogbo àwọn ètùtù tó yẹ kó ṣe.
Pé what is everything that pé àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ ti ní àdéhùn almost 200-300 years ago.
Kò wá because kì í ṣọmọ ilé ó ti travel lọ àwọn ọmọ ìlú kan ti.
No, one of the bàbá tí ó ti lọ ṣoògùn ogun kóun lè pẹ́ láyé.
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing.
But the deity that he made the deal with is a living being. That one said, okay, you will live long, but in health. So because you live long, you will live healthy now. So but he's sick. So it's like just kill me. But I became live long. Miserable.
So Baba wa ku eventually abi.
Lord schedule pé you want okay to have live okay because it was exactly about 47 years okay to have live long go. Wàá fẹ́ àwọn ìyàwó ẹ̀ yẹn wàá lò wọ́n fi ṣe iṣẹ́ but live long yẹn wàá pay ẹ̀ because ó sick but he died eventually ó wá banish God yẹn sínú igbó pé because he lied with the deal they made so so even this one tó wà ní 70s yẹn had to go raise that God up and confront him. Imagine. So you have to say, go and bring that thing back and let's go one-on-one. So we want to roll like
but Pato is BT before he came. Pato is pé gbogbo àwọn God yẹn pé òfò ni wọ́n.
No. In fact, dude.
Àbí Pato ṣe àlàyé. Alàgbà Pato. Ìtọ́sí gbogbo àwọn kílókọ̀ àwọn déètì wà yẹn pé òtún ni wọ́n. Òtún làwọn àwọn déètì wà yẹn.
Don't take the bait.
No, what do you mean by òtún?
Òfútù fẹ́ tẹ̀.
No, you don't understand spiritual things.
No.
The meaning of they are spiritual powers now.
Aro, listen. Do you know the people that are doing the most review on this movie?
Who are they?
The born again are the ones doing them. Do you know what they are saying? Oh,
what are this?
No, because I get that point. While moving here, that point is pé so sharing all these curses from your forefathers. You should break those chains. No, so if Pato
watches, because you know a lot of Christians are so fixated on breaking generational.
So I don't belong to the school of thought that believe that curses from fathers.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that you will see that perspective of Christians about the national curses and all that kind of things.
No, it may believe where those gods are. We want wow. That I more believe pa we want wow. But more believe we. They have powers.
Even the evidence for those ones are not even available than even the ones that we believe from the Abrahamic religion.
Which ones?
Which one? The evidence that Shogo exists and all those ones, they are more factual than
the. It was studying on Tokuni now.
Hello, whose background is?
The physiology at biochemistry at the Kenny. Pharmacology àwọn nǹkan tó wọ́n study ni ó study àwọn yẹn ni.
But to me, I think you guys will enjoy it if you watch it. And
I'm trying to buy.
I'll probably see it.
I'm on it now, but it's not allowing me to pay. I don't know why. It's not even asking. It's not even.
But it's on Netflix Nigeria, isn't it?
No, use a different browser. Don't use your. It's on Circuit TV, Circuit.tv.
But I heard it was on Netflix Nigeria.
Maybe I'll use Google Chrome then. I'm using Safari.
No, let me put the link for Arrow in the private stuff. So if you want,
but no. What I'm saying is, I heard it was on Netflix Nigeria.
Then you must use the whole VPN thing.
Yes, VPN. I need VPN to polish issue.
So jagu Daniel.
No, because so what happens is what I found out is a lot of my security. So I have a few because of work and all that big locker. So a lot of them we have McAfee. Then there's nothing. All of them provide you VPN service as part of your subscription. So it's like I never even use it.
You're right. Maybe because I'm using Safari. Let me try.
Hey, guys, I was searching for the name of that king in Village at Mass. I finally got it. His name is Oluamele.
Oluamele.
Amele.
Only way you go sign up for Cycle.tv.
Yeah, you first sign in. I think that's what you sign in first, then you can
Can
rent.
sign up mean I don't have an account there before.
No, it's just free now. Just your email and they need to pay me for even promoting their stuff.
So our boys flutter with see. Our no need payment system, our guys see.
Those guys are making money now.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
billionaires now.
more interview ship one of those guys. Was it Bloomberg TV came to Nigeria?
Okay, your email is already in use. Sign in here.
They follow that guy all over Lagos and
Some guys flutter with him.
Yeah, that big guy like that it's a big guy.
Right?
Yeah.
That's of Canada, not.
Only they all met in their dorm room in Canada, so maybe America. I'm not sure.
No. Yeah. That's not Waterloo. That school is very good actually. It's like MIT.
Oh, okay.
It's like MIT of Canada. You sure that's what they call it? Say Waterloo is the MIT of Canada.
Sorry, Opatuski. Earlier when we were talking, I've been searching for this information. I was trying to get the name of this man, and I finally got it. I don't rest until in that really good master, his character then was Councilor Balogun.
Okay, Balogun, yeah.
Councilor Balogun. Yeah. Only one year, a lot of Aramako. Yeah. Yeah. He died, I think he died in 2008.
Councilor Balogun.
Yeah, but guys, I have a question. About one old movies,
I think I succeeded though. Some has been successful. But you're going to for a lot of
but because there should be this
$7.
I don't know. Sorry, Babati. Babati.
Yeah. We'll go.
How can I watch $7? I can't watch it on Netflix.
I put the link in the private chat now for you to.
So because you already made them. How much have you made them now?
So it's about $5.
Arrow.
Arrow.
I will sue you.
Ali Ekiti ojú Ifọ̀ local government Ìbàdàn lọ mo ti sọ àìṣẹ́ di tí kò sí kan náà lè ṣe fún mi. Èló ni?
There should be this website Victola TV. I used to watch. They used to post all these old Nigerian movies. Yeah. Once you click on it, you can just go there and you can rent it for $5. I rent it. I did for 3 days. Wow. You can't pay $5. Diwali $5 $5 ló lè san. Parí o.
Èyí ni mo ti service tí mo ti ń ṣe pẹ̀lú Netflix náà tó látọjọ́ ẹ̀ kan fi compensate mi. Mo wá yí wọn.
But Arrow, for some reason, won't tell post the movie, but boy, it shall be one.
But wait, why are we watching it from Circle? I thought it was released to Netflix.
No, it's for the foreign audience. The officer is Circle TV. So that movie was meant for Netflix Nigeria, not
It should be Netflix in J. You know, so about 20-something euro a month. You come in, go move. Baby got money Netflix account. Say, baby go look. But I don't look for you.
Okay. Okay, lost.
Because I got the multiple accounts.
Okay, now.
I got the multiple account and I very. In fact, all they have Netflix, I have Paramount, I have Prime, I have Disney Plus. I want people now.
I'm Wolola ambition. Actually, Kumori office, Mama.
Ó ti gbé ìwà Nàìjíríà ìwà America ó tilẹ̀
No,
kùn
to be frank, no, there's nothing else to do now. You just be there. You are just, especially like, likewise myself as well. When there's times I'm not doing anything for 3-4 hours. Absolutely
But
nothing.
showing your dad, showing you.
jẹ́ pé ọ̀gá ẹ̀ kí n fẹ́ rojọ́ ọ̀gọ́ fún.
Ọ̀gá gan wo Netflix lọ́fíìsì ẹ̀. Tó bá dáyé wọ ọ́fíìsì asáré fọwọ́ touch ẹ̀. You know the funniest thing? She will quickly touch what do you iPhone, iPhone, whatever. I for work so I pause it. There's a way she positioned in her office, man. She ni yóò come calm by Sha. I might any you moko. Even though I kékeré kan tí máa fi sit on new month. You say I have a earbud that can easily slug into my eardrum. Just stay there permanently on your answer, so you won't even know. Much more wolola ni. Lunch break, me last time because my bad on 1 hour. How many hours in the movie ain't gone?
I think it's 40 minutes by 6. That's what about 240 minutes. Yes. So yeah, that's quite. You won't be able to. Well, you can, but I don't know if you see all the 6 episodes in one sitting.
She episode by episode.
Is 6 episodes, 40 minutes each. Apparently, that's what.
Why did they put it in a segment?
Because I think it was supposed to be like a 2 movie, but of course, yes, Netflix prefer series than movie. They like series better because you will stay longer. But let me be honest with you. Once you start watching, you will know. Nico and until you watch the whole 6 episodes. I'm telling you. Once you begin like this,
one day I was talking to one security officer, a federal security officer. I didn't even know when I was cursing on the phone, and I have my work phone with me. I also have. I was driving around, and I was talking to these people on the phone. In fact, that day was active. We should joke together. I had no idea, and I was cursing. And the other guy could hear me from on the other side. I was like, "What's going on? Why are you cursing?" I froze. With the jabber, I'll do that tomorrow. I will drive for like an hour plus. Go to the criminal office or Kikukula office directly.
Lórí Katy freeway yẹn náà ló tún máa drive 1 hour.
My brother, Houston. In fact, I don't let everybody. Súnkẹrẹ fàkẹrẹ ń gbà mí.
Arrow.
Traffic here, God.
Arrow.
Yes.
Go more Katy freeway.
People are moving into this place like man.
It's like 5-6 lane on both sides.
Really?
It is madness.
Traffic.
Madness.
I know.
Can you not just do remote? At that stage, I'll fight them to the end for remote work.
Go help you if you have diarrhea.
They were like, do you know what I've learned about my time in Houston is that just because you have bigger roads doesn't mean that you're going to curb traffic. I'm telling you, as a matter of fact, you even encourage more traffic.
People like us that live in suburb now, going is like passing through a tunnel, like a straw. Everybody kind of excuse. Go help you guys. There will be, if that's the thing about alone.
Because if you don't, once you get to that 7 or 8 if you don't live very
even though they're supposed to be more easier, that mean you'll be a standstill.
Arrow. Only in Houston will you see go slow on toll road.
I'm telling you.
So going and coming is the same thing, yeah?
My brother, if you go through the road during the peak hour, you will sing a willow. It's terrible.
Because so when I come to Texas, I know.
Avoid Houston.
Because people are flooding into. They're coming into this place.
And what are the house prices like? Because it seems to me like it's relatively attainable.
You can get something decent for like 500 or 550.
And would that be like a big house, like a large?
I mean, four bedroom with a study and yeah.
But sizable, with your garage, your own garage.
Even with that price, you will still live like a king.
Yeah, for 555.
For what?
Arrow, come to our own side close to Boston. Go 950. Go peace of mind. Go my loss
950 in Houston is like when the rich a king lives.
Yeah, 950 in Houston. Why pool you have a pool in 950 or you have a pool in
sometimes the
guy what if you buy and build?
Yeah, you buy, you build. If that means you are going to the suburb, or there's no other building in the main city anymore.
Yeah, but yeah, suburbs now. Look at the main city.
The main city is even becoming desolate this day self.
Yeah, but guys, wow, Woodlands, Conroe, Kingwood.
I want white people don't be there.
That one. If you want to have family and
even in the other suburb too, I like to sleep where the other national.
This one is based. I think this one they used to live in Richmond, but the office moved to Woodlands, so the uncle just goes more bang bang.
Oh, okay.
So it's just.
I should to be for you to be living to be located because of work.
Oh, this is
the same city.
This is 1 hour drive from.
Houston is the fourth largest city in the United States.
Arrow. Only in Houston you will say, Dalimo. Let me go to the African store. Driving one way by like almost 40 minutes one way, just to go and buy something in the African store. You drive 40 minutes. That's all. If you are living in Conroe and you're going down to your favorite street, Diwali, be so next. That's almost 40. It's almost 40 it's almost 40 minutes now.
I met somebody in the elevator like but my football the next thing I knew was like, please could you give me a can I pay me back? Can you phone ride the day become? I don't know you, I can't give you a ride. The next thing I know, I'll be made key. Two guys say joining. I don't want any pimp. So when I got home, because then there was no GPS, so I printed MapQuest. So when I told my family at once, like, what is going on that street called Bisonet? On your headquarters, on Yala. They said, what did you do? I was just surprised that I saw a lot of skimpy dress there, but they are not like that everywhere. I said, oh, headquarters on Yala, just make sure that when you go there, you don't say a word.
Àìpé ọmọ tó gbé yẹn ó ní olókòndì kò mọ.
Mo ti gbọ́ sórí yẹn rí bèbí ẹ̀ sọ pé láti ṣe ó sọ pé òun ò ṣe é sọ pé láti ṣe é bèbí ẹ̀ wá ṣùtẹ̀.
Ó gbé bọ̀ gbogbo yẹn.
Mo gbọ́ sórí yẹn náà, mo gbọ́ sórí yẹn.
Another man, I think that man is in Ghana. Gbé mọ́tò ẹ̀ lọ ẹni tí ó gbé wa lójú mọ́. Ẹni tó gbé ló gbé mọ́tò ẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ tẹ́rù. When it comes police came. Police said what happened? He said a friend. Àti ẹ̀sìn ìfọdọ́pọ̀ wá lè kọ̀rọ̀. Ọlọ́pàá wá ní your patronage prostitution, that's a crime. No, you know what the policeman did? He called the media on him.
Go ask play that rap.
Tó bá délé máa sọ̀rọ̀. Aláṣàlàyé ẹ̀ tó bá délé.
Media was interviewing. Said, well, he took my car, and now I don't have car no more. How did you know her? He said, I met her like.
Oh, I mean, America.
They made it a movie now. It's now a movie.
Oh,
I'm trying to go.
That street.
It's so net.
Gbogbo America ló ní, even in Dallas, they have all these areas that tó bá lọ báyìí. I remember Benny only be one ghetto ni Leko. People hanging clothes outside.
Yeah, I like it.
Mo lọ sí Fort Worth lẹ́ẹ̀kan, that third world area lẹ́ẹ̀kan. There's a warehouse there.
It's third world is that in Houston as well?
Yeah,
is that nothing like
in Houston? No, it's in Houston. Mo lọ gbé delivery package kan gbà kan láti mo wà ń bẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ìrọ̀lẹ́ ni, dude. Ọmọ kò máa drive because it's within a settlement. Oh, they drive fast, but kí ojú máa wò ẹ́ bó ṣe move. Ibo mo wọ̀ ẹ́.
They all know who's coming and who's going. They know who's from up from there, who's from there.
Àní ẹlòmíì ó ń gbé bọ́ọ̀rìn pẹ̀lú lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ni. Ó lé gbogbo ìbàdí ẹ̀ ló gbé ní ló ń gbélé ìbàdí gbogbo mo àwọ̀ yìí.
Gbogbo ilẹ̀ dẹ̀ bí ìbọn nílùú yẹn.
But you know, so there's some areas that police will not even bother to go if anything happens. Tó bá lọ há sí àwọn area bẹ́ẹ̀.
Kólúkálukú gan dira nìyẹn.
So
kólúkálukú ní either conceal carry or whatever carry tó bá ní kò tí wọn náà kò máa gbé kó ṣe ń jáde nílé kó máa access you ẹ nìyẹn. What kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? But funny thing is, what can actually take me to America? Because a lot of my colleagues have actually done 2 years, 3 years in America.
Is it like
it's only more recently that they've actually stopped doing those long postings. There's
like,
a lot in the
for engineering jobs.
Yeah. Our company we have factories and we have sites in America as well.
If you're gonna move, you better move before Trump starts implementing anything anti-immigrant.
No. We are so well
I thought Aro is in America already.
No.
You are in Britain. That your accent is always captivating. I was like, why is this guy talking like
Well, Chioma and Adama like to slag me off. But I actually make a lot of efforts to actually kind of rein it back. So something like that so wrong. So subconsciously, I'm gonna lose these people.
No, when you are serious with what you are saying, that's when that accent will now come up full time.
Yeah, because it's just natural now. It's nothing sorrow. And I actually try and pull it back. I try and really pull it back. I really put a lot of effort to pull it back.
My own is when I'm with my people, I switch. I switch code. I'll just depends on
subconscious. It's subconscious. Yeah.
There was a day on this show I was kind of switching back and forth. Greta was like, the Wale is switching code now. I think there was a guy that came in, trying to, feature on the show as well. So it was more like an American, but interested in Nigerian stories. I want gossip. I'm a boy.
Oh yeah, all that people yeah.
So in the process, I was switching code subconsciously. Greta was like,
Why no Jarang to Nigeria? Oh, Jarang to Nigeria. Also, àwọn Yorùbá nìkan làwọn èèyàn mọ̀ outside. Yeah, to Nigeria. That was that's the day that to Nigeria was all this Yoruba to look at Yoruba advanced in culture. My boy no Jarang to Nigeria now. I think the guy's American now. The guy was American. The guy just told to Nigeria straight up like the only people we know out here is Yoruba culture, but nothing else is
ignorant Yoruba. No, we don't even know show my jack about it. Yeah.
I don't see those people anymore. People like Judy and all those guys that used to come from the Cameroonian guy, and I don't see them on the platform.
So that guy's a nuisance though. That Judy guy. The guy was also guy. I think if there's anything, the guy's just a bad news. The guy's a bad news warrior, Joe.
I don't come out and actually show on your war some. Sometimes I'm sure on share money. There was a day I joined the show. I was like, is this the same one-man show or something?
Yeah, they do. It's all very young, centric. It's about entertainment and stuff like that.
Most of the discussion I couldn't fit in. I was just like, where do I start? What is this guy talking about? I said, you know what? And I saw one man. I was like, one man, what's going on with this your show? He said, oh, I'm not in charge. I'm just participating. I said, okay.
But you know what? Fair play to one man, to be frank. This platform is very accommodating to different people's ideas. I mean, and it does give other people a chance to do their thing as well. You know, so I mean, fair play to him. You know, even Duxie's show the other day now, it was quite entertaining. You know.
So, Aro, when is your own show coming up on the platform?
I know they do show. I don't have the capacity for it. But you are meant to be doing something. You and Mike are meant to be doing something.
Robert is supposed to, you know.
Me and Mike. No, like mine was more of. I don't have that much time, but it was supposed to be with Prince Daddy. We're just talking about culture and politics. And
so Prince Daddy will Zionism, but yeah, big.
No, but it's a cross section. It's interwoven now. The impact of religion and culture on politics.
But you were meant to do stuff about alternative medicine.
No, what happened was those people. No, they were like, let me tell you what happened. Those people, they will come on the platform, listen for a while. These are not just regular people. People that went to Stanford, they went to Ivy League schools, but also practice local, Nigerian stuff. So they will listen to the interaction. More feel like they don't want to based on what how much people basketballs in. So more feel like it's maybe time to why it's not like a place where they can have those kind of
it kind of be a put off sometimes.
They don't want. So if okay, I've been someone that is a own Boni Benin Republic now, but it's also a pharmacist, and now I have people cussing each other out on the platform. You go this about that. So why would she? I don't. I put one off now.
One man. One man. I want one man to reach out to Bishop. I don't know why Bishop doesn't come anymore.
That's a long. so as a matter of fact, let me disclose.
Olana been a long back on.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you why I don't even talk about it, because I still tell one man behind the scenes. I have a professor from Northwest University, Ivy League school, Iowa State University. They've written books about Yoruba history. I mean, I've reached out to many of them like that to come on the show. And it's still the same issue, or they want like a standalone show, like where you will interview them or a different time. Maybe lower at all, but that I'm busy like that.
But one man was able to bring that lady.
No, but actually, I want someone that has published something.
If I'm putting up a show, half of my listener will be put to sleep.
No, you have your own audience. There are people that like that
kind. Whenever I'm giving analysis on this show, everybody will just be logging out. I was like, why are you these people? Where are they going?
So I think, okay, in that case, Babati, why don't you anchor a show? So it wouldn't be part of the prime. So I think what one man needs to do is it needs to be one man prime time. It won't be the one man prime time. So let us have the one man prime time. We already have the after hours spot. So if everything can, and then we already have Dupsie's corner, yes. So why can't one man, and then they have? I think there's this guy does his own kind of early like 8 p.m. There's this guy that does it 8 p.m. This is a do guy.
I don't.
World Peace.
World Peace. They do their own kind of like they corrected the one man show as well. So I think they do like 8 p.m. to 10.
I think I've tuned into the show before, but it was in the thick of Edo
State. Yeah, I joined them once as well, and they did it well as well. They really followed through with the whole Edo election.
Mike and me on that one time, to be honest, and also preferably weekends.
So why don't you guys do something? Pick a time.
Yeah, it's like the format would just be that, because the angle I usually bring is, okay, there's somebody that wrote something about Oyala, the one from Northwestern wrote something about the Oyala thing and the history well detailed, and it's a professor of Yoruba, whatever. So like, we can promote your book, Louis.
No, learn what you're saying, and I
Yeah,
I want to say
like
something.
so if he comes there, if you're going to discuss Yoruba history, it has to be from the okay. You have written 3 books about Yoruba history, well detailed and everything. So if you're going to come up, I want you to be someone that is, you have read something about it, so that when you engage him,
So, Baba T, why don't we do something? Why don't you talk to one man? Okay, Mr. Dewale, please forgive me for interjecting before you get a chance. So why don't you speak to one man? Let's have a, because I think it's only fair that if an individual, an intellectual, is going to come over here and speak, okay, that such an individual, that participants have a chance to maybe purchase the book ahead of the man, whoever it is, the man or lady, or or otherwise, coming up to have a discussion, that we buy the book, that maybe we read some other any other publications that they make, that we get a fair idea of the person's character, their thinking, their what kind of makes them thick, if you want to put it that way. Because it wouldn't be fair on me if someone comes up and they're going to speak in a deep, because it's not just subjective now. Whatever well, it is subjective because it's based. I mean, we are humans. There'll still be your biases in whatever you write, but it won't be absolutely subjective. There will be some facts to things. Everything will be based on fact, on research, and whatnot. It wouldn't be fair. That I've actually enlightened myself as well before I show up and I digest. Do you get what I mean?
Right.
So if you plan it ahead and you say, okay, this is this show on such and such a date, this is it may go much all that way, Mati Kawe, and I might even read other publications around that. So you can do such a thing now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few of you on this platform that have interest in that yourself. Yeah, I think even Simba and Remy as well.
Right.
They are not fully disconnected from that.
Yeah, so let me I'm gonna put something in the just are you on your phone, on your laptop?
I have both of them. Both of them are.
Let me just put this so you know the kind of person let me put it on the private chat so you can see what I'm talking about. And it has 3 wonderful books about your history that I've read one so far. Fascinating, like he breaks it down. You know how we discuss these things, and there are some blind spots that are addressed that we're missing, that are gaps in history. It covers the whole thing for you. So I hope when he comes here, we can clear some things and ask questions and engage him, because he's a researcher, right? He's done his own. So do you see him there, Aro? Do you see the name?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So
Northwestern.
Yeah.
All right.
So
good morning, guys.
Yeah.
So it's exactly 9 hours, 9 hours and 6 seconds. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to all the people that contributed a great deal to the conversation. We had a really good conversation earlier, and it was fun conversation we're having right now. So you can still join the conversation. There's a link in the comment section. So thank you guys that are on the panel. You guys are awesome. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day. Have a good night and a great morning. Bye-bye.